Okay. I need to see who we have. Do we have everybody? Good morning. First, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Okay. We'll call this meeting for the Board of Wildlife Commissioners on this Saturday, March 20th to order. Let's see, how about we have Commissioner Perini lead us in the pledge?
Okay, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. My apologies, I kind of jumped into that fast. Let's see. Missy, can you please do the roll call?
Absolutely. Chairwoman East.
Here.
Vice Chair Barnes.
Here.
Commissioner Almberg.
He mentioned he may not be able to join us again today, so we'll have him absent excused for now, and he may join us later.
Commissioner Cavilla.
Here.
Commissioner Hubbs.
Here.
Commissioner Keel.
Here.
Commissioner McNinch.
Here.
Commissioner Perini.
Here.
Commissioner Rogers.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Missy. And could the board of the County Advisory Board members to manage wildlife, can you let us know that you're here by raising your hand so we have Paul Dixon. I guess I'll just announce them. Paul Dixon, Jim Cooney, Joe Crawford, Glenn Bunch, Mr. McIlvain, and Joe Krim. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 of them. Great, thank you. Okay, agenda item number 2, approval of the agenda, Chairwoman East, for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. Do we have any changes to the agenda? Any discussion about the agenda? Okay, seeing none. It is an action item, so we'll take it out for public comment. Any public comment on our agenda for Saturday, March 20th? Got a couple of folks. Jana Hoffeditz?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. Were you trying to speak to us yesterday?
No.
Okay, that was a different Jana. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to speak yet on this issue because I don't know what the lineup is per se. My issue I'm speaking on would be about the wildlife killing contests.
Okay, no, what you'll do is you'll speak to us when we get to that item.
I had a feeling. I'm sorry. You just kind of,
okay.
It was a broad question, so I wasn't sure if I was supposed to chime in. I'm sorry.
No worries. Thank you.
I will mute you.
Just mute you.
I'm at mute.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment on our agenda for today? I don't see any. Okay. So I'll bring it back to the commission for approval of today's agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda? Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Cavilla. Do I have a second? By Commissioner Rogers. to approve today's agenda. All in favor, please raise your hand. And opposed? And Mr. Barnes got in on that one. Motion carries 8-0 with Commissioner Alberg absent. And please note that Gene Green from Carson City is on. He just shot me a note. Okay, agenda item number 13, member items, announcements, and correspondence. Chairwoman East, informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Wasley may also be discussed. We had a lot of correspondence even since yesterday about today's agenda. So I forwarded my correspondence to Missy so that you can all get copies of it. So I'm sure that you're receiving those as well. So if you have any that you don't feel the commission's been copied on, please send them to Missy. Any other correspondence, Secretary Wasley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a point of clarification. It was mentioned yesterday in public comment that the department spoke to the volume of comments mostly pertaining to the hounding issue yesterday with approximately 2,200 emails and the coyote contest of today with approximately 600 emails. And it was suggested in public comment that my comments relative to the fact that overwhelming majority of those 2,200 emails pertaining to hounding fell into one of two form letters was to cast doubt on their veracity or contents. And I just wanted the record to show that it was actually 180-degree opposite of that intent. It was to provide certainty to not only those commenting that the commission would have adequate capacity to review them because of the fact that so many were repeats. It would not hinder the commission's ability for their comments to be heard. And I just wanted to let the record reflect that.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, good morning. Can you all hear me through this microphone? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, great. I have a little microphone down here now. Just in regard to what Director Wasley was saying, or Secretary Wasley, I think it's important to note when we do talk about those types of comments that come in, that's about organization, I think, on the ground, right? I mean, we're seeing individuals who may be lay people, may be very busy, but have an interest, right, in our wildlife and a stance on that. And so we have organizers, we all know that, on the ground that are telling folks about these issues. And I just want to say too that I don't lend any less credence to something that's coming in a form letter, because a lot of folks want to make their voice heard, but they don't know how to do so. They want it to be sincere. And, you know, organizers on the ground may say, these are the issues at stake. This is what's going on. And we have a letter that speaks to that if you want to use it, but we certainly collectively could hear your voice, you know. So I think it's important, to stress that, because I've heard that too a couple times, and I don't think Secretary Wasley meant it in that manner by any means. I know him fairly well. I know he takes things very seriously, whatever side it may fall on. But some people will use a form letter, and that's okay. We all use different resources, right, when we try to talk about where we stand on issues. And form letter or not, I feel like the commission members most likely, and I hope this is the case, give credence to everyone who takes the time to send in something. It means it's valuable to them. Enough so that they stop in the middle of the day to send something to their state and ask the state to do something. So I hope people out in the public can rest assured that we take every correspondence test seriously. It can be a lot at times, but they're all read and we see where you stand, and we don't, at least I don't personally take any less credence with one that may seem to already have appeared a couple times, because I understand that that may have been provided to them as a basis for their stance on the position. So I think it's important to just say that, and wanted to support the department's and Secretary Wesley's perspective on that. That is how they come in. We do read them, and it's nothing negative. It's nothing. I see it on both sides of the issue too. So it's not one side or the other. Same issues, same points. And it's almost just, I keep a running toll. I mean, I do. I try to watch where people are and where they're coming in. I do watch out-of-state comments versus in-state comments. I think those are important, but I don't discount out-of-state comments. I mean, here's somebody from a different state that feels so strong about an issue that they're taking the time to remark about it in a national perspective in another state. I look at it in that way. So I think there is no manner in which your comment becomes any less important when you send it in. So I just want people to feel rest assured about that matter.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. Commissioner McNinch, did you have something to add?
Very briefly, I just wanted, as a commissioner, my perspective was that the department went to great lengths to simplify what we were receiving so that we really could process it. And I mentioned yesterday how much I appreciated it. I'll say it again this morning. They really did make it as easy as possible to see everything that was coming in. So they, in my perspective, they went to lengths more than was really reasonable. So they went out of their way. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. When I heard the numbers coming across, I was surprised, but I think it's important that we let our public know how much correspondence we received on that issue, because it was a very important issue for a lot of people. So I appreciate all of the comments. Vice Chair Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to make a comment kind of towards the letter we received from the Humboldt County CAB yesterday, but let the CABs that are present today know how much I appreciate being here and how much I enjoy hearing their comment. And I really encourage the CABs to present their comments to us on certain issues. You know, we see their reports, but when you get in the middle of a discussion, sometimes it's hard to go back and refresh and remember what each CAB did. And so when we get in these discussions, I really appreciate hearing the CABs, and if they want their voice to be heard. At least for me, it really helps when they're present. And I know it's not always convenient. This format has kind of created its own set of challenges, but even when we meet live, it's really important, I think, that we have the CABs present. And when they do give their comments, maybe expand a little bit more on whether you supported or opposed. I'd like to hear a little bit more about, the reasons why, and a little bit of the discussion. They don't need to go on for a long time, but all that helps me in making my decision.
Thank you, Vice Chair Barnes. And I need to remind the public that if you've got a comment, because we've turned the chat box off, if you can't get through to us through the Zoom raising your hand, would you please email the Wildlife Commission at NDOW.org. Missy's watching that email. And if there's something that needs to be shared, she'll let us know. Please don't text me or email me personally, because I'm not going to be checking those throughout the meeting. Okay, moving on. Any other correspondence? Yes, Commissioner Hubbs.
I just want to clarify why the department on record turns off the chat box. I think that's going to help folks understand, like, I just want to be transparent here, what's going on, especially when we're working in this manner, why the chat box is turned off, because obviously the chat box is a way that we all see the comment, right? So I just want to have a chance for the department to tell everybody why or why not we would turn off a chat box for a hearing, a public hearing. And so everyone can feel comfortable about that.
My understanding is, and Secretary Wasley can speak to this as well, but the chat box is not a form of public record. We don't read the messages in the chat box into the record. We only see the chat box, the people that are on. So my understanding is that, but maybe Secretary Wasley can speak to it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you're spot on. That is the primary reason, but there's also some additional reasons that it can provide a distraction to the commission as those comments are filtering in. It can also, provide an opportunity for some unnecessary or unwanted banter mid-conversation on topics and issues. It isn't a formal means of collecting public input, and in an effort to minimize distraction and standardize the means by which people provide their public comment. We're trying to also keep individuals to equal amounts of time and equal opportunities. And so, I think that standardizes it and keeps everybody equal in terms of their opportunity. But I would also invite some comment from Dag Burkett.
Go ahead, Dag. Yes.
Thank you. I wanted to just real quickly, I apologize for interrupting the meeting, but I just wanted to real quickly say that I completely support that idea, because I was watching what was going on yesterday. I'm a little concerned that some people are getting unfair access to the commission, and we set up this system now where we have a 3-minute opportunity to avail yourself of the commission, and then I noticed that individuals are then commenting beyond that. And I think the other issue, of course, is just the commission members' attention span. I worry a little bit about that. I want to make sure everybody has a fair opportunity to access the commission. And I worry a little bit about, okay, if they send 15 more chats, are they then getting extra access to the commission members' time? So I really do support that move. And I also want to say, the department is doing a great job. I'm so impressed with how flawlessly yesterday went with the 3-minute time frame and the timing. So I want to compliment Missy or whoever's doing it over there at the department. You're doing a great job. So thank you very much. It really makes my job easier.
Thank you, Dag Burkett. Okay, any other member items or announcements? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item number 14, County Advisory Boards to Manage Wildlife, member items informational. CAB members may present emergent items at wildlifecommission@ndow.org. These comments will be shared with the commission. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Okay. Do we have any CAB members who wish to make comment? I'm not seeing anybody raise their hand, so we'll move on to agenda item number 15, reports informational. 15A, Department Activity Report, Secretary Wasley and Division Administrators. A report will be provided on the Nevada Department of Wildlife Activities. Secretary Wasley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we are going to continue with the format that we adopted at the last commission meeting, where each division administrator will provide the overview from his or her division, but I'll provide just a really brief overview from the director's office. The director's office has been busy preparing for the current legislative session. Director's office staff have met with multiple legislators, including chairs of the Natural Resource Committees, Assemblyman Howard Watts and Senator Fabian Donate. I provided a department overview presentation to the Assembly Committee on Natural Resources on February 3rd, and the department had a budget presentation scheduled for the Joint Committee on Public Safety, Natural Resources and Transportation on March 9th. Due to limited time, that was postponed indefinitely. Many staff have been busy reviewing bill language, preparing testimony for multiple bills related to wildlife and law enforcement this session. And Deputy Director Bonnie Long and Administrative Services Officer 3, Jordan Goshert, have been busy buttoning up budgetary items, preparing fiscal notes, and answering many questions coming from the governor's office and the governor's finance office. Director's office also continues to work on the submittal of multiple petitions, lawsuits, audits, and public records requests. So that concludes the report from the director's office, and we will now move to the game division and game division administrator Mike Scott.
Thank you, Director Wasley. I am learning that I need to be much more brief in these, but thank you for the opportunity. Smith Valley mule deer disease investigation. Game division staff have been working on a potential disease outbreak in Smith Valley. At least 6 mule deer have been reported to have died, with 3 being submitted for necropsy. One of these was darted and the decision was made to euthanize. Initial results from Waddle, which the Washington Animal Disease Diagnostic Lab, indicate a possible infectious etiology, most likely viral. Histopathology is most consistent with malignant catarrhal fever. However, initial tests were negative, possibly due to serotype. We are working closely with Waddle to do additional testing and encourage area biologists to continue reporting deaths. Bat handling permits. Due to dropping COVID-19 rates, wildlife health staff have been working with diversity to create a tiered approach based on COVID-19 caseloads to allow some handling of bats and allow permittees to resume work. A kickoff meeting was held between NDOW and federal agency partners to initiate the creation of what will be Nevada's white nose syndrome response plan. Big game quota recommendations. Game division staff are preparing for the annual quota recommendation process. This process begins with big game surveys and data analysis. Population model includes harvest report analysis, updating demand success formulas and quota arrays, providing quota recommendations, writing, editing status and trend reports, which are ultimately consolidated into the annual big game status and trend book. During this process, the Conservation Education Division writes 2 books, the Nevada Big Game Seasons and Applications and the Nevada Big Game Hunting Guide. Big game seasons are also set during this process during the January Wildlife Commission meeting. This process ultimately concludes with a delightful day of discussion where quotas are adopted by the commission. Sorry about that. Elk, mule deer, and sage-grouse surveys. Game division personnel have concluded elk surveys and have begun spring mule deer surveys. Once mule deer surveys are completed, staff will be conducting sage-grouse surveys from both air and ground. Tonopah game biologist. Hunter Burkett officially began as the Tonopah game biologist on February 22nd. Hunter has worked for the Nevada Department of Wildlife for several years, including sage-grouse selects, counting sage-grouse selects, and most recently worked as a wildlife tech in Elko. We appreciate Hunter taking that position. It's an important position for us, and I'm glad to see him move into that position. Big game captures. 14 bighorns were captured and translocated from the Black Rock Range to the Lake Range in cooperation with the Pyramid Lake Paiute tribe over 2 days. There were 2 mortalities, one due to a broken neck and one a presumptive combination of capture myopathy and a hip dislocation. Results are pending on the second one. A total of 20 sheep was translocated from the Sheep Creek Range to McGee Mountain. Captures went better than expected with no mortalities and no IV placed, possibly a result of the use of midazolam to calm the sheep on the mountain. 15 sheep were captured in the Snowstorm Mountains for disease sampling with 2 mortalities, one from a broken neck and second one succumbed to a fall from a cliff. One of the mortalities had a slightly thickened sinus lining which will be submitted for sinus tumor testing. 3 moose were captured with Game Division staff assisting. These captures went smoothly with drug induction times better than expected. Base camp captures were conducted in the Bloody Run Hills, the Santa Rosas, and Tobin Ranges. Several animals with very high temperatures were brought in from the Bloody Runs. 8 animals were captured with 6 brought into base camp. 1 came in with a temperature of 109 and died the next day. 2 other rams had temperatures over 108. The area game biologist will be monitoring color activity closely. A necropsy was suggestive that the cause of death was capture myopathy and hyperthermia. Due to the potential for added mortalities, we directed the capture crew to work up all of the Santa Rosa capture animals on the mountain. 1 additional mortality was an older ram whose death was attributable to limited lung capacity due to pneumonia. 3 ewes that had moved to the Slumbering Hills from the 2019 release were captured and translocated back to the Bloody Runs. The capture crew was unable to locate the lone ram in the Slumbering Hills. 3 ewes were caught and collared in the Tobin Range. 1 of the 3 had lung sounds consistent with previous or chronic pneumonia. 2 of the 3 were pregnant. The capture crew was unable to locate any older age rams, so no rams were captured. This capture effort went very well, and the desert sheep appeared less stressed than the California sheep. These sheep were also administered midazolam on the mountain. The capture crew reported observing approximately 30 ewes while conducting captures. 7 GPS collars were deployed on pronghorn in Management Area 1 to assess seasonal habitat delineation and interstate migration. A wild turkey webinar. Game Division staff participated in a webinar with the Conservation Education Division and the Wild Turkey Federation for wild turkey hunting in February. Development of upland game forecasting tool. Game Division staff completed an interlocal agreement with the University of Maine to develop our upland game forecasting tool that will incorporate population and harvest data along with environmental variables to determine correlation and make predictions. Sage grouse disturbance prevention. Game Division staff provided input to Nevada Department of Transportation on their US Highway 93 widening project and the use of a materials pit that was very near to active sage grouse leks near Knoll Mountain. Nevada Department of Transportation has agreed not to use that particular materials site. Oregon wolf. Collared male wolf from Oregon has made its way south in recent weeks. Its location was displayed near Verdi in mid to late February. Then it moved around the west side of Lake Tahoe and continued south. Recently, it has been moving back and forth across the Nevada-California state line near Topaz Lake. We will continue to monitor this animal through updates received from Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. A quick update on that is that my understanding is that wolf has moved down near Yosemite, so it's not currently in Nevada. Lastly, bobcat sealing. Nevada Game Division personnel sealed a total of 875 bobcats in 2021. This is the second lowest all-time total, with only 1995-96 being lower, with a total of 806 bobcats sealed. Low demand is the primary reason for this year's take. Because of COVID-19 and various border closures, primarily in Canada, last year's North American harvest went largely unpurchased. This means there's a glut in the market and buyers were very cautiously adding to their already large inventory, which resulted in driving prices lower. That's it from the Game Division.
Thanks, Mike. I think next up, we'll hear from the Habitat Division.
Good morning, Alan Janae, Habitat Division Administrator. For whatever reason, my file just dropped. There we go. So this morning, I'd like to tell you about Carson Lake and Pasture transfer. The transfer of Carson Lake and Pasture from the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation and BLM to the state of Nevada is soon to be finalized. The transfer was initiated by federal legislation, has been in works for over 30 years. The department will be coming forward at future commission meetings to amend commission policy to officially add and designate the approximately 23,000 acres that make up Carson Lake and Pasture as an official NDOW wildlife management area. Fire rehabilitation season. The fire rehabilitation season is wrapping up with NDOW crews completing a sagebrush seedling planting on approximately 185 acres on Spruce Mountain south of Wells. This restoration season, NDOW has conducted 62,200 acres of restoration activities with 33,304 acres of aerial seeding, 1,629 acres of drill seeding, 27,187 acres of herbicide application, and 16,185 acres of seedling plantings. This brings NDOW's wildfire restoration total to 422,240 acres since 2016. The success was due to a broad coalition of over 15 partnering entities that helped generate over $8 million of support over the last 5 years. This incredible milestone would have never been possible without the continued collective support of the dedicated sportsmen, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, private landowners, industry partners, Board of Wildlife Commissioners, federal and state agencies. Nevada's water. Southern Nevada's record-setting lack of precipitation observed in 2020 seems to be continuing into 2021. Recent aerial surveys show that water levels on big game guzzlers remain low and will likely require further emergency intervention. Throughout the 2020 NDOW responded with emergency water hauls at an unprecedented scale with helicopters, four-wheel drive trucks, and water tenders. In total, approximately 167,000 gallons of supplemental water was provided to over 30 guzzlers. Without supplemental water, a high proportion of bighorn sheep in certain mountain ranges would have likely died from dehydration. Technical review. The technical review program has been devoting staff to the presidential and Department of Interior secretarial orders issued in January, as many of these orders will influence NDOW comment into the proposed federal land projects. The major actions we are working to better understand moving forward are a pause on oil and gas lease sales, the review of the Greater Sage Grouse land use plans, changes affecting the Endangered Species Act, specifically definitions to habitat, the DOI solicitor opinion on take under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, and implications to the implementation of the Council on Environmental Quality National Environmental Policy Act regulations. Make sure I never put that in another paragraph. Sagebrush Ecosystem Team. The Sagebrush Ecosystem Team and NDOW's representative has recently completed its conservation credit system, certified, verified training for the upcoming spring/summer 2021 field season. Private landowners conserving and enhancing sage-grouse habitat and developers proposing anthropogenic disturbances in sage-grouse habitat are preparing to collect field data this summer to analyze the habitat functionality of their credit or debit project. The next Sagebrush Ecosystem Council meeting is scheduled for March 30. And with that, that wraps up the habitat update. And if there are no questions, I'll pass it over to Chris Vasey for conservation education. Oop, I see a question.
Somebody have a question for Mr. Janae? Oh, Commissioner McNitch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, on the transfer of Carson Lake, so is public hunting allowed on that now, out in the pasture, okay.
Yes, there is.
So how will any of that change with the transition to a wildlife management area, or does it remain essentially the same?
It will still remain open and huntable when we take possession into the hunting season. It'll run under the general Western region waterfowl regulations.
Yeah, okay. And I was kind of approaching that from the standpoint of I didn't know how much use it had. Would it go up? It doesn't sound like that's the case, because I do know that it's from a wildlife viewing standpoint, there's a substantial amount of other activity that occurs out there, and I didn't know if we would have some of the same challenges balancing that we've had at Overton. Even though I never really not heard any complaints at Overton, I just was wondering what that dynamic, if that dynamic would change, because it works well now. So
yeah, thank you for the question. One of the things also as we take over the property, as with all of our management areas, we will be going into a public input process to develop a comprehensive resource management plan for the property. So probably in the next 2 years, we'll be going through that effort, and that'll be to, think about things like that and learn as we manage it, learn what the use is, and then try to predict and make sure that we're managing it, most efficiently and effectively for, the wildlife and the users.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And for the record, I think this is a good point to good time to point out that I'm talking particularly about the bird watchers, and there's probably some exceptions to this, but largely the people that I talk to, when they go out and how they go out and, time of day, time of year, whatever, they blend it in with other uses. It's not an issue for them. I want that. This isn't a competition. People get it. And I think it's important to note that it's, I think that you have good balance at these places, and there might be a disappointment here and there, but for the most part, the people I talk to, you can't go out to this place on a certain day because there's hunting, and that's all there is to it. It's just the way it is. So I just thought I'd throw that out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Janae? Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, Mr. Janae, I just have a question about the group that you called out, the sagebrush ecosystem, something. I'm not sure what you stated, but I find that interesting. I'm just going to be honest as to why. We've talked about the sage grouse numbers. I know that came up a couple commission meetings ago, and, they weren't doing too well. And I'm interested in knowing more about what's being done for that habitat to especially kind of to help those populations. And is that a group that's working on that matter?
Yeah, so the Sagebrush Ecosystem Council was created by Governor Sandoval. It was to deal with the sagebrush ecosystem. There was a sagebrush ecosystem technical team that was established. I believe there are 5 team members. NDOW has an employee, a representative on that team that primarily it's to deal with anthropogenic impacts to sage grouse and to mitigate those impacts. There's a lot of science behind it, and so they've developed a system as a mitigation banking tool to evaluate debits that are generated by anthropogenic projects in sagebrush habitats, and then create a system by which credits can be purchased. And so it's something that's working, and I think if it would be of interest to you, I could absolutely schedule a time where we could bring in Katie Anderley, our technical team representative, and give you a little bit of update on that. But I think also Sean Espinoza, delegating across divisions, but Sean as the Upland Game Staff Specialist, I think could also give a recent update on sage grouse status. There are some reports that are pending from USGS that would probably be worth mentioning, but also to the fact you mentioned habitat and what's being done for sage grouse habitat. And much of the acreage in that 422,240 acres that we have restored since 2016, much of that is sage grouse habitat. And so we're doing a lot for it. There's still a lot that can be done, but to your point, if that was something the commission wanted to consider in the future agenda as an agenda item, we could give you a more succinct overview of efforts towards sage grouse.
Look, I really think this is important. I would like to be more proactive in this area. I mean, our majority of our northern state is sagebrush habitat. I believe that this stance that the federal government and state kind of reached in terms of the sage grouse was very important for our state. I don't want that to be overlooked by anybody, because should that species have been listed, it would have really changed and altered the use of sagebrush habitat by everyone. And I don't, it's like, it's nice when it passes and goes by, but when I saw the sage grouse, their numbers and what's going on with them, and we're still hunting them, and I understand a little bit more impliedly as to why, but I would like to see the commission really stay on top of that. I mean, that is not a matter that the state should look away from after having reached that agreement with federal government and listing. We need to be aware of what's going on, showing, I believe, from a state perspective, that we take this extremely seriously. And all of us should be on top of our game with what's going on in sagebrush habitat. That's my opinion. That's my personal opinion. So if other commissioners feel the same, I mean, I know we all have diverse backgrounds, but I mean, this is sagebrush habitat is where you're going to go hunt. At the end of the day, I mean, we have mule deer there, and I think that we haven't really heard very much. I've been on the commission quite a bit of time now to say we haven't had an overview of that. What's being done on the ground. We should be able to brag about our efforts, right? If anything, like we're doing really positive things on the ground. We want to be making all of that habitat better, and we want to have our numbers of sage grouse increasing, and we want to put our efforts toward that. So I don't know. I would personally like to hear more about that. I don't know how the other commissioners feel at this time.
I think Secretary Wasley would like to add something. Go ahead, Secretary Wasley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Commissioner Hubbs, thanks for bringing that up. We would very much appreciate the opportunity to shine a bright light on all that is occurring in the sagebrush biome. This month of March has provided a number of significant releases. USGS just released the Sagebrush Conservation Strategy that included the collective efforts and compilation of 94 different scientists discussing the challenges and the threats. Habitat Division Administrator Janae referenced the forthcoming USGS population report. There's some incredible products, incredible effort, research, implementation. It isn't as though anybody has turned their back or turned a blind eye to sagebrush or sage grouse. We've certainly been remiss in taking advantage of this opportunity to share with you all that is occurring. But if it's in the interest of the commission, we would love to put sagebrush efforts, sagebrush conservation efforts on a future agenda, perhaps under the department project update item, and share with you everything that's occurring in across the range, including potential for receiving another petition to list, what the harvest data looks like, what the trend data looks like, what the condition of the sagebrush is. We'd be happy to share that.
Okay.
There's a tremendous amount occurring, and we'd be more than happy to share that.
I think that would be a great update from the department. Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs, for bringing that up. Can we let the record reflect that Commissioner Almberg has joined us? Welcome. Okay, if there aren't any other questions for Mr. Janae, we'll move on to Mr. Vasey.
Good morning, Chris Vasey, Conservation Education Chief. Thank you for the opportunity to update you on our recent events and outreach. Conservation educators participated in several virtual conferences and workshops, including the National Association for Interpretation. Presentations included new virtual education programs. Staff also attended a conservation education conference and presented on NDOW's program called Nevada Knockout. Staff participated in the Recreation Boating and Fishing Foundation annual state marketing workshop to brainstorm and discuss issues and ideas for coming year, Topics included diversity, inclusion, R3, and delighting the customer, and how to make it easier to get out and fish and have fun. Outreach and education efforts. The last week in February, our urban wildlife coordinators from Western Region and Southern Region facilitated it on an online effort called Urban Wildlife Week. Throughout the week, many live webinars covering many different urban wildlife topics were featured. 7 programs were facilitated throughout the week with a total of 353 participants. Topics covered included living with coyotes, living with mule deer, rattlesnakes versus gopher snakes, baby animals, and feeding urban wildlife. Weekly big game tag application webinars are planned for March 23rd through May 3rd. 6 webinars will be planned for this time period. So this will help new returning customers with their application questions and also new customers in general. Staff has identified frequently asked questions and plan to address those questions to reduce barriers to applying. The webinars will be recorded and posted to NDOW's YouTube channel. Outdoor education coordinators developing new wildlife conservation campaigns so that we can better engage with a variety of audiences. One example of this is our Women's History Month campaign, in which throughout the month of March, we are highlighting inspirational women throughout the conservation world, including NDOW's female professionals. He's also exploring ways to communicate the value of wild food for sharing recipes in our social media platforms regularly. Media highlights are the conservation staff posted their first volunteer takeover on department's Instagram. For 1 week, the department volunteer took over the department's Instagram account, posting 1 post per day about their work and love of volunteering with the department. The takeover had a very positive response from the public, and the staff is working on posting more volunteer takeovers in the near future. Staff planned our various emails and social media posts to promote Nevada Big Game application period. The first email was sent out in late February, encouraging residents and non-residents to remind their friends and family to complete their hunter education certificate online. A variety of the other emails and social media posts covering important dates and big game application period reminders will be sent out through the month of May. Media interviews featuring conservation staff over the last month have included interviews with Reno Gazette Journal, Sacramento Bee on practicing responsible recreation at Chickadee Ridge, an interview on securing attractants to ensure bears thin for the winter with KRNB in Reno, and a sit down with Carson Now on bear awareness. Multiple news stations across the state also covered the increase of outdoor recreation announced by the Director Wasley in COVID-19 response call with the press. Conservation education staff media monitoring service called Critical Mention reported an audience of 12 million people nationwide for the month of February on broadcast, print, online news stories featuring NDOW. For the last several weeks, conservation education staff has contributed to a submission to the governor's weekly newsletter to showcase the different projects and educational opportunities that we worked on. Some of those topics include water hauls to guzzlers, department education webinars, fire restoration, and Women's History Month campaign highlighting NDOW female professionals. A video on our fire restoration work and the conservation education shared on social media and sent to the governor's office was shared with the governor's Twitter page and covered by local media. Several other submissions to the governor's newsletter have also been covered by the local media. And that wraps it up for Con Ed.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Vasey? Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, my only thing that came up, Mr. Vesey, was the program that you put on with living with coyotes. That kind of speaks to today's agenda items. And is that like what kind of program is that? And what are you telling the public? I'd be really interested for our commission to know that. And who does this reach? Just because, look, I live in Henderson in Las Vegas, Clark County, right? And I live in an area that has an HOA, and that HOA like talks on a Facebook, right? And it's up in the Del Webb area. So we have all the, desert corridors here. So we have a lot of coyotes. They're all over. And then we have the Sloan Canyon behind us, conservation area. So we see a lot of coyotes, and my neighbors are terrified of coyotes. Like, you would think it's like having a huge wolf run around the neighborhood. I mean, it's like, alert, there was a coyote on this, street. And there's just this huge fear of coyotes in general. And I mean, I take it seriously. Like, if you have a little animal, take care of your animal. They can be eaten. We all know that, right? But like, if you're walking your dog, or if you're out, it's a very, very rare. It's extremely rare for a coyote to harm a person. I did hear about something in San Francisco with urban coyotes, but I would like to know what our state is saying to the public. I think that's important for us too, to know what our stance is, what our education is, who it reaches, because some of the individuals in my own neighborhood are extremely terrified of coyotes. And I don't really think, and when I read it, I feel bad, because I'm like, they're not going to harm you. They're probably running away from you, and you usually see them in the morning and at night. And so I would be interested in knowing what our stance is and what we're educating the public on.
So it's a good question, and appreciate the question. And we have two urban wildlife coordinator, education coordinators that one is in the Western region and one is in the Southern region. Those urban wildlife coordinators are in charge of educating and doing programming within their regions. And a lot of the times it is answering the exact question that you just had. How do we handle coyotes within your backyard or in your neighborhood? And there's a lot of information that we've given not only through campaign, but educational programs. We've also done HOA programs. To go into the extent of the program itself, I think you were there for the presentation from the urban wildlife coordinators and what they have been doing. And that was the outreach that they have done. We've done that presentation several times, but once in the Southern region, once in the Western region. So, those programs are pretty expansive as far as what we are doing to try to educate the public. Being that said, 2.5 or 2 million people in Las Vegas, our campaign efforts are basically done a lot more on, platforms like Nextdoor. And that's where we get our information out probably more accurately than to meet with every single homeowner in the Las Vegas area. So, the HOAs, we try to get information to them on the newsletter. We try to get them through campaigns and media. We do some buys through social media to try to get information to them. But there's definitely a whole program based on trying to get that information out. It's a hard market within the Las Vegas area to try to make those buys, as you probably well know, to try to get those campaigns out as big and broad as we can. But we are doing a very good effort with the limited amount of resource that we do have, which is the two employees and the campaign programming that we do. But we can do another presentation again, and we would be happy to do that to see what those recent efforts have been. We do have updates too, as far as how our reach has gone, how many people we've reached, and we can give that to you in the next presentation as well.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner Hubbs.
Thank you. I think that would be great, but I was wondering, more importantly, if there is some type of media that can easily be shared, like not a presentation, but how there was the video on the wild horses. I thought that was really informative. And if you send that, it was also interesting to watch, like the videography. It was like watching the Nature Channel.
Yeah, we do have some webinars that have that, and we living with coyotes.
I think that is like the type of media that needs to be shared with the HOAs. I would totally help you out, Mr. Vasey down here. I can research. I know so many HOAs just from being in the legal profession to have it broadcast on all of the Nextdoors, or we do a Facebook. A neighborhood watch Facebook, and I always just am like, oh my gosh, neighborhood watch Facebook is supposed to be like, we saw a criminal, And it will be like, we saw a coyote, you know, and I'm like, okay, that's a wildlife species. It's not going to rob your house. You know, it's all going to be okay. And they live here in the desert, you know. So there is this elevated fear of coyotes it's really striking, and it makes me kind of chuckle, but then it's not funny because they're terrified.
Well, and you are speaking to exactly what we want to do is empower the neighbors and have them with the educational tools to spread that word. And, you know, we'll give you all the information that you need, both on the print, media form, video form. It's all there. And we would be happy to share that with you. And we'll get.
I will do my best to get it to every HOA I know around the suburban area, because it is like we deal. I have a ton of friends who are HOA attorneys. We can, that are strongly linked in the Clark County community. And I think we need to kind of broadcast that in an informative way, and a way that people will stop and watch. And, you know, and people look at that all the time on social media, because they check their social media, the thing pops up and they're like, oh, what's going on in the neighborhood, you know? And that, I think that's a great mechanism to get that out, because I think that fear needs to be kind of de-escalated.
We have 2 YouTube videos that were professionally produced, and we'll give you those. One was definitely Southern region, the other one is Western region. And the other is a webinar on living with wildlife. And then I'll give you those as well. And as in any print that you may need to spread the word, we would need an army. That's what we need.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for that great update. Director Wosley, do you want to move on? I realize I stole your agenda item.
No, that's fine. Feel free. I think Diversity Division is up next.
Morning, everyone. Jennifer Newmark, Wildlife Diversity Division Administrator. Wildlife Diversity Division staff have been preparing our annual grants and planning for the upcoming field season. During the often slower winter months, staff work on reports, developing plans for upcoming field seasons, and compile and analyze their data. This past year, diversity staff have spent significant amount of time addressing our data backlog, and we've compiled over 7,000 observation records from about the past 5 years. We are working on developing 2 expanded projects for the upcoming field season. One project will focus on expanding surveys for pale and dark kangaroo mice from central Nevada to the northwestern region. The focus of these surveys will be baseline information on where these species occur and how this distribution compares to historic surveys. Diversity staff will also be surveying for Humboldt yellow pine chipmunks in the Northwest region. This subspecies is a habitat specialist and lives in white bark pine, which is a limited habitat type in the area. Surveys will be focused on areas of suitable habitat that have not been previously surveyed, and we're hoping that more refined habitat associations will be described from these efforts. Typically, during the winter months, wildlife diversity staff survey known bat hibernation roosts to collect samples both from bats and from the rock surfaces to test for white nose syndrome. Due to the pandemic, staff did not conduct these annual surveys this year, but are instead preparing a disease response plan for white nose syndrome. This will help the department and our partners be better prepared if the disease is documented in Nevada. 2 other plans are being revised, the Nevada Bat Conservation Plan and the Nevada Wildlife Action Plan. The Bat Plan is a product of the Nevada Bat Working Group, of which NDOW is a member. This plan is being developed with partners from several other state and federal agencies, as well as NGOs and consultants. The plan was last revised in 2006, and since then, both our staff as well as our partners have greatly increased our knowledge about bats, and this necessitates the revision. The Nevada Wildlife Action Plan revision has formally kicked off. As the commission knows, this plan is required to be revised every 10 years. It is the biological strategic plan for the agency, and it currently highlights 256 species and 22 key habitat types as priorities, and it describes management goals and objectives for all of those priorities. The revision will be a major focus for several divisions and is due in September of 2022. You will be hearing much more about this in the future as we make progress on it, and we'll be keeping the commission informed of each of our milestones. That's all I have for our report today.
Thank you, Ms. Newmark. Any questions for Ms. Newmark? Commissioner Hubbs.
I am really sorry. I wanted to participate yesterday afternoon, and I think I'm like coming to this meeting like out of the gate. But okay, this is coming just from a collective mindset on what I'm hearing from the department. And I think this is really obvious, but I could be wrong. But what about we talk about these diseases? I mean, I don't know. I've heard 3 reports, 2 of which talk about, we've got the white nose disease, we've got the Smith Valley mule deer, you know, we've got, this drives me insane, is the bighorn sheep, you know, and the muco, whatever it is, mucoplasia or mycoplasia. I'm sorry, but I would like to know what is going on with our wildlife. And we got the salmonella with the birds. And I think we need to also know about everything going on. I mean, this is really important. I mean, we just went through a global pandemic. Look, it's not brain science here, and it's hitting our wildlife. Is the state ready to react? Do we know what's going on? If we have detected viruses that are impacting and killing our wildlife, what are we doing about it? Who's in charge of this? Like, who are the specialists on the ground? What species are the most impacted? That's another issue I believe needs to come to our commission. Like, what are we doing here? Because it's hard to sit there and be like, okay, white nose syndrome. Like, what is that? Who, you know, how does that spread? Who's watching that? Who's the specialist in charge? What other states have this problem? Where did it come from? You know, it's kind of disturbing. And I don't feel like with the bighorn sheep, like we have any answers right now. And I want to know, like, what are we doing? Are we pushing for answers? And are we taking this seriously? Because every year it's the same thing, at least with that species. I don't want it to be the white nose, you know, syndrome 10 years from now, and we just talk about it at a commission meeting and it moves on. Like, wait a second, is that killing? Who's it killing? Is it spreadable? Is it going across species lines? Like, where does this come from? I think we all need to kind of get a grip on how this can decimate and wipe out wildlife populations. And we need to be really on top of that as well. And so I'm sorry that I'm kind of on a grandstand this morning, but I find this really interesting and I am excited. And like I said, maybe it tapers over from yesterday and not being able to participate, but I think that's highly important. And I don't know what we're doing there either.
Dr. Wasley, do you want to speak to Commissioner Hubbs' concerns?
Absolutely. And we appreciate your interest and concerns. And again, this is another area, we've tried to include these updates in our department activity reports. And then we've had some specific agenda items. We have a wildlife health program. We have a wildlife veterinarian that's housed in our game division, but their work is not exclusive to that division. They work with diversity division, they work with fisheries. There are some of these pathogens that have been present on the landscape for decades, and there are some emerging pathogens. I think that what you are speaking to is a broader concern about the relationship of humans and wildlife and what the interactions and the condition of the wildlife habitat means in terms of the presence and transmission of some of these pathogens. And as we look, no further than coronavirus, but certainly, bird flu, swine flu, Ebola, all of these pathogens and issues that are plaguing us, whether it be in Nevada or somewhere else in the world, have some nexus to wildlife and the relationship between those species and the condition of their habitat. So a lot of what we're talking about is not unique to Nevada, but it certainly, is an opportunity for us to share, with this board, should there be an interest in doing so. Everything from, tortoise respiratory diseases to the potential for white nose fungus, to some fish pathogens and issues. I mean, this is the world of conservation. These are the challenges and wildlife management that we deal with every day. And so, this could be another department project update. Should there be an interest in doing so, we can hear an update from our wildlife health specialists and program, from our veterinarian, talking about the diseases, those ongoing threats, what the department's doing. I can share with you, we're active with our congressional delegation in seeking funding, federal funding, to deal with some of these issues, chronic wasting disease, for example. We are constantly seeking federal funds, the Aquatic Invasive Species Program. There are a lot of challenges to conservation, and disease is only one of those, and it's also linked to the condition of the habitats. But we'd be happy to share. We often give updates here from WAFWA, the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agency meetings, or the Association of Fish and Wildlife International Association, and we have working groups, subcommittees, committees that are all about wildlife health, human-wildlife interaction, where there's literally teams of wildlife veterinarians sharing thoughts, experiences, challenges, opportunities. So I certainly appreciate your concern, but much like the sagebrush issue, there is a tremendous amount of work, energy, and effort that is ongoing. This commission's perhaps unawareness of that is probably only because we haven't had a focused presentation on that, but we'd be happy to do so.
Okay, I think it's important. I've written a couple of things down for future meetings. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, moving on, Secretary Wosley.
I believe next up we've got the Fisheries Division, and John Schoberg, Fisheries Division Administrator, will give that report.
Yes, thank you, Tony. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For the record, John Schoberg, Fisheries Division Administrator. Relative to our Aquatic Invasive Species Program, we have received authority from the Governor's Finance Office to hire our contract personnel to fully staff our AIS watercraft inspection stations statewide for the 2021 boating season. Northern Nevada stations at Lahontan, Rye Patch, and South Fork Reservoirs and Topaz Lake will begin operations in early April. Our lake meet stations operate year-round and have been averaging around 300 watercraft inspections per month, which will increase significantly as we move into spring. Also related to our AIS program, and specifically invasive zebra mussels, we recently received a notification from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that several national pet store chains and some independent aquarium retailers had received shipments of aquarium mossballs, which are a decorative aquarium plant that can be shipped in a moist environment. That came directly from the Ukraine, and they were infested with invasive zebra mussels. We have identified and contacted all known retailers in Nevada that had the products. All of them have removed products from sale to quarantine, and we are working with them to have the items safely disposed of. At least 2 products that we inspected had potentially viable invasive mussels on them. This is just one example of the unexpected pathways where invasive species can create a significant threat to Nevada's fisheries and aquatic habitats. Relative to water conditions, projected reservoir storage and stream flow for this summer, particularly in northern Nevada, continues to be a concern. As of mid-February, reservoir storage in eastern Sierra watersheds was around 30% below the levels at this time last year and 60% lower in the Humboldt Basin. For example, the Lahontan Reservoir as of yesterday is only at about 1/3 of its capacity. Stream flow forecasts currently range from 50 to 80% of average, depending on location. Unless we get significant late winter precipitation, we're going to be probably facing some concerning conditions this summer for some of our fisheries. Lahontan cutthroat trout programs. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's Lahontan National Fish Hatchery will be able to provide a full allocation of Lahontan cutthroat trout for Truckee River stocking in 2021 for the first time in several years, with over 70,000 catchable size fish that will be made available. This will allow us to reallocate some of our triploid rainbow trout to other northern waters, including multiple urban fishing ponds, to help meet increased angler demand. Also relative to LCT, staff are working with the Idaho Department of Fish and Game on a research project using what are called YY brook trout as an alternative method to removing non-native fish and restoring Lahontan cutthroat trout in 2 streams in Humboldt County. This process involves stocking only male brook trout along with mechanical removal to create eventually an all-male brook trout population over time, which potentially will eliminate the need for chemical treatments to restore LCT in some streams. Western region staff have been addressing an ongoing issue with periodic low flows in the East Walker River because of water releases from California that were significantly below the legally required minimums. This affects the sport fishery because of anchor ice development in the river during cold weather periods. We are working directly with the California Department of Fish and Game and other regulators to resolve the problem and ensure compliance in future winter flow periods. At Lake Mead, with bass tournaments, Bass Pro Shops will be hosting a U.S. Open Amateur Team Championships bass tournament at Lake Mead on April 24th with an anticipated registration of 250 or more boats. Of significance, the entry fees from this tournament and others in this pro series will be donated to the National Fish Habitat Partnership to support fisheries habitat enhancement projects in Nevada and other states nationally. There are 20 FHPs nationally, and NDOW is a partner in 3 of those fish habitat partnerships: the Western Native Trout Initiative, the Desert Fish Habitat Partnership, and the Reservoirs Fish Habitat Partnership. Our staff will be at the tournament to collect fisheries data from the weigh-in and to conduct aquatic invasive species inspections and decontaminations as needed on participating watercraft. Relative to our native aquatic species program, in late February, NDOW staff assisted the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and other partners with the semi-annual population counts for the endangered Moapa dace in the Upper Muddy River in Clark County. The population estimate this February was 2,033 fish, the highest winter count and the second highest estimate overall since before 2005. This speaks to the success of ongoing recovery efforts for the species in the Upper Muddy River and its tributaries. Although the semi-annual population surveys for Devil's Hole pupfish and Devil's Hole itself have been suspended because of COVID concerns, it was possible to conduct a population count at the Ash Meadows Fish Conservation Facility near Devil's Hole that has a refugium population of the pupfish in a large semi-underground tank. That count was completed in late January and found more than 150 adult pupfish, which was the highest count in history for that facility. Finally, in Dixie Valley, Western Region staff spent considerable time reviewing and providing comments on the Bureau of Land Management's final environmental assessment for the Dixie Meadows Geothermal Utilization Project in Dixie Valley near Fallon. This proposed project is adjacent to the only known population of the Dixie Valley toad, which has been petitioned for Endangered Species Act listing as endangered. We anticipate that if the project goes forward as planned, it will likely result in significant litigation from one or more third-party conservation organizations. And that concludes my report and updates, but I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Schoberg. Any questions for the Fisheries Division? Okay, seeing none, I think you're excused.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Madam Chair, next up is Ms. Kim Munoz, Division Administrator for Data and Technology Services Division.
Thank you, Director Rosley. Kim Munoz for Data and Technology Services Division, Division Chief. For the 2020 big game season, the end of January, the Data and Technology Services Licensing and Hunt application units wrapped up the 2020 big game season with a deadline of reporting harvest return cards. The final submission was 46.5%. This left only 965 cards that did not get reported. For the 2021 hunt season, we kicked off the 2021 hunt season with a very successful and smooth spring turkey draw. We did see a 9% increase in turkey applications from 2020. The first turkey season actually opens this weekend. Non-resident guided mule deer hunt. The non-resident guided mule deer hunt applications opened on February 9th and they closed on March 15th. We'll be conducting the draw on Monday, the 22nd. We also saw a 13% increase in applications for this hunt from the 2020 season. For the 2021 big game applications, the division is currently gearing up for the 2021 big game applications, which actually open Monday as well on the 22nd. We're excited for several new features that we put in place for clients with the CalComI system this season. The first of them being the ability to allow a hunter to edit their application before the deadline in order to join an existing party. In prior years, if you wanted to join a party after you submitted your app, you had to withdraw your application, losing your application fees, and then reapplying, paying additional application fees. And at that point, you would join your party. This new feature makes the user experience easy and doesn't incur any extra fees for our clients. Additionally, we've added an informational pop-up message explaining what it means to be an alternate. Hunters will get the pop-up if they do not select the alternate box, at which time they can go back and once it explains to them what the alternate is, they can go back and check it, or they can continue forward selecting not to be an alternate. We've also added an informational link about what it is to be a party hunt. We hope both of these make the user experience smoother and reduce the commonly asked questions we receive every year. The Heritage Committee. The Heritage Committee is now accepting vendor proposals for the 2022 Heritage Auction Tags. The deadline for this submission is April 19th, 2021. Our GIS division, our Geographical Information Systems staff completed the all-new Raptor Nest application for the Diversity Division. They've also updated the biologist map, the contact map, by adding in contacts for the game division. Our LE game wardens are added in there. Diversity and habitat staff contact information is also added into it by region. They've completed a new wild horse reservoir map for the law enforcement division and a harvest check-in dashboard for the game division. The information technology division, finally, the information technology staff have gotten all of the game warden's cell phones enrolled in a mobile device management manager. We call this an MDM. They've also gotten new firewalls installed at the Battle Mountain location, which now gives them access to the Spillman software through DPS for their case management. We received the laptops that were purchased from the CARES Act funding, and they are now actively being deployed to 38 staff members. And that's all I have for the data and technology services. I will be happy to answer any questions that anyone might have.
Okay, thank you for that update, Ms. Munoz. I'm pleased to see the alternate status updates that we've been talking about. Any questions for Ms. Munoz? Nope. Okay, thank you.
So, Madam Chair, we have one final department activity report from the Law Enforcement Division, but we also have we're going to hear from Law Enforcement Division today under the department project update agenda item later on the agenda. And that law enforcement report is relatively new, but it was out of an expressed desire by this body to kind of hear a culmination of previous years' cases and efforts. And so there'll be a much more detailed opportunity for engagement with the Law Enforcement Division this afternoon. And I'll turn it over to Chief Maynard and let him decide how much of this information he wants to present now versus how much of it may be redundant with this afternoon's presentation. Chief Maynard.
Thank you, Director Wadley. I'll strive for brevity, as there will be a program update as Director Wadley mentioned later on for the year in review. What I'll go over real quick is just what's happened basically over the last month, so that they're kind of separated, and the one later on will be a major overview. In wildlife patrol and investigations, there have been numerous wildlife cases ongoing in the past month, including game wardens conducting residency cases throughout the state. Investigators have been working with Arizona, California, and Colorado with records regarding people that have been revoked in the state but are still applying in other states. In the eastern region, a poaching investigation involving a Texas resident poaching a large mule deer buck resulted in a suspect receiving a gross misdemeanor conviction with a $5,000 civil penalty, plus a $2,000 bail and fees to include forfeiture of a crossbow and the taxidermied head. Game wardens investigated a dead deer in the Harrison Pass area with an apparent mountain lion kill and an investigation into an alleged shooting from a helicopter. Game wardens have worked on a number of urban wildlife issues, including alleged shooting of gray squirrels with a pellet gun, an individual killing ducks at the Boulder City Pond, a goose hitting a power line, an alleged rabid coyote call that turned out to be a gray fox, a Cooper's hawk that had been shot, and wardens investigated an ad on a local site trying to sell raccoons, which turned out to be a long distance scam that the game wardens reported and had the ad removed. There were also reports, multiple reports throughout the state of people feeding deer. There were multiple mountain lion incidents, including a call out in Las Vegas incident initiated by Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and Animal Control, but this turned into a community outreach issue. This is now one of the busiest times of year we're coming into for urban wildlife calls involving numerous species. It's anticipated that there will be a significant increase in calls for service in the months ahead. Multiple trapping cases were investigated, including a baited trap set, trap registration violation, and investigation of trap too close to a road. And game wardens also released a mountain lion caught in a trap. For boating safety control, 2 southern region game wardens performed a water rescue of 3 people in the water during a severe weather event with waves over 4 feet high on Lake Mead. This resulted in the survival of all 3 subjects, including 2 of which who were not wearing personal flotation devices, and multiple emails and calls of commendation which came in from the public who witnessed the event. Another game warden also made a rescue of a kayaker who capsized in high winds and waves on Lake Mead and who was suffering from exposure due to the time of year. In headquarters and administration, the Law Enforcement Division continued participation in the COVID-19 vaccination rollout for Tier 1 and Tier 2 individuals. As first responders, game wardens were in the initial tier of persons offered vaccination due to their routine contact with the public. Enhanced personal protective equipment wear coupled with vaccination helps ensure a safer environment for both the public and our officers. We also have an open recruitment for 7 game warden positions, 2 in the northern regions and 5 in the south. Continued with physical testing on March 5th in Las Vegas. This is followed next week by several days of interviews and several weeks of background investigation. The total process to get successful applicants through all the steps of hiring, academy, and completing field training and evaluation program is approximately 1 year start to finish before solo officer status. Pursuant to collective bargaining legislation passed in 2019, the Chief Game Warden has been involved in ongoing collective bargaining and mediation with the Nevada Police Union on behalf of the department. All Law Enforcement Division command staff have been working on getting leadership and collective bargaining training, which is offered through the state training process in order to better prepare for the transition ahead. And that is my presentation.
Thank you, Chief Maynard. Any questions for Chief Maynard? Yes, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mike, you mentioned the people coming in with revoked licenses and essentially operating without licenses and permits. If those folks are caught, what kind of penalties do they face? I mean, clearly what they've gone through isn't enough of a deterrent. So how does it ratchet up for those folks? I mean, what's your experience?
Well, it could be any number of things. It could be a single misdemeanor event. If they actually illicitly obtain a tag and go kill an animal, it could be a felony. So there's, and the spectrum in between. So we've had several cases where there were multiple violations. There can be 4 or 5 misdemeanors coupled with gross or felony charge as well. So there's no exact way to tell what the penalty would be. Suffice to say that they run a gamut of violations by how far they proceed into the process.
Yeah, and I guess it just seems that, you know, the wildlife laws in Nevada, man, they should catch people's attention. They're strong enough to really, they should be a deterrent. But the gall of some of these individuals to continue, you know, I would love to see. I mean, if there's ever opportunity, there's, you know, this would be something that I think the legislature would really grab onto and just send it over the top and just make the punishment to fit the audacity a little bit and really put it to them. Not with loss of privileges, which I mean I would be all for sure, but certainly in the form of penalties and time in jail and really send the message that it's just not going to be tolerated. I know you guys do a great job with it already, but if ever there was a place to put the foot down on something, man, it's the gall. It kind of got my blood flowing just hearing you say that it happens. It's just, you know, it does, but it's man, unbelievable.
It is, and it's very upsetting to all our hunters out there. I mean, because this is not legitimate hunting. These are poachers. These are people who are criminals and intentionally committing criminal acts and with disregard to the greater impact that they have on the resource and on hunting. And you know, it unfortunately a lot of times people view it as this is somehow it's not the same as the individuals that are out there hunting. These are people that are clearly crossing the line and they know what they're doing. And we do have an administrative revocation process, which I'm sure many of the commissioner is aware of, where depending on the demerits that they get, and usually if they're doing this, they're going to easily get to that level where there's going to be a revocation, depending on when we catch them in that process.
Thank you, Chief Maynard. Any other questions we're going to hear more from him shortly, I think. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Secretary Wadley, is that the completion of the department activity report?
It is, and I just want to express our gratitude for the opportunity to continue to share. Clearly, by some of the, you know, surprise that was evident in some of the responses to some of these activities, there's value in us sharing this, and so we genuinely appreciate the opportunity. We know that it does take a little bit of time. I do think our new format of providing that opportunity to each division administrator is probably a little better than listening to me drone on and on, and so I appreciate their willingness to do that, and very much appreciate the opportunity to share you know, the broader efforts and challenges and opportunities within the department. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the activity report. We'll move on to 15B, litigation report. Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett, a report will be provided on the Nevada Department of Wildlife litigation.
Good morning again, Madam Chair. I try to reserve my comments for significant developments in litigation. And as many of you know, litigation is a long, slow slog many times. So I really don't have anything of significance to report to the commission at this time. We do have a litigation report we provided. Be happy to answer any questions related to that. I would offer to Commissioner Hubbs that the state of Nevada, through the Attorney General's office, myself and Tori Sondheim are preparing a motion in intervention of a listing decision by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as it relates to the bi-state sage grouse population. We will expect briefing in that case to be sort of late summer, early fall. And I'd be happy to share that briefing with you because it highlights the efforts of the state of Nevada, state of California, conservation partners, as it relates to efforts to conserve in the bi-state sage grouse population. And that will be a good source of information, I think, for you to understand what the state of Nevada is doing, in addition to any other departmental reports. But I'd be happy to share that with you as an attorney. I thought maybe you find that interesting. With that, I'd be happy to offer any or answer any questions that the commission has.
Hey, any questions for Mr. Burkett? Yes, Commissioner Hubbs.
I think that information to intervene in this matter would be helpful for all of us. Not even, I mean, if we need to even talk about it, but I think a consolidated approach to this as our Wildlife Commission is important, that we can go out and talk about this with accurate knowledge, especially with just individuals in the community, that our colleagues and our co-commissioners, we all know what our approach is from the state. So we're kind of concerted in our voice. I would feel better if we all had all of the information, if we had questions about the trajectory or what our approach was, we can definitely talk about them. But if the approach looks like it's a consolidated approach, I think it's better for the state, for us to all be behind you, Mr. Burkett, and your legal representation too. So it doesn't blindside anybody. We know what we're doing. We know what the efforts we've put in. We know what our final goal is, and we're all working toward that actively. I think that only makes our state stronger.
Agreed.
Great. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Burkett? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call for a 10-minute break. It's 10:30. Let's come back at 10:40-ish. Thank you. Hey, if we can all come back, please. Great. All right, moving on. Is everybody ready? To agenda item 15C, Mule Deer Enhancement Program Update, Division Administrator Mike Scott, informational. The department will provide an update on the current status of the Mule Deer Enhancement Program that was approved by the Commission at the June 26, 2020 meeting. Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Mike Scott, Administrator for the Game Division. I will try to be fairly brief with this. Recently, 3 teams have had meetings. The Lander Area 15 team, the Elko County Area 6 team, and the Elko County Area 789 team have held their meetings. These meetings have consisted of game biologists giving presentations on the status of mule deer habitat. And I know there's several other meetings, teams that are getting ready to hold their meetings here in the near future. So things are progressing a little bit slower than anticipated, but they are moving forward. And one thing I really want to make clear is that I want to encourage all of the CAB members, interested sportsmen, women, to participate and be involved in this process. This is an opportunity that you have to say what you want to see with regard to what the department should be doing for the benefit of mule deer. So I really want to encourage people to get involved in this process. Some of these meetings, I've attended a couple of them, and I've been, I don't know, a little bit disappointed in the turnout. The team members have showed up and they're interested, and you know, they're engaged, but we really want other people to engage in this process as well. Commissioner Keel and I need to get together in the near future and decide on a date for the next oversight committee meeting. Topics that I want to put on that agenda will include adopting a code of conduct. I have also had some recent inquiries about creating a charter for the program. These inquiries have come from some of the land managing agency personnel that are, I guess it would be related to their participation in the process. We also will need to introduce at least one ex officio member of the oversight committee. And then some of the other things that I would like to put on that agenda would be for the oversight committee to review some of the forms that we've created, or I've created, or game division personnel have created, including the limiting factor ranking form, the needs assessment form, the project submission form, and then the project approval matrix. So I think those are all subjects that I would like to discuss at the next oversight committee meeting. But I would ask Commissioner Keel if he has other thoughts or anything that I need to be doing to organize or help organize that next meeting.
Commissioner Keel, do you have anything to add?
No, that sounds good for me, Mike. Thank you for the update. And I was kind of thinking, if we are going to have an April meeting, could we schedule the oversight committee meeting to be in conjunction with the regular April commission meeting? I know we had talked previously about trying to set up a meeting prior to this March meeting, but with so much on the agenda yesterday and today, we knew there was going to be a lot going on. So I'm not sure we have any clarity on the April meeting or not, but those are kind of my thoughts, and thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Keel. Without having the calendar in front of me for the April meeting, I'm not 100% sure when the dates are, but we can certainly schedule that. Do you want to try for, say, the Wednesday before the commission meeting?
I may, I believe we're looking at April 16th for the commission meeting, and that's a legislative update. As well as I think there's one other topic from yesterday that we may add to that meeting. So I don't know if Secretary Wadley has any concerns about adding additional topics to that meeting or not.
Madam Chair, the one item that you're referencing from yesterday, I don't believe we will need to put that on that agenda. Certainly, historically, the primary order of business has been related to legislative activity. But if there are timely matters that the chair of the commission wants to take advantage of the full, assembly of commissioners, we could certainly put that on the agenda and accommodate that.
Okay. Okay. I have a question for Mr. Scott, if I may. So you mentioned that 3 teams have met. Is that it? Or is that just since our last update?
Well, Madam Chair, Mike Scott for the record, that's it for the kickoff meetings for each of those teams. I think Lincoln County actually met in December after the oversight committee meeting. But then we've had some vacancies around the state. We're starting to get those vacancies filled. So some of those teams will start actually having their meetings. And then, there's just a lot of things going on with the game division, a lot of capture work and things like that that we've been involved in. And it's really taken the focus away from actually moving forward with some of this, because there's a lot of preparation for these biologists to come up with their presentations and gather information. And a lot of them are asking staff specialist Cody Schroeder for information. And so it's a little bit of a capacity issue trying to gather all that information and put it together in a presentation form so that they can give those to each of those teams. So I think we'll start moving forward with some of those. You'll probably see a lot more. And the timing of that, if we did say, I'm just going to say it might be April 14th or 15th, somewhere in there, where we would have an oversight committee meeting. That would probably give us a little bit more time to see some of these teams get together and have presentations provided to them, and then get a little bit more information.
Okay. And I'm going to make a plea to the public. We have 46 attendees watching our meeting today. I know some of that's department staff, but you're all welcome to join a team or watch it, participate as and engage with these teams in your community or any community throughout the state. I encourage all of you, whether you're interested in one issue or all of our issues, to participate. This is a really important program. We need to increase our mule deer numbers, and any interest, I think, is widely accepted. So thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Scott? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate those comments from you. And Mike, I hear your disappointment. You're in it for the long haul. It's a good way to go. It's the right way to go. It's in response to comments that we've made on the commission, but largely from what we've heard from people in the public, people concerned with what we are currently doing, with what we're not currently doing on all sides of the equation. So I echo Commissioner Madam Chair's comments and thoughts that with all the comments that we've received regarding our mule deer in the state of Nevada and the things that we can do to improve it, regardless of your interest in mule deer, I would have thought that there'd be 50 people on each one of these things too. Now we know that that's realistically, there's a lot of other things going on in people's lives, but I would certainly hope that people would get involved. It's been built and developed for that opportunity, and I don't know what else you can do moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. I totally agree. And a lot of the things that we want to do relate to some of the questions that Commissioner Hubbs had earlier about sagebrush. what Habitat Administrator Janae spoke to. If sagebrush is going to be one of the big issues with regard to mule deer, and we want to continue improving, enhancing some of those areas. And frankly, my opinion is that if we do good things for mule deer, we should be doing good things for all wildlife as well as other species, other users out there. So that's the intent of this thing, and I really do hope that we can build some momentum and move forward with it.
Any other questions, thoughts for Mr. Scott? Okay. We will look forward to another update. I'm very interested in this topic, very passionate about it. So I hope people get involved. Thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item 15D, petition. Mr. Perry Rob Pierce. Is Mr. Pierce with us today? Okay, thank you. Special hunt season for disabled persons for possible action. Mr. Pierce has submitted a petition requesting a special hunt season be made available to disabled persons. The commission may take action to deny or accept the position and initiate rulemaking. And unfortunately, this petition lacks a part of one of our most important aspects of the NRS code, and that is the language of the permanent regulation to be adopted, filed, amended, or repealed, or a description of the subjects and issues involved in the permanent regulation. So if I'm missing something in my background material, please let me know. But according to NRS 501.195, the petition to adopt, file, amend, or repeal permanent regulation, we're missing that language. Does anyone else have language from Mr. Pierce, or can Mr. Pierce speak to that regulation that he would like to amend or have us review for adoption?
This is Mr. Pierce. May I speak, Madam Chair?
Yes, yes, please.
So I didn't know, I got a message about language and I didn't understand what you meant by that. So I formed a little Word document, it's less than 6 minutes long, that explains what I'm asking for. I didn't realize I had to get in and look at the NRS and all that. I'm basically just asking for a week or two before the general public gets out there to allow the disabled to hunt so that we can have a fair chance. That's all. And I was going to leave the language up to you guys to decide. I'm not asking for anything special. I'm just asking for a fair chance.
Okay. My concern is that we're not following our own law, and
Okay.
we don't have that from you. You mentioned that you have something.
I wrote up a 6 minutes or less statement. If I could read that, maybe you can get out of that. And then I was going to leave the language up to you professionals, because I'm definitely not a professional.
Okay, let me consult with our DAG real quickly before you get started, because I'm not sure that that's enough for us to move forward, but it may very well be. So, Mr. Burkett, can you advise us, please?
Yeah, my concern is that the reg does speak to a process, and that process provides that some language of a potential regulation be provided to the department. The commissions refers that petition to the department. The department then can review that and make a couple determinations. One would be whether there's authority for the commission to consider the petition. And then secondly, any recommendation they would like to make related to that. Without any language in the regulation, it's very hard for the department to make a determination there. I'm sympathetic, though, to Mr. Pierce's concerns. Certainly, I think the department, I know the department is always willing to work with anybody who's interested in wildlife and all the issues surrounding it, including this petition. I would suggest that perhaps Mr. Pierce could resubmit a petition with language which he could work out with the department. The department could help him on language in terms of what he specifically is seeking through the petition. And then we could follow the process through that way. And I understand, again, Mr. Pierce's difficulties here. And I think that we don't want to, the most important thing we want here is public participation in the process. And we certainly don't want to hinder that. But at the same time, we want to abide by the regulation that exists. And it's very hard for this commission to consider a regulation that they have no idea of, even if he offers to provide oral testimony here. There is a process, and unfortunately, I think my recommendation would be to follow that process and to ask Mr. Pierce to come back, work with the department, propose some language, and then the commission could properly consider it. So that's my recommendation.
And I would agree with that. We had a couple of cabs reach out asking what the regulation would be and how it would change. And so that it hasn't been, we haven't had a chance to vet it through that process either. So I would ask you, Mr. Pierce, if you would resubmit that petition to us with the proposed, work with the department on regulation to resubmit it. But I need to also hear from my other commissioners, and this is for possible action. So we probably need to take it for public comment. But does anyone else have any questions or comments regarding this particular topic? Commissioner Hubbs?
Yes, I just have a comment. I noted somewhat similar issues with the petition, but overall, I didn't think the petition wholly was unimportant. I think it could be very important if it was worked on. So I would encourage the petitioner to seek assistance and get it back to the state, because I definitely think there is potentially need for something like this. I would like to discuss this, and I don't want the petitioner to give up hope on it. It's a procedural issue, a technicality, a little ding, if you will, and it can be worked on and readmitted. And I would ask the petitioner to reach out for support on it, definitely.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. Commissioner Almberg?
Yes, I would just like to echo Commissioner Hubbs's comments. I would really like to encourage him and for discussion purposes to continue with the process.
Thank you. Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing that I would add is right now, as it stands, we would be in a position to have to take action to accept or deny the petition. And so along with those comments, I would ask and just recommend or suggest that Mr. Pierce rescind the petition, which means that nothing goes on record. It might detract from his efforts moving forward.
That's a very good point. Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. Any other comments? Mr. Pierce, would you like to rescind? I don't know. Would we have to take this out for public comment right now, Craig, if he rescinded?
I would do it anyways.
Okay.
Because I think it's important that the department take public comment on any item on the agenda that is before them. I don't know that a formal rescission, that's a contract term, is required. He could simply just agree to resubmit the petition with language that is satisfactory for the commission's review. I don't think there's any formal requirement here that he rescind it. He could just simply agree to resubmit it.
Okay. Mr. Pierce, do you have any further questions before we go out for public comment?
I do, if I may, just for a second. I don't know who to talk to. So if I could get a contact, that would be fantastic.
Yes. Deputy Director Rob, would you like to?
For the record, I can be the main point of contact to work with the petitioner. This puts the department, looking at other petition processes, if the department does this, it's basically a department petition at that point. It really puts the department in an awkward position. It does, because it would put us in charge of finding the language, updating the language. It becomes a department petition at that point. A general public brings forward an idea, and then it's a department petition. It's tough for me to explain, but it puts me in an uncomfortable situation. I have no trouble working with petitioners to try to explain the process, but to complete the process is another item. We could work with the petitioner, go over, there are a lot of rules on the books, being able to shoot from roadways, shoot from vehicles, assistance in retrieval of game. There's a lot of things the department has worked on with the commission in the past to ensure that persons that needing assistance in the field can get that. And we can go over all that with the petitioner also when we do that. So
Okay, I don't think we were asking you to write the copy, I think, or the regulation. I think we were just asking for maybe to provide some direction, if that would be.
yeah, and we will work with the petitioner to get there.
Okay, Mr. Burkett.
Well, I apologize. Before Deputy Director Rob finished what he was going to say, I was going to offer to do it myself if he's concerned with a conflict there. But it sounds like Deputy Director Rob is okay with it. I would just suggest that Mr. Pierce, in his own words, write it down with assistance from information provided by the department. All it really requires, Mr. Pierce, is some indication of what you're seeking with respect to the regulation, the general intent of what you're trying to seek, and how you would want to implement it. Again, the most important thing is to assist Mr. Pierce here. I would like to assist him and make sure he gets this before the commission with respect to exactly what he would like. So, Mr. Pierce, if you need further assistance, I'd be happy to help.
Okay, thank you. And Deputy Director Rob, did you have anything to add?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. I believe if Mr. Pierce gets the department to 6 minutes of testimony he was going to provide, that may give us enough guidance to then provide guidance back to come up with a petition that we can then get to the CABs, to the commission, to make sure that we're all in sync with where we need to go.
Okay, thank you. Does that help, Mr. Pierce?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the commission? I saw Commissioner Hubbs had her hand up. Are you good? No? Okay.
No, I do want to talk. If Mr. Pierce would obviously like to be independent, I just pulled up some legal services that might be able to assist you if you cannot afford to hire. I'm sorry, I've got my house in the background. Counsel or somebody to review what you would like to do. But there's and I noticed you were in Reno, Mr. Pierce. So there is a Washoe Legal Services, and that is on South Arlington Avenue. You can call them and maybe have counsel assist you. There's Nevada Legal Services on Marsh Avenue. And then another one is called Legal Services of Washoe County, and that one is on 9th Street. Sometimes they have counsel that will assist you. They're nonprofits. If you can't afford to get counsel to help you, that's all I was just going to suggest as well. They'll review the regulations and your intent and help structure your petition for submittal. Just an independent source.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. Okay, if there's, excuse me, no other public or commissioner comment, we'll go out for public comment. Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak on Mr. Pierce's petition. Mr. Volz?
There we go.
There.
Yes, good morning. For the record, Fred Volz.
Good morning.
I'd like to suggest a glitch here in this particular petition. It seems as though the petitioner has to submit all of the information well in advance of it being heard by the commission. So I'm not understanding why the department, whoever is reviewing this on their behalf, wouldn't get back to the petitioner and say, we're missing this, this, and this, rather than waiting for the petition to come before the commission and then have it delayed because indeed it is missing something that you need. And this has been a problem with other petitions in the past as well. So it seems like process-wise, you need to make some fixes in this so that when somebody actually has the petition coming before the commission, it is complete and you can actually deliberate on it rather than having to prolong the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volz. I understand Maggie, you would like to speak?
Hello again, this is Joseph Terry, last name T as in Tom, E-R-R-Y. I'm a resident here in Las Vegas. I do like the thought about having a disabled hunt. I looked up just in our local state or local neighboring states. In Arizona, they do have a CHAMP license hunt, which is a challenged access mobility permit. Also in New Mexico, they have a disabled permit for veterans. So I do think us jumping on board with something like that would be good. As you've mentioned, the language is not there as of now. I do think talking about that and figuring out what is disabled, getting some guidelines in there would be the main deal, and try to figure out how to regulate that, make sure the person is disabled, no one's taking advantage of it. But I do like the thought. I think that that would be a good thing for our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Anyone else wish to speak from the public about this petition? Okay, I don't see anyone. So I'll bring it back to the commission for further comment, or Mr. Pierce, if he's still with us. I don't see him. Yes, Mr. Pierce. Can you please rejoin us? There you are.
There, sorry, something changed.
Okay.
Yes, I appreciate your concern. Thank you very much. I wish I would have known about having to have the language, because then I would have tried to reach out further. I was not advised at the beginning, but this is a new process for me, so I will do whatever is necessary to help others. And I just thank you all for your time.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Pierce. We hope you'll come back with us. So that's a formal rescission of your petition at this time. You'll come back?
I will come back, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. And this is a little bit new for us too. This regulation was adopted last fall, I want to say, by the Legislative Commission. So it's a little bit new for us as well.
Okay, well, thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, anything from the department on this, or should we just keep moving forward?
Madam Chair, just one process piece that I wanted to speak to on petitions. And so years ago, the process that we had for petitions and the timelines in which they needed to be addressed and responded to was untenable because of the infrequency of the commission meeting. So there was a 30-day timeline that required anybody who submitted a petition to have a response within 30 days. Well, clearly, with only 7 commission meetings a year, there were a lot of time windows where that response couldn't have been made and conformed with that language. So that regulation was rewritten and respectful of the meeting calendar of the commission. The department kind of stepped in as an intermediary to evaluate if, first of all, the commission had the authority to address what was being requested in the petition. And then secondly, the department would make some recommendation to the commission specific to that petition request. And so by virtue of placement of those petitions on the agenda, that is a clear reflection that the department believes, in fact, that those items, this petition item before you today, as well as recent petition items, have been items that the commission could address within their jurisdictional authorities. And then secondly, the department, quite frankly, doesn't feel it's appropriate for it to be in the place of being judge, jury, and executioner, if you will, of the petition contents. And so our recommendation to the commission will always be to do what you feel is most appropriate or best given the merits or lack thereof of the petition. So the department will follow that process, determine if the authority does exist under the commission's authorities, and then make the recommendation for the commission to take whatever action they feel is most appropriate. So I just wanted to address that process piece. We did change that within the past couple of years, and we're still getting familiar with the new process, implementation of that process as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You bet. Thank you, Director Wasley. Okay, moving on to agenda item number 16, the Nevada Department of Wildlife Project Updates, Secretary Wasley Informational. The commission has requested that the department provide regular project updates for ongoing projects and programs as appropriate based on geography and timing of meetings. These updates are intended to provide additional detail in addition to the summaries provided as part of the regular department activity report and are intended to educate the commission and public as to the department's ongoing duties and responsibilities.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as I mentioned earlier today, today's department project update is going to be an update from the Law Enforcement Division. And this was something I think that was originally requested by past Wildlife Commissioner Bill Young. Having a career in law enforcement, he certainly took a piqued interest in those law enforcement activities. And it began what now kind of exists as an annual update. There is no slow time of year, but this is probably the most appropriate time of year for us to hear from our law enforcement personnel, because it's an opportunity to kind of report on the past hunting season's activities. As far as field activities, we're kind of between early in the boating year and the ending of the hunting and angling year. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Law Enforcement Division, and Chief Maynard will kick things off.
Great.
Good morning again, everybody. We have a PowerPoint, which I believe will pop up on the screen at some point. And then I'll get going on introducing what happened in law enforcement in 2020. So it was a banner year in a lot of ways. It was some very unique circumstances. On the next slide, it shows the breakdown of our agency and where we sit right now. Go to the next one. Our current staffing, we have 1 chief game warden, 3 game warden captains, 3 regional supervisor game warden lieutenants, 32 field game wardens, 1 investigation unit game warden lieutenant, 2 investigation unit game wardens, 2 reserve game wardens, 1 of which is a lieutenant, reserve lieutenant, 1 full-time seasonal game warden position, and currently 7 vacant field level positions, ranging anywhere from 2 in the northern part of the state and 5 in the south that we are currently vacant. Moving on to our challenges. I'd like to frame this presentation of our overall programs and our activities with the unique events that happened in 2020. This was not a normal year by any means. There were several factors that encompassed law enforcement nationwide, not just conservation law enforcement or boating enforcement, but law enforcement in general. Obviously, COVID had a huge impact. We started off with January and February, saw pretty much the normal wildlife activities and volumes of contacts going into the year, and we had heard rumors that COVID was coming. And then in early March, mid-March, the sky fell in, and it changed things radically. Initially, we were really restricted in what we could do direction from the state, the governor's office was, we were trying to minimize contagion spread. And so we had to come up with all these programs or plans basically for safe contact with the public, because obviously the stratagems that we would normally utilize in things such as, contacting people during regulatory contacts or actual enforcement events, rescues, arrests, things like that, now had to change in the framework of COVID and how that was affecting what we did, so that we didn't add the added risk of infection to the public or ourselves doing our day-to-day activities. So there was a big change in need for PPE, personal protective equipment. There were shortages nationwide. We had adequate stocks on hand to get ourselves going, and we supplemented those over the months to follow, and began getting back out in the field as soon as we possibly could, which was under a 2-week period. We were already starting to move people out and getting back out. Thankfully, in one regard, it was in a time period like right now that there is no slow time of year, but it was typically didn't have the volume of calls in a lot of arenas that we typically do. So it worked out for us to build up from that point. Some other things that went on nationwide that were related were civil unrest, which has been a trend in law enforcement that has grown since 2014, and the incidents surrounding Ferguson and the media coverage of those, as well as public perceptions, all led to a lot of misunderstanding about law enforcement and the roles we play. And it added another level of difficulty in a lot of things that we do. Obviously, everybody wants to have their constitutional rights observed. And the perception that the public had made it very difficult for certain interactions. There was an increased negative influence towards law enforcement, which obviously is a challenge and a complication when you're trying to talk and interact with folks. So this coupled with COVID, and there's a saying in law enforcement, stress has no provenance. When people have a higher stress level, it automatically complicates those contacts. And we did see some of that. And working with the public and working with the changes that were happening socially and in society became very complex in the spring and going into the summer. There were already some small changes that had been made to law enforcement in the 2019 legislature, which enhanced some training demands that we had to meet. But now we could no longer meet in person to do a lot of the training. So we had to transition to online training. The unfortunate thing was that in many cases, that didn't exist for the particular disciplines that we were required to train in. And there was a little bit of a ramp up to try and get that done. So we did a lot of training in the spring to catch up with some reduced activities we saw. And then as the weather started to get warmer, we started to see a large number of people starting to go afield because typical public venues weren't available and everybody rediscovered the outdoors. And there was a huge uptick, I believe, and obviously Deputy Director Rob can speak to the uptick we had in people wanting to get licenses and get outdoors and tags and such. And we definitely saw that. Coupled with the events that happened over the summer, there was a special session, and largely that focused around some financial issues the state was going through because there was a huge financial hit the state took because of the shutdowns. And there were also several very profound legislation that was put through in the special session that affected law enforcement and changes in some of the core things that affect our job. So this is just on top of our normal patrol and everything else we try and do, is we had this put on top of us. And I speak with tremendous pride and humility of the efforts of our folks in rising to the challenge, and the extreme professionalism they showed and the efforts they took, as well as the support we got from the department and a lot of the public in what we were doing, which was very nice. Then there was the additive effect at the end of the year when collective bargaining began, which was a new creation from the 2019 legislature. There was a law passed, I believe it was SB 135, that gave state employees the right to unionize and collectively bargain with the state for benefits. And that process was starting up late summer, early fall. And it was ramped up since then throughout the winter, and we're still in that process. Alongside that, we had several retirements in our division and promotions and subsequent vacancies as that effect filtered down. We had new captains, we had new lieutenants, and we currently have overall 7 vacancies throughout the state. And when you consider that we have a full-time staffing in the field of 34 officers and we're now short 7 positions, that's a significant portion of over 20% vacancy. So it's a pretty good challenge to stay up to speed with your day-to-day activities when you're short 20% of your staff. But again, very proud of the efforts that our guys have made. With that, I'd like to turn it over to my 2 captains, Captain Jake Kramer, who's in charge of wildlife program, and he will be followed by Captain Bowles in charge of the boating program to give you more specific details on what they've been doing and what's been happening in their program. Thank you. No further ado, Captain Jake Kramer.
Thank you, Chief Maynard. Madam Chair, East, and Commissioners, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today and update you on the successes of wildlife law enforcement in 2020. Again, for the record, I'm Jake Kramer. I'm a game warden captain of law enforcement for wildlife. As Chief Maynard stated, in 2020, we had a great deal of challenges for everybody, including law enforcement. And I'm really proud to say that our Nevada game wardens met the challenges head on and overcame them, by looking at the shutdown as really an opportunity. In doing so, our wardens found ways to improve their skills and knowledge by attending trainings in various fields. The shutdowns also allowed wardens to further explore how wildlife law enforcement can better address new technologies, including a vast network of social media sites. So examples of some of the training that Chief Maynard was alluding to. Again, this is when the shutdown just kind of started, and we had more or less stay-home orders. We found ourselves, again, looking for new and improved ways of training ourselves to deal with, again, new technologies and areas of deficiencies that we felt personally we could improve on. Some of those include interview and interrogation, and we have lots of interview and interrogation classes and schools that we can go to. A lot of those are now online as well. Search and seizure laws. A lot of these are online seminars that were attended. Search and seizure laws also geared toward, specifically toward wildlife law enforcement. And these were interesting classes because it dealt with a lot of what ifs for game wardens. Tents, how to deal with tents. Is that a residence or not? Temporary domiciles. RVs, same kind of thing. Open field doctrines. What is the reasonable suspicion versus probable cause in open fields? Can game wardens access properties that are posted? All those kind of things got brought up in these classes and were taught by attorneys that specialized in those fields and proved to be invaluable training for everybody. We also attended conflict management, as well as electronic device forensics, and including case software or case interface software. So this would allow, for example, when we're done with a case and it goes on to the Attorney General's office, not the district attorney's office for possible prosecution, it would basically allow a presentation to be given that interfaces with like Google Maps and other kinds of software that helps the jury or the judge be able to visually see the progress of the case, kind of like almost real time. It's a very good software. We also included cell phone investigation schools and classes, social media training on lots of different sites. Of course, always take the opportunity to take more ethics trainings and de-escalation training, which is in line with current police practice. Our investigators also took advanced investigation technique schools, warrant writing, and instructor development. And what this is, it's basically a class that allows our people to go be trained as more or less professional instructors. Because within house, we provide our own training in the areas of firearms, defensive tactics, pepper spray and baton training, taser, and of course, field training. And that is a very important one because that helps retention, getting people onboarded and trained properly. Now, with respect to Commissioner McNinch, he had a previous statement in this session. We have specific training also that a few of us took related to psychology, which helps officers identify personality profiles on people and allows the wardens to better understand kind of what motivates somebody to satisfy their needs to be able to, you know, in terms of like poaching or something like that. And, you know, is it a showmanship thing? Is it for a private collection? Is it to evade? Is it the thrill of evading and not getting caught? So, you know, training in psychological issues as well. So overall, it was a very successful shutdown for us. It allowed us to get a lot more equipped and better trained in those arenas. And of course, that doesn't end just because of the shutdown. We continue to do that. Next slide, please. With statistics. So this is again, and during the shutdown, our wardens continued to patrol, sometimes very much alone out there in the initial part of the shutdown. But we initially found a low user base and with people out and enjoying Nevada's recreational opportunities. However, that quickly changed after a couple of months of people being at home, kind of a little stir crazy. And during the mid to late summer months, wardens saw a record number of people out boating, hunting, shooting, and generally out exploring in Nevada's landscapes. So here are some basic statistics for the past year. We issued 1,278 citations, including wildlife and boating. Now, this doesn't include warnings. Our warnings, generally, it depends on the officers and the regions, but I would say a fair assessment is a 4-to-1 ratio or of warnings to citations. We had 539 wildlife and general law enforcement related citations. Now we had an Operation Game Thief has a line into our dispatch office. And we had new software upgrades this past year, which we weren't able to capture all the calls that came in on that line due to data loss. But from February to June of 2020, we captured 2,305 OGT calls into our dispatch office. Of that, it created 79 Operation Game Thief induced case investigations, which then resulted in 52 unlawfully killed big game reports submitted with 35 citations issued for those investigations. Overall, 160 case numbers were drawn, which were wildlife related, not boating. Our office approved and 478 guide applications. We have a lot of, that includes sub and master guides. So there is a lot going on here at headquarters office with guide processing. In addition, we had 5 human wildlife conflicts resulting in injury, and those were coyote and fox primarily. And then we also assist as general law enforcement officers with other agencies and assist with major crime investigations as needed, manhunts and search and rescue operations. Next slide. So just an example of casework, and this is not limited by any means, not limited to what we're going to be seeing here. We have a multitude of different types of investigations and casework that we do every year, and none of that can be captured in a brief presentation, but these are examples. So multiple urban wildlife calls, bear interactions, injured and sick deer, mountain lion depredation, bobcats, snakes, and more. So there's a lot of urban wildlife conflict that game wardens go out and help mitigate. We have multiple investigations of unlawfully killed or misidentified species of wildlife, trapping related investigations, transfer a tag. We also call that sometimes party hunting. Waste of game, feeding big game, and hunting accident this last year with substantial injury. Next slide. Continuing, unlawfully taken game in urban areas. A lot of this has to do with such like Spring Creek, archery. Some folks believe that archery season is within the Spring Creek subdivisions, the HOAs. And we have some issues there. We have some problems over here in Genoa with possibly you know, hunting or trespassing or something like that. Not often. Intentionally unlawfully killed big game. So that's your typical poaching is what you would call that. Licensing issues. We had some decoy operations this past year involving big game operations. We had plainclothes fishing violation projects where our officers went out to reservoirs or lakes, bodies of water in plainclothes, observed violations as a fellow fisherman, and then got together with an officer that was uniformed and then wrote citations for violations of over limits. We had over limits of small and big game animals, of course, general trespass, and shed antler collection, and much more. We also, if you look at the picture of the warden in the water, that was an example of what I believe was the first ever large-scale search for evidence at the bottom of a lake bed. In that particular one, we searched an area about 50 yards by 650 yards wide of lake bottom, looking for a specific piece of evidence. That equates to about 300,000 square feet using metal detectors and rakes and things like that. So always coming up with new and improved ways of getting the job done is what that is. Next slide. Law Enforcement Division also has a dedicated investigations unit. It's staffed by 1 lieutenant and 2 investigators. What their job is, they provide a service to NDOW wardens by investigating time-intense, multi-jurisdictional cases. That allows more patrol time for our field officers to go out and do their jobs without being bogged down in those time-intense, lengthy investigations. They provide a network of contacts and resources beyond that of a field warden. Our investigators have contacts with all state investigators from around the country and other countries as well, and continuously talk and provide case information back and forth and have a pretty good network of information. They also provide advanced knowledge from unique trainings and experiences that they have. The investigators this past year completed approximately 46 residency investigations. Things about residency investigations is they're extremely time intense and produce a very large case file because there's a lot of documentation to be able to prove whether or not somebody has a residence here versus another state or what have you. And this comes into play for application of big game tags primarily, you know, trying to get an advantage of being drawn. Most of those cases, however, end up in in not being a case whatsoever. Either a mistaken of that, paperwork not being completed with other states after moves, etc. But anyway, the investigation still continues in full, but we either prove or disprove residency violations. And like I said, the majority of those are exonerated. However, we do have a handful every year that our investigators catch in actual fraud. Unlawful baiting and trail camera use for big game hunting was caught this past year as well by our investigators. And unlawful intentional big game kills. And then again, we coordinate with numerous states on mutual wildlife cases. Our investigators also have advanced training in warrant service, and case law, and digital forensics now as well. Next slide. Our Operation Game Thief program is a nationally recognized program administered by individual states. In Nevada, part of the OGT program is administered by showcasing examples of unlawfully taken wildlife within the state and providing information to the public as how the public can help stop poaching. NDOW has 3 regional OGT trailers which are deployed to civic and sportsmen's events as well as schools to help reach the public with our messaging. The OGT program is assisted by reserve game wardens and other volunteers. Reserve game wardens are commissioned officers who work on a voluntary basis for NDOW. They are largely responsible for staffing the OGT events. Now, some of the things we did in the OGT event program this year, again, we had basically 2 months before the shutdown happened. So what we're going to be looking at here was the first couple of months of the year and not the remainder. Operation Game Thief, we had 2 special patrols with our full-time wardens. So these officers, our reserves, go out and actually patrol as well, as long as they're with a full-time officer. They did 2 OGT unit watches, which is essentially what you're looking at on the top of the screen in the first photo. That's where we go out into the public somewhere and set up shop with our trailers and engage the public with conversation. We attended the Mason Ortiz Youth Camp event this year, disabled veterans events, fishing derby events. We did career days at local schools. And then Nevada in 2020 hosted the International Wildlife Crime Stoppers National Conference. It was organized by, at that time, Game Warden Captain Brian Eller, and that was in Lake Tahoe, Nevada. It was a very successful event. In the first couple of months that we were operating, our Game Warden reserves logged over 4,500 miles and 522 hours in participation as volunteers during 2020. Again, just for the month of January and February, part of March. That concludes my brief overview of wildlife law enforcement presentation. I'd like now to introduce Game Warden Captain Brian Bowles to explain NDOW boating program overview.
Thank you, Captain Kramer. Excuse me. And thank you to the Commission and Chair East for allowing time and opportunity to share some detail of our past year. 2020 certainly tested the Nevada Department of Wildlife's recreational boating safety program in a myriad of ways. It almost does not bear repeating at this point that the past year has changed us all professionally and personally with the impacts of the pandemic, and we were no different. The strange year started normally for us in the quiet winter boating season and then locked us down just as folks were starting to think about getting their boats back out on the water. As the year progressed, we had to meet the adversity of learning how to do our normal jobs again in a manner that met all disease prevention protocols and best practices to keep our staff and our public as safe as possible. We were still accountable for providing safety on our waterways, however, and making sure that our mission was upheld with no loss of fidelity. Our tasks on our state waters are twofold: provide enforcement and accountability for violations of laws and regulations we are charged with upholding, and guarding our citizens' safety in what can be a swiftly unforgiving environment. It is my opinion that we met those charges head on and with great success this past year. So to the adversity, our response to the pandemic. We quickly realized that putting a warden on a boat in the middle of a lake by themselves was a mostly COVID safe practice. So we began authorizing normal boating patrols shortly after the initial lockdown. Our staff came up with great solutions for engaging in some limited public contact when enforcement was necessary. We equipped all our boats with cleaning solutions so wardens could sanitize items before and after any potential third-party contact, bought extra ballpoint pens so that anyone needing to autograph a citation also receive that pen as a one-use souvenir from the state. And of course, mandated mask wear by our wardens when within proximity of any other person, whether staff or public. It wasn't long before this became routine for our wardens. As mentioned by my colleagues, the opportunities for training, such as boat accident investigations, boat operators classes, and A-RIDE substance recognition trainings were available and taken advantage of. On the administrative side of things, it seemed that the public also thought that going boating again was a great option, and we saw an increase in boat registrations year over year, from just over 41,000 to almost 44,000 in 2020. We worked in coordination with our DATS Division boat registration desk staff to learn how to adapt to the new environment by changing our practices to accommodate all boat desk transactions being accomplished via distance. For example, we would do boat HIN inspections virtually, sign title paperwork by utilizing online certification programs, and conduct boat dealer transactions by packet drop-offs and appointments. We used our ingenuity to eventually provide full services to our public without absolutely needing them to set foot in our offices in every case. Next slide, please. Now, changing tack to our enforcement efforts, one of the themes that I heard about from my fellow boating law administrators that was occurring nationwide was the public's overwhelming return to the waterways to recreate, and a marked rise in careless and reckless operations. As you will hear, Nevada shared in that trend. But first, overall in the 2020 reporting period, boating citations dropped from 1,005 in 2019 to 645 in 2020, somewhat attributable to our moratorium on enforcement on any timeliness problems for boat registrations issues due to COVID. Our warnings on the water rose year over year from 1,932 to 2,132, indicating both that softer stance on registration issues and the desire for our wardens to keep good social distancing and not spend more time in close proximity with members of the public than absolutely necessary. If you drill down to the numbers for careless, reckless, and negligent vessel operations, however, you will see that national trend I mentioned borne out. In 2019, we wrote 167 citations and gave 229 warnings in this category, while in 2020, the numbers rose to 269 citations and a whopping 1,062 warnings. Thankfully, we did not see a commensurate rise in accidents resulting in death, with only 3 boating-related fatalities on our waterways, and only one of those where boat operation was a contributing factor. Our wardens were able in that last case to obtain successful resolution on charges against the boat operator at fault. While you never really can tell through statistics if your presence as a law enforcement officer stopped something bad from happening, it sure seems that our presence out there helped keep a lid on the more tragic outcomes for our citizens and visitors. Speaking of preventing tragic outcomes, this past year really provided an opportunity to shine a light on our mission of guarding the public's safety on our waterways. In the 2020 reportable period, we engaged in 87 search and rescue cases, assisting 251 vessels and those 675 persons on board those vessels, making it back to shore safely. But none quite so memorable as what happened this past Mother's Day on Lake Mead. I'd like to give you a detailed readout on one rescue in particular, which you may have heard me mention last summer, not quite in this context, as the story does keep going, as you'll hear. On May 10th, 2020, at approximately 1924 hours, Game Wardens Casey Humphreys and Thomas Hamblin were each piloting their separate 23-foot safe patrol vessels in the vicinity of Roadrunner Cove, Lake Mead, Nevada, on a vessel assist call, with 7 persons stranded on the beach due to mechanical failure of their boat. The weather at the time was reported clear with fair visibility, strong winds of 15 to 25 miles an hour, and rough lake conditions with waves reaching from a minimum of 2 foot to a maximum of 6 foot. The sun was due to set in about 9 minutes. Warden Humphreys responded to an urgent distress call from the Lake Mead National Park Service dispatch of an overturned vessel with 12 persons in the water located in the vicinity of Swallow Bay, Lake Mead, Nevada. He and Warden Hamblin broke away from the vessel assist in Roadrunner Cove to attempt to locate the capsized vessel and persons in the water. Roadrunner Cove is immediately adjacent and to the west, Swallow Bay, both features being part of the north shore of Lake Mead's Boulder Basin, between Colville Bay to the east and Las Vegas Bay to the west. The boat operator reports that he and his family and work colleagues and their families were on a church outing for Mother's Day at the lake and were getting ready to head back to the dock. He had previously made one trip back to Boulder Harbor and had returned to Swallow Bay to retrieve his family and others for the final trip. He states, quote, "Upon leaving the island, the wind began to blow so intensely that it pushed the boat towards a rock that I could not see. Later, I managed to get the boat away from the rock, but the wind got worse and the waves began to fill the boat with water. I turned on the water pump, but the water kept filling up the boat because of the waves, so I decided to return to the island, but the boat began to sink and roll. As the boat capsized, my colleague's granddaughter got trapped under the boat, end quote. The boat was later found to have sustained a 24-inch by 3-inch gash on the bow adjacent to the keel, well below the waterline, and further witnesses report that heavy wave action swamping the stern simultaneously. By 1928 hours, just 4 minutes later, Humphreys and Hamblin had arrived on scene, finding 8 persons in the water, 7 of those with life jackets on, and 4 standing on a reef approximately 40 yards from shore, all of those wearing life jackets. Humphreys began immediately pulling those in the water onto his vessel, and he and Hamblin both requested more NDOW and National Park Service assets to respond to the scene. The capsized vessel, later determined to be a 20-foot 1987 Sea Swirl bow rider, had turned turtle and was down by stern, presenting only the keel of the bow with the bow eye attachment above the water. The boat operator, who was one of the individuals who had made it to the reef that they grounded on, had a hold of the bow via the attached line. Surrounding this reef was approximately 30-foot depth of water in all directions. Working through a language barrier, as most of the distressed persons were native Spanish speakers, Hamblin and Humphreys ascertained that there was one person, a 3-year-old female, unaccounted for. It was feared by the distressed persons that the child was trapped under the capsized vessel. Warden Humphreys, with the assistance of the victim's grandfather, who was the individual in the water without a life jacket, took the vessel into stern tow utilizing the bow eye attachment in an attempt to tow the capsized vessel to the nearby shoreline to effect a rescue attempt on the presumably trapped child. Warden Humphreys took the grandfather on board and stationed him at the aft tow bit with a knife. Immediately, Humphreys noticed that the capsized vessel began to sink rapidly, pulling the stern of his patrol vessel downwards, and he gave the grandfather the order to cut away the tow, which he did. The vessel ceased sinking and bobbed back to its previous attitude in the water. Warden Hamblin then took the Sea Swirl into stern tow, utilizing the bow eye attachment, and was able to safely transit the vessel to the shoreline at approximately 1934 hours. He and Humphreys, along with some of the rescued persons and others on the shoreline, began to attempt to roll the boat over to attempt a rescue of the trapped child. The shoreline in this area is shallow for approximately 5 feet, then abruptly drops away to 30-foot and lower depths. The inverted bow of the Sea Swirl was just over that lip, and the wardens attempted to push one gunwale into the ground to get purchase to then flip the vessel, but the wave action and size of the Sea Swirl prevented these attempts. Hamblin then re-embarked his vessel to retrieve the boat operator and 3 other persons from the rock. Between 1934 and approximately 1940 hours, NPS personnel and Game Warden Sean Flynn arrived in their separate patrol vessels to assist. Attempts were made to flip the vessel both by hand with the new rescuers present and by attaching a line to Flynn's vessel and attempting to right the vessel, to no success. At this point, Flynn made the decision to swim under the bow and enter the capsized Sea Swirl to search for the missing girl. From his report, quote, "I decided that I needed to clear the capsized vessel by going under it. I removed all my patrol gear and grabbed a flashlight. Some family members, the NPS Rangers, Warden Humphreys, and Hamblin held the bow of the capsized vessel as I went under it. I followed the center line of the capsized vessel down to the rear compartment, which was underwater and at a depth where I could no longer stand. I used the flashlight to light up the water and saw a child's arm. I grabbed the child's arm with my right hand and it moved. The capsized vessel was being pushed up and down by the waves, and I caught a glimpse of the child's face. Her eyes were open and she let out a short scream. I grabbed her life jacket with my left hand and had to dunk the child under the water and pull her out from behind the rear compartment. Once clear of the rear compartment, I wrapped my arms around her and made my way to the bow of the capsized vessel. An NPS Ranger was at the front and grabbed me, pulling me out from underneath the capsized vessel. Once clear, I handed the child to the NPS officer and she was reunited with her family," end quote. At 1955 hours, Flynn radioed to NDOW dispatch that the child was recovered and being assessed by NPS medical personnel. She was eventually released by medical at the scene with no injuries. Her family's written statements differ, with the reported duration of her submerged ordeal ranging from 1 hour to 35 minutes in those statements. Dispatch records make clear, however, that from the time of the first NDOW-related incident call at 19:24:59 hours to the call referencing the child's recovery at 19:55:57 hours, 30 minutes and 58 seconds had elapsed. Game Wardens Brittany Ryder, Christopher Walther, and James Mortimer got underway from Boulder Harbor to provide assistance to the scene. Between these wardens, Hamblin, Humphreys, Flynn, and NPS Rangers, all distressed persons from the capsized Sea Swirl event, and the 7 earlier stranded in Roadrunner Cove were safely transported back to Boulder Harbor, Lake Mead, Nevada. Next slide, please. In response to this amazing act of public service and heroism on the part of our wardens, we began working with the United States Coast Guard to provide some recognition of these exemplary acts to safeguard human life on our waterways. As a result, it has just been confirmed that the United States Coast Guard will be awarding Warden Thomas Hamblin and Warden Casey Humphreys with the USCG Public Service Award, and will also be awarding Warden Sean Flynn with the USCG Silver Life-Saving Medal. Speaking as a former Coast Guard veteran myself, I cannot fully stress enough how amazing the award of a life-saving medal is. It can only be awarded by order of the Commandant of the Coast Guard, can be awarded to any person, not just military members, and is awarded in one of two categories, gold or silver. Established in 1874 as one of the first medal-type commendations in the nation, it has only been awarded in gold or silver a little more than 2,000 times in our nation's history. By way of comparison, the Medal of Honor, the nation's highest and rarest combat military honor, established originally as a valorous conduct medal by President Lincoln during the Civil War, has been awarded over 3,500 times. Warden Flynn will be part of an elite society, joining the illustrious ranks of some of the nation's recognized lifesavers, such as General George Patton and Admiral Chester Nimitz as a fellow recipient. I think we should all feel proud and humbled that we have such brave men and women in NDOW's LE division, like Hamblin, Humphreys, and Flynn, and that they're all ready at a moment's notice to rush to the aid of those of us who are in peril on our state's beautiful waterways. Now I'd like to turn back to Chief Maynard for final comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Bowles, Captain Kramer, for those presentations. Needless to say, 2020 was a growth opportunity for the law enforcement division and the department as a whole. We saw tremendous performance by our game wardens in truly challenging circumstances, and you've seen just a slice of that. We deeply appreciate the support we've received from the department and the public. The director's office has been there with us every step of the way, working hand in hand to enhance our ability to do our jobs under some very, very trying circumstances. And I cannot understate how much that has meant to us as a division to have that. Without that, we can't do our job. And they came through in diamonds all the way down the line. It's very humbling. Ironically, 2020 was my first year as chief. It was definitely a growth opportunity for me. So I just want to say again how proud I am of our division and our department through this challenging time. And thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to showcase some of the work we do.
Thank you, Chief Maynard, and that brought me to tears. I appreciate the service and the effort because I think that could have been a really horrible situation. So I would like to express my appreciation for that, for the service of those crew members. And while I gather it together, does anyone else have comments or questions for Chief Maynard or his team? Commissioner Perini?
Yes, I was lucky enough to work with the Department of Wildlife dealing on Lake Tahoe, especially, 45 years being there and watching a lot of help that was actually done. And I'll tell you what, you can't understand how much work you've done. It's amazing. And how many people you survive. Those people that got in the water, and some other times, I'll tell you what, it was very difficult. And sometimes, even though you shouldn't go somewhere in those places with big waves, but you went anyway, because you love that job. And not only with the boat though, but also the people up in the mountains. Great jobs, they do it for us. I know the sheriff's departments, the police department, they love you guys to come and help us and vice versa. You do a great job. I'm very, very pleased to be able to see that again. And thank you for a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Perini. Commissioner Rogers?
Yes, just a couple of quick things. Chief Maynard and Captains Kramer and Bowles, that was a great presentation today. I appreciate your service and the great update. I did have one question for Captain Kramer, and that is on the citations and Operation Game Thief calls that you reported on. And forgive me if I missed it, but just curious how much of a significant increase some of those numbers were on the citations and Operation Game Thief calls year over year.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. Through you, Chairman East, I'll answer the question. Without having the actual numbers in front of me, I can tell you, having looked at them quite extensively over the last couple of months, the OGT numbers as far as unlawfully killed wildlife reports are fairly consistent year after year. This was no great increase. I believe it was within 2 or 3 of the previous years, and of course there's spikes that go up and down, but overall it's rather in line overall. As far as citations, citations are down. I don't have the totals from the previous years, but I can. It'll take a little time. I can get that to you though.
Anything else, Commissioner Rogers? Okay, anyone else? Commissioner Alberg.
Yeah, I'd just like to extend my gratitude for you guys' performances, the jobs that you guys do. It's very difficult under good circumstances, much more less this pandemic. It's tough times, and you guys have a very difficult job, and appreciate all you guys' services.
Thank you, sir.
I had some similar questions and that Commissioner Rogers asked, so I will forego those. Is the guide application number, is that up from previous years, Captain Kramer?
Yes, Chairman East, the guide applications are increasing. It's not significant. If I don't have the exact totals again, I apologize. I would say it's probably up around within a plus of 50 over the previous years.
Okay. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much, Chief Maynard, for that report. I heard somewhere along the line the last couple of years that you all out in the field, especially for those that are on the field side, not the boating side, you know, you pretty much know that someone's got some sort of weapon when you approach them. And I have great respect for all of you, everybody in law enforcement, because I know how difficult that can be. And you obviously are very passionate about your jobs to be able to do that. And I thank you from my side for your service. So anyone else? Director Wasley, do you have anything to add?
Not much. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to, on the record, express my appreciation and gratitude for our law enforcement division and the risk that they take day in and day out. And I appreciate their willingness to share kind of a overview of their efforts over the last year. So thank you for that opportunity, Madam Chair, and thank you for that presentation, law enforcement.
Yep. So it's noon, and our next agenda item, I think, is going to go fairly long. So I think what we'll do is take a lunch break now, if that's okay with everybody, and we'll come back 12:45. Does that work for everyone? I know Director Wasley has a commitment. He won't be back joining us until 1 o'clock. Would you prefer that we wait until 1 o'clock, Director Wasley?
Not at all. I appreciate
Okay.
that, but you guys go right ahead. I'll be able to monitor through
Okay.
Zoom on my phone. I will be available, and hopefully I'll join shortly after you reconvene.
Okay, so we'll come back at 12:45. Thank you. Okay, it's 12:45. We could have everyone come back. That would be fabulous. Okay. Give it another minute. So I just want to remind our attendees who are watching with us today, if you're on YouTube, you won't be able to comment publicly. You'll have to join the Zoom. And if you need to find that, that link, you can go to the website, NDOW.org, or you can email Wildlife Commission at NDOW.org and they will send you the link. But in order to comment publicly on our agenda item, our next couple agenda items, you'll need to be in the Zoom, and we'll provide each member wishing to speak or each person wishing to speak 3 minutes. We do have an organization that has required or has requested for a 6-minute opportunity. So that organization, we will provide 6 minutes, but if you're with that organization, I ask that you refrain from speaking publicly, as we have given them the full 6 minutes. So any questions or thoughts? I'm waiting on Commissioner Hubbs. I'm hoping she's rejoining. Guess we can get started. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. I'm sure she'll be joining us shortly. So we're on agenda item number 17, Wildlife Killing Contest, Commissioner McNinch for possible action. An update will be provided on the wildlife killing contests in the state and recent action taken by the Clark County Commission specific to wildlife killing contests. The commission may provide direction to the department to draft regulatory language prohibiting wildlife killing contests for consideration by the commission at a future meeting. And Commissioner McNinch has joined us. So, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've written down my thoughts, try to streamline so I don't ramble too bad, and see if we can articulate what's going on. So I'm gonna read a little quick statement before I get started, and then I'm going to provide you guys an update on some of the stuff that's been coming to me, basically. Some of you may have heard about it as well, but I want to share it, get kind of update the commission on things, and kind of go from there. So with that, I'd like to make a general comment regarding the agenda item. By the input we've already received, there's clearly broad public interest surrounding wildlife killing contests. I doubt any of those that have provided input or those providing input today will question their biases or rethink their position as a result of the testimony offered. There will also be a lot of data used and misused to support various positions, and probably a lot of perceived logic flaws and inaccurate statements. I'm hopeful that the commission will be able to look beyond differing values and opinions, the logic flaws, inaccurate statements, etc., and focus on the merits or lack thereof of wildlife killing contests. I just want us as a commission to have an honest conversation about these contests. So as an update, I'm going to go back a few years. March 2015, there was a petition submitted to ban coyote killing contests. There was significant discussion regarding the legal aspects of regulating contests, kind of centered around authorities, reclassification, etc. But the petition was ultimately denied because it was thought to be incomplete. It didn't have specificity on what was being requested and really no proposed regulatory language. In November of 2015, a revised petition was submitted providing specificity and clarifying intent, which was to ban wildlife killing contests. During the discussion, the concept of drafting a policy to clarify Commission's stance was presented. Commission expressed concern with the regulatory process and voted again to deny the petition. June of 2016, The APRP Committee of the Wildlife Commission, requested that a wildlife contest policy be drafted for consideration. The committee eventually approved a proposed policy for consideration by the full commission. August of 2016, the draft wildlife contest policy was presented to the commission. Opinion varied, but it was largely recognized that if approved, wildlife killing contests would immediately violate the policy as written. Discussion essentially concluded at the decision point whether to pursue policy or regulation. Just kind of stopped right there. November of 2016, excuse me, draft wildlife contest policy was brought to the commission for further discussion. Despite a number of commissioners feeling a policy still had merit, the commission quickly acknowledged that none of the killing contests would recognize a policy because it lacked enforcement. When faced with what to do if the policy was ignored, the only question was to consider regulatory framework. Commission expressed reluctance to initiate regulatory oversight of killing contests and voted to discontinue policy development at that time. So let's fast forward to 2021. Just prior to the commission meeting in January, I was contacted regarding wildlife killing contests. I was informed that the Clark County Commission would be discussing development of a resolution requesting that the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners take action to ban wildlife killing contests. In late January, the Clark County Commission voted to have a draft resolution brought to them for consideration. Two commissioners, Marilyn Kirkpatrick and James Gibson, expressed that they and or their family members are sportsmen, would see wildlife killing contests as a black eye for sportsmen, and that they would support a resolution requesting that our board address the issue statewide. Concurrently, I was contacted by Dana Gentry of Nevada Current, a media outlet in Southern Nevada, and asked my opinion of the Clark County Commission efforts. I expressed that I was not in favor of killing contests and that I did not want Nevada to be known for them. I also advised that I would be requesting an agenda item to discuss killing contests in Nevada in an effort to get out in front of the issue. The proposal during our last meeting to develop and implement a bounty program kind of highlighted the importance of having this discussion, and it really did act as a catalyst for me to request the agenda item. Based on the article, the Nevada Current article, a call to action was issued, and I'll just tell you, it was by a CAB member, which resulted in a number of emails and phone calls that the full commission may or may not have received at the time. I know a number of them went directly to Madam Chair, and she has since forwarded them to the full commission. Many of the people I talked to, were under the impression I had proposed to end all coyote hunting in the state, despite the information available at the time that my focus and concern was with killing contests, not specifically coyote hunting. The people that contacted me directly represented a full gamut of interests. Without exception, I found the conversations were respectful and I thought quite productive. Most were under the impression I was proposing to do away with all coyote hunting. I was informed by a couple folks that they thought I was making a mistake, with one stating that he hoped I lost. I'll just throw that out there. Several, however, were only concerned with coyote hunting, and as long as that was still allowed, didn't really care about the contest. A lot of our conversations morphed into conversations on education programs for trapping. One had owned a boating company in town here, and we talked about boats, and another one was an electrical professional. We talked about electrical projects. So you can kind of get the feel for what my conversations. Spent a lot of time on the phone with people, got to know some of them pretty well. So there was one exception. With that one exception, I'll express that they have not and never plan to participate in a contest. I'll express some level of appreciation for the conversations. On March 2nd, 2021, the Clark County Commission unanimously approved a resolution requesting that our board prohibit killing contests in the state. Language in the resolution was based on language from the draft wildlife contest policy considered by the commission in 2016. In the last 3 years or so, there have been roughly 36 killing contests, maybe plus or minus, but roughly in that area. Perhaps more significantly, the World Coyote Calling Championship moved to Nevada in Elko due to New Mexico and most recently Arizona prohibiting killing contests. These contests draw people from all over the country, referred to as circuit hunters, some of whom make a living participating in these events. To date, 7 states have banned killing contests, with discussions occurring in 2 additional states, not counting Nevada. So I know we can all agree we have responsibilities to a broad constituency, a wide range of activities and programs, and most important, to wildlife. I also know we have agreed on certain policies in an effort to establish ethical boundaries, especially as it pertains to technology or people working loopholes in the system. Trail cameras, drones, night vision technologies, smart rifles, caliber limitations, party tags, and commercial collection of wildlife, to name a few. It's not always about what we allow to be done, but how we allow it to be done. We've done these things to establish and maintain certain integrities, which in turn shores up public support for the things we like to do. When we don't address issues, public support and trust for the agency and what we like to do in general erodes. Human dimensions and social sciences actually tell us this. In other words, we've already recognized the importance of ethics in managing perception to the betterment of the system. With that in mind, I hope we can move away from this us versus them mentality long enough to have an honest conversation about these killing contests. I recognize the fear sportsmen have of peeling away one layer at a time until all the things they like to do are gone. None of us can see into the future, but there are massive efforts around the country to recruit, retain, and reactivate sportsmen, as well as integrate resiliency and relevancy into the system so it is capable of adapting to changing expectations and evolving social norms. Personally, I believe the greatest threat to hunting heritage and tradition is an unwillingness or inability to adapt. It doesn't have to be all or nothing, and human dimension work supports that. But I truly believe not addressing certain issues will only serve to accelerate and increase the potential for loss. Whether we like it or not, even though the vast majority of sportsmen don't even participate in them, the negative connotations associated with killing contests reflect negatively on hunting and sportsmen and serve to erode public support and trust for them and consequently NDOW. This is contrary to our mission as a commission. Here are a few thoughts to ponder as we move forward. What if killing contests were proven to provide no discernible benefit? What if killing contests were solely a contest that celebrated, incentivized, and rewarded the random killing of state wildlife, with the primary measure of success being the number killed? What if this commission had not taken the proactive stance it has relative to hunter ethics and fair chase issues like trail cameras, drones, night vision technology, smart rifles, caliber limitations, etc.? What if the culture of killing contests were woven into the fabric of Nevada's ethical standards in hunting heritage? What does a contest that enumerates killing of an animal, whether we like it or not, like that animal or not, say about our humanity and our relationship with wildlife we are tasked with managing and or conserving? And what if, after it's too late, hindsight shows us that the cost of inaction may well be the very thing feared the most, a loss of privileges that we now take for granted? So why am I bringing this up? Why am I bringing it here? First, I feel that we as a commission have a responsibility to take final position on wildlife killing contests for the record. The original petition was denied due to being incomplete, and the second was denied under the pretense that a policy would be the better way to go. However, when development of a policy was formally discontinued, there was no subsequent consideration on whether that should reopen discussion on regulation development, at least in my mind. Since the commission previously struggled with what a regulation prohibiting these contests might look like, I'd like to present and workshop some draft language. I would prefer to be proactive in this effort rather than waiting for another petition. Petition's imminent, there's no doubt about it. I'd rather take credit for taking the initiative and getting out in front of this. It's just, we're going to be talking about it anyway, is kind of what I'm saying. Second, there have been significant changes since we last considered the petitions and the policy. Other states, at the time, I'm not aware that any had banned anything, but other states have subsequently banned killing contests, many of those around us. Clark County has adopted a resolution stating their disapproval for wildlife killing contests and requesting that the board ban them statewide. And there has been stronger emphasis placed on hunter ethics to maintain public support, appeal to a broader constituency, and be more adaptable to changing expectations and evolving social norms. We need to ensure our policies are in line with our vision or expectations. So the draft language that I would throw out there eventually does not preclude. So it would not prohibit calling or hunting coyotes. It would not prohibit someone from protecting their livestock, family, pets, etc. from coyotes. It would not prohibit family, friends, and or others from congregating in groups to hunt coyotes. It would not prohibit trapping or shooting coyotes for their pelts. It would not prohibit someone from doing their part to remove coyotes for conservation or disease prevention control if that's what they believe they are doing. It wouldn't prevent anyone from promoting, organizing, conducting, or participating in other events intended to raise money for conservation or celebrate camaraderie. Wouldn't prohibit taking of any fur-bearing mammal in accordance with applicable requirements. And it wouldn't prohibit promoting, organizing, conducting, or participating in big buck contests, chucker contests, fishing derbies, or any other contest. It does not include killing of coyotes or other unprotected or fur-bearing mammals. So I'm prepared to discuss the various aspects of a killing contest, but don't want to lose sight of the fact that I really am hoping we can have a conversation on how these contests align with wise use principles and how they support the moral and ethical use of wildlife. So sorry for the long statement. Sorry I had to read. I wanted to capture my thoughts. I didn't want to miss anything. And so that's what I'm opening with. I just wanted to read that. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner McNinch. Does anyone want to ask of Commissioner McNinch a question? Do you want to have some discussion? Commissioner Almberg?
Yes, Dave, Commissioner McNinch, I really appreciate everything you said. When we have talked, part of your meetings, Arizona addressed it. They addressed it sounds similar to what you're talking about. They addressed the kind of a commercial component to these contests, if you will. If you could refresh me on what Arizona did, I'd appreciate it.
Well, let me pull out my stuff here, and it didn't print out very well. It's kind of hard for me to read. So each of the 7 states that currently don't have anything, they're a little bit across the board. A couple of them banned coyote contests specifically. A few banned more along the lines of what's in my mind, which had to do including unprotected and fur-bearing mammals. Several of them did that. Arizona, let's see here. I apologize. I have to read it a little bit to find the right spot. So it looks like the Arizona, so they designated contests for predator and fur-bearing species unlawful as an unlawful manner and method of take. They also, I guess it would be easier to read it. A person shall not by any means participate in, organize, promote, or solicit participation in a contest where a participant uses or intends to use any device or implement to capture or kill predatory animals or fur-bearing animals as defined under ARS. For the purposes of this subsection, contest means a competition among participants where participants must register or record entry and pay a fee, and prizes or cash are awarded to winning or successful participants. So the ARS that was referenced includes fur-bearing animals, including muskrats, raccoons, otters, weasels, bobcats, beavers, badgers, and ring-tailed cats. And then predatory animals are foxes, skunks, coyotes, and bobcats. So they kind of did the wide coverage is basically what it boils down to. Did I answer your question, Commissioner Almberg?
Yes.
Okay.
I saw someone else's hand up. I think it was Commissioner Hubbs.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to just understand our process a little bit. So I know we've had the 2 petitions, so I really appreciate the historical context. And I believe the policy, it was initiated, and then I think it was just scrapped at a commission meeting once after the policy was started, or I don't remember exactly what happened, but so you're just reaching out based on, I know you have been encountering this a lot at the National WAFLA meetings, that this is an ongoing issue, and kind of thinking that this is going to obviously approach the commission again. You're asking the commission for their thoughts as to whether or not we should in turn to the department and ask them to draft regulatory code concerning that, or?
Yeah. So with regards to the policy statement, to the policy back in 2016, the commission did deliberate on some verbiage for a policy. And I don't know, we all probably had a different opinion of what was trying to be achieved or what the goal was. You know, certainly for me, I was wanting to see some language that would be very specific on our position regarding these wildlife contests. When it came back out to us, it wasn't specific to these killing contests, to these particular contests, but it did outline a lot of hunter ethics, a lot of what the expectations were of hunters and proper behavior, that kind of stuff. And it was real clear that these contests would not fit within that policy. So the discussion kind of went off on a little different tangent, like, okay, so if we approve this, we know we're going to have problems with these contests because it doesn't have enforcement capabilities. And nobody's going to pay any attention to this policy, because if it lacks enforcement, why would you pay attention to it? So the commission actually voted to do away with the policy development process at that point in time. There was no further discussion on where to go from there. So that's where we're picking up now. And your understanding of what I'm proposing is exactly right. I would propose to have some language. I've got some language, but to get the ball rolling, if we were to go down this path, that we could have the department put out there for us, and then we can start a conversation on it, see where it goes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks, Commissioner McNinch. And I know this was the first time hearing your comments about, what would not be prohibited in your proposed language, but what would you be prohibiting with that language? And while you think about that response, maybe I'll just kind of give my 2 cents on the issue. Obviously I've been on this board for about 3 years now, and largely the discussion has been dominated around coyotes, bears, lions, and it was really highlighted this morning in Commissioner Hubbs' remarks back to the department. And I really believe that we've lacked any real meaningful discussion in terms of habitat, and that's on the commission level. I know Mr. Janae is doing a great job. We've also had the discussion revolves around the 8% of the animals in the state that generate revenue. But really, the other 890, we're not having meaningful discussion around those either. And are we giving the right support to Miss Newmark and her group? So, given the fact that this issue has been debated within this board in recent times, it's just frustrating to me that we have the same conversation, it seems like, over and over. But thank you.
Yeah, so understand. So, when we start hearing public comment, we're going to hear a lot about the economic benefits and, the debt, those are the types of things that we're going to hear about. I'm not sure I haven't done any work on what those economic benefits are, and to what extent they impact local economies. I don't know. I don't have specific numbers. But at the same time, I think, kind of lost my train of thought for just a moment. There's a lot of economic impact out there from wildlife observations. You have a lot of people coming in. So how we pull that out, I'm not sure, or where that information is even available. I think it would be hard to argue there's no economic impact. So you're talking about money coming into the system. I'm not sure that coyotes, outside of some local impact, people might be eating some food and getting some gas and groceries and a stay. They're not contributing to the system. There's no license required to hunt coyotes in the state of Nevada. These contests, we'd have to have the department to validate, but as far as I know, there's zero money coming in directly to the department in any way, shape, or form from these contests. So there's no benefit there. To kind of get to your other question, there is verbiage from Vermont that kind of caught my eye. And then I have some stuff that would be more specific to our Nevada Administrative Code. But the stuff from Vermont, and this is the stuff that's hard to read, it didn't print out very well, so I'll do my best. It's short enough, I read it real quick. So the context of it, this isn't exactly how their code would be written, but it says, as used in this section, coyote hunting competition means a contest in which people compete in the capturing or taking of coyotes for a prize. B, a person shall not hold or conduct a coyote hunting competition in the state. C, a person shall not participate in a coyote hunting competition in the state. D, a person who violates this section shall be fined not more than $1,000 or less than $400 for a first offense. Upon a second and all subsequent convictions or any conviction while under license suspension related to the requirements of Part 4, a person who violates this section shall be fined not more than $4,000, not less than $2,000. So that's kind of the framework of that's a real simple one. How it's actually written, I think, is a little more legal, but that's the tone of it anyway. And that's the kind of language that I would throw out on the table for consideration. More specific to Nevada, a person may not conduct or participate in a contest, competition, tournament, or derby that has the objective of taking fur-bearing mammals as defined in NAC 503.025 or unprotected mammals as defined in NAC 503.035 for prizes or other inducement. The remains of any fur-bearing mammal or unprotected mammal killed during the course of a contest or competition conducted in violation of this regulation shall be forfeited, and all the remains of such wildlife shall be the property of the department. These are all things that are, we would discuss. It's just verbiage right now. This section does not affect competitive field trials for hunting dogs as authorized under NRS, or the taking of wildlife causing damage or property as authorized by NRS. So those items that I listed out that it would not affect, if we were to move forward, there are ways to construct regulatory language. So you might say the term does not include, and then highlight activities related to, it's that kind of stuff. So it would take some work, and you're splitting a hair. There's no doubt about it. But I've worked with regulations enough to know that it can probably be done. I'm confident it could be done.
Go ahead, Commissioner Keel.
Maybe just follow up as a point of clarification, the lack of discussion really wasn't intended to be about the economics or the revenue generation. It was more, I know the department is physically in a good position. It's about the habitat and health of all of the other species that, are regarded when our discussions are on 4 or 5 animals.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that, Commissioner Keel. I look forward to the day. I would love to be able to talk about Recovering America's Wildlife Act every meeting in and meeting out. We talk about the current funding mechanism, where the vast majority of the money coming directly to the department, the vast majority is coming from sportsmen. And there's not a lot of other concrete, reliable ways to bring in that other huge chunk of the population that enjoys wildlife, regardless of whether they're game or not. There's just not a way to tie them in a consistent manner and at a broad level. That Recovering America's Wildlife Act does that. And it takes money that would otherwise go into the coffers for general uses, and turns it into money for wildlife in a respective state. So I would love to turn the conversation as well. And that money would be tied directly to our wildlife action plan, our state wildlife action plan that Ms. Newmark was referring to earlier. It would be contingent on having that to receive that money, and having a mechanism to spend it and to implement and use that money. And it would be used for game or non-game. Whatever's in that plan is what it would be used for.
Okay.
Shameless plug for RAWA, sorry.
Commissioner Caviglia.
Yeah, I guess I have a couple comments, and then I've got some questions. First, we talk about the North American wildlife model and fair chase, and we've all seen all the correspondence. And I think that as far as interpreting that, it's up to your own individual interpretation of the language in there and where this falls in. It's hard to have a concise definition of where this falls within either of those, in my opinion. But I guess I have a couple questions for the department. Is if we do we have any idea, like hard data on how many of these we have a year in Nevada, and then an estimate, or do we know how many coyotes are killed in these contests, and then on top of that, I guess my big question, and I think it should be the big question, does the department see a biological benefit to these contests? We kill a lot of predators, that's in the predator plan, we're killing coyotes, but does the department see a benefit to these contests, right? And I think that's a legitimate question that needs to be looked at, and then the department needs to answer it, in my opinion, at least. I'd like to hear a response on that.
Okay. Do we have someone from the department that's Director Wasley?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the question, Commissioner Caviglia. We don't know enough in terms of the numbers to maybe provide you a clear answer. I have certainly seen a lot of the flyers advertising the events, and I've seen some data suggesting there's probably about 24 per year, at least within this past year, 24 contests. As far as the numbers taken, I don't believe we have any data on the numbers taken. I think another important piece in order to fully answer the question you're asking is, from where are those animals removed? If we look at the literature on predator control, specifically coyotes, and I'm just going to reference Ballard et al. Paper that went through all the predator control literature, looking specifically at mule deer, coyotes, and pulled out five circumstances that were essential in the success of predator control, providing benefits. And a couple of those pertain to the focus effort. Said that I believe that there needed to be in excess of 70% of the animals in any given area had to be removed. It also had to be substantiated, first and foremost, that the target species was in fact limiting the population of the prey item. And then it had to be of a certain geographic scope and scale. And so absent the data of where these things occur, the numbers that are occurring, and the specific geography, I don't know that the department could provide a clear response. I will say that I, as a biologist, I believe that there's often an oversimplified relationship between predator control and the presumed benefit to prey species. And I think that it is far more complicated. The relationship is far more complicated. It's far more complex than a simple removal of something with claws and fangs that could potentially eat prey. If there's fewer of those, then there's always going to be more prey. All the predator caused mortality is not additive mortality. In many instances, it's compensatory mortality, which means that simply by reducing predators and potentially reducing the predator caused mortality doesn't elicit a commensurate benefit in the population level. So clearly a complicated relationship, but I believe that based on the broad landscape over which many of these contests occur, and the lack of evidence or data suggesting that the prey species are in fact predator limited, which isn't always the case. I think it would be a tough statement to say that there is a biological benefit from this level of removal. Similarly, I think it would be tough to say that there's any kind of a population level effect on the target species in the contest. But I hope that's helpful. But I'm happy to try to expound more on that or answer different aspects of that if it's helpful.
No, that you answered my question. Thank you, Tony.
Okay, other questions, comments, thoughts? Vice Chair Barnes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just kind of some comments, that I have is, we heard earlier, we talked about bass tournaments and fishing derbies. And I know there's been, I think, some checker contests. And so, we talk about the coyote contest, and, we do fish, we're talking about fishing derbies or fishing tournaments, and then the coyote is referred to as a killing contest. And I kind of wonder, it's perception versus reality. And I guess, my question is, is the reality really as bad as the perception? And so I guess that's kind of where I am right now is, they're not doing anything illegal. Is it more of a perception than a reality? And, really what's the difference between, catching a bunch of fish or killing some coyotes? So I guess to start, that's kind of where I am at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Almberg.
Yes, I mean, that's what makes these issues so difficult, because I agree with much of what's been said by everybody. We do spend a lot of time concentrating on, it appears from my perspective, is that we spend a ton of time talking about predators and not a whole lot of time talking about, or as much time talking about the prey. Certainly more prey allows more predators. And so it's a direct relationship there. And so we do spend a lot of effort on these things. And Commissioner Barnes's comments as what is the difference between a fish and and a coyote, but because there's commercial implications on both sides too. It is about what's acceptable to the public and what is not, and whose ability is to make those calls. So it's a very difficult discussions here, for sure.
Anyone else have?
Mrs. Chair, if I may, please.
Of course, Commissioner Perini.
What Tom had mentioned, and John also, I'm pretty much on the same list of exactly that. I talked to different people throughout Nevada. Some of them absolutely have no problem with doing that. They think that the contest is fine, that should be okay. Larger, maybe cities and counties and that sort of thing are kind of much against that. So I think we have to talk a lot more what we're going to do on it. But quite frankly, the way I feel right now is I kind of want to keep it the way it is. That's just the way I feel. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hubbs?
I know we have all been inundated by email correspondence. And so when I do my email correspondence, I always make lists, and then I kind of like in my, same thing when I went to school, I write down little things, what each one says, something that sticks out about that comment, like this is what this person's concerned about. And I definitely saw patterns, like one of them, yeah, there's a concern about, is this actually a legitimate form of controlling coyote populations? Like if we didn't have the killing contest, would they just, totally erupt and we would have coyotes everywhere? And I think we got that from Director Wasley, although he's very smart and he speaks very highly. So, but what I'm thinking we're hearing in layman's terms is there's very little evidence that removing the coyotes helps the ungulate population. If I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's what I heard from him, is that it's not a necessary function that needs to continue forward, or we're all going to be swarming or drowning in coyotes. I hear that is not the case. However, many people believe that is true. They wrote into me and they are like, first of all, it's free. You don't have to pay people, a third party, to come out and kill the coyotes. And killing them is great for the environment. So there's definitely a disconnect between that thought process. That thought process is it true or not true? We have to understand that a large portion of the people who wrote in for the contest, like they support it, truly, unless they're lying, believe that. So we just need to be cognizant about that, I think, when we're talking about it. Another thing is that a lot of people have this overall concept of just coyotes are like vermin. They're just bad, and I see that with other predator species, the same like with the wolf, with the mountain lion. But I think the department would serve the public and the commission better if they can speak to, is it a good thing to have a predator out in the natural ecosystem? What would a landscape look like if we didn't have predators? I think that's really important. And I would like our biologists to come out and tell us, what do predators do for a functional ecosystem? And what would happen if we disrupt the predation cycle? I think we deserve to know that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. Director Wasley?
I'll I guess try to take a stab at answering Commissioner Hubbs' question.
And I'm sorry to call any, but I think this is really important that we talk about this. So that's all the only reason. And I want to have somebody who's very educated on this matter speak to it.
Well, I don't know that that's me right now, but since there's probably not a lot of volunteers in the wings, I'll try to answer your question. But I think you have to look at let's just look at Southern Nevada, for example, and you talk about disruption of a predator cycle. We're talking about a system, we built a dam on the Colorado River and created a reservoir, and then we put in a city, and then we brought in power, from California, or, the disruption, the scale of disruption, the species, the proportional abundance, occurrence, pathogens that we talked about earlier today, we're so far removed from any semblance of some natural native equilibrium that talking about a disruption in that regard, I don't think is really applicable or has a lot of value in terms of trying to assess what that disruption may look like. We built golf courses, we pump water and we irrigate those golf courses, and we create, abundant small mammal populations, rabbits and mice and rats. And we see these coyotes that naturally follow the drainages and the corridors into these little small prey oases, if you will. And once they deplete some of the prey on those golf courses, the next step is the neighborhoods. And we spoke earlier today about, living with coyotes and interacting with HOAs. A lot of that is a result from an already significantly disrupted system. So, I mean, I think that anytime you talk about an ecological system and you look at the organisms in it, the more links, the reason why biodiversity is considered generally to be a good thing is because the diversity, the number of trophic levels and the number of links and interactions all equate to a greater resilience and resiliency, a greater stability of that system. So all said, the department certainly would not support the notion of complete annihilation or elimination of any species, including coyotes and ravens, some of these species that cause us the greatest amount of challenges in managing other species. But then when we look at the population trends of many of these species that we're talking about, and that's again, ravens, coyotes, we see numbers and distribution of some of these particular species that by far exceed anything that was observed historically. And so going back to I guess the context of your question about natural or balance, we've already exceeded, we already have a significant imbalance, I guess, in terms of proportional abundance and those species interactions. So again, I don't know if that's helpful at all, and I'm happy to call on other staff that might have more knowledge or awareness than me in that arena. But that's my first crack and response.
Okay, I totally understand what you're saying. Like, there's been so much urban sprawl that how do we start to even assess those areas? But not everywhere is an urban area, right? We're going to have areas that I don't see the coyote killing contests take place really around town, or I could be missing it. I have tunnel vision, I'll admit that, but I don't think it's really happening right outside Las Vegas. I think it's happening more in natural habitat, maybe right outside, I'm not sure. But in general, is it a good thing to remove predators from an ecosystem without a management thought to it, just for fun?
Well, I guess I'll try to dissect that into a couple different pieces. From ecologically speaking, again, when you look at the removal of animals associated with contest activity, for example, the question is, are there population level effects of that activity? And I don't believe that there are population level effects. I don't believe that those contests occur at a scope and scale that actually has consequences, population level, long-term lasting impacts to population to decrease it, increase it. And so from that standpoint, I think that the impacts would probably be more along the lines of, social hierarchy or pup, litter size, those kinds of things. When you say generally, if you look at like wolves in the Yellowstone ecosystem and the reintroduction of wolves, and wolves are a keystone predator, and their presence immediately changed the density and distribution of mountain lions, coyotes, elk, and there was an immediate effect on the plant communities, the riparian corridors, the small mammal assemblages, the mesopredators. But I don't see coyotes in that ecosystem dynamic, filling that same keystone predator type role. So I don't think there is a simple answer to your question, again, because it is so incredibly complicated. And in some instances, if a prey population is in a predator pit, if it's suppressed by a high density of predators and can't overcome the rate of predation by those vital rates by reproduction or sometimes disease, sometimes drought, some environmental effects can put those prey populations at or below, a carrying capacity that predators on top of that can keep them in what's called a predator pit. Then removal of those preying animals may provide some benefit. I don't believe ever a long-term solution. It's never a global solution in terms of scale. I believe it needs to be strategic. It needs to be informed by the science. It needs to be demonstrated that there is, in fact, data showing that those prey populations are predator limited. So there are some instances in which the removal of those predators could provide some ecosystem-wide benefits if it's already out of balance. And there are some situations where it could provide some impacts and be detrimental to the interrelated, the species dynamics.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs.
Yeah, one last question. So is there any evidence, this is just a follow-up to that, because I think you hit something that was really important for me. Is there any evidence that the current killing contest, the participants are strategically informed and they are informed by proper science when they have their contest?
I don't know if I'm qualified to be the sole determiner of what constitutes proper science, but I would say from my observation, I have not seen coordination of contests to try to strategically provide relief to prey populations in areas where predators have been determined to be limiting those populations. I think one of the challenges around this issue that I certainly observe in the social media arena, and something that's challenged me as a professional biologist throughout my career, again, is the oversimplification of the issue that fewer things with claws and fangs automatically result in more things that they eat, and knowing that all of that mortality is not additive is a really difficult grasp for us as a species, humans, to get our head around, because we don't experience all the sources of mortality that wildlife do, and tangible mortality for us as humans happens at the hands of hunters, happens at the hands of predators, happens at the hands of vehicles. Those are the visible sorts of intangible mortality. And so there, in my estimation, as a biologist, there's a gross oversimplification of the predator-prey relationship, and the notion that simply removing more predators automatically results in more prey. And I'll probably even be, criticized for suggesting that it's not that simple.
Commissioner Keel?
I just want to say, none of my questions were meant to criticize you, Director Wasley. I really look to you for input, collective input from the department who views wildlife, interacts with wildlife daily, to help everybody understand what might be the best decision to make over time.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. Commissioner Keel?
Thank you, Chairwoman East. Secretary Wasley, just a follow-up to Commissioner Hubbs' question. I think you stated this already in some of your earlier comments, but the department doesn't perceive any detrimental biological effect by way of these contests. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think that I think it's a fair and accurate statement to say that the department, from the data and observations that we have, we see neither a beneficial effect of these contests on the prey species, or a detrimental impact, biological impact on the predator abundance.
Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, at the risk of I don't want my comments to be perceived as tit for tat. I'm simply want to kind of provide the context of the item that I brought forward today. I have no doubt that these contests are not impacting coyote populations negatively. I have no, I can't say that removing them is helping populations. I can't say that they're hurting them. I think that there's times where you're going to remove the right coyote or the right numbers where you might see a benefit. And I do believe that if you remove the wrong ones at the wrong time of year, you might end up with problems that exacerbate the very problem that you perceive might be getting fixed. So my issue is not with the concept of coyote killing, of coyotes being removed from the population. I think that on a broader scale, on a bigger scale, I think these contests probably will help the coyote population, to be quite frank. I think the potential for the coyote population to respond by through their natural mechanism to and end up with more on the ground is higher than losing the coyote population. So that's not the issue for me. The issue, it really boiled down to where are we headed with our wise use principles and our ethics and hunting. To get back to a comment that Commissioner Barnes made, well, and maybe in the group overall, I'm sensing this, the referral to these as a killing contest. I'll explain myself a little bit. I agonized over which way to frame the conversation. My bias might have come out by putting them in as a killing contest, but I didn't want to partake in the deception of calling them a coyote contest, or calling contest, if you will. That's not, so they might be calling, but you know, the end result is coyotes are getting killed. So I didn't want to be guilty of that perceived deceit, at least in some people's minds. On the other hand, I didn't want to call them wildlife contests, because that implies that I'm trying to deal with big buck and fishing derbies and chucker contests. So I opted to throw out and just call them what they are. They're contests intended to kill coyotes. So if there's another way to refer to them that might take a little bit of edge off there, I'm glad to adjust. With that in mind, to get back to the contest. So I see some major distinctions between the contests. You might have dead things at the end of the day, but here's the bottom line. These other contests have an ethical foundation in my mind. They're oftentimes, they have permits. Oftentimes there's some kind of engagement with the department. The department might be, the fishing derbies in particular, the department's very much involved with those. There's money coming back to the agency. There's a messaging that occurs that these are, there's ethical ways of doing things. There's limits. There's limits to what can be done. None of those things pertain to these other contests. And more specific, I know that the World Championship calling contest, they bring a polygraph person in to determine if you're lying or telling the truth about your credentials to enter the tournament. So it's exclusive. They're trying to weed people out, probably activists. Clearly that's what they're doing. You know, that doesn't speak very well to an event or a system that, in my mind, benefits sportsmen or the heritage that or the wise use principles, or the heritage or the message we're trying to send about this thing of tradition and honor that's of value to us. It's got an underbelly to it from that standpoint, and that bothers me. You know, I don't hunt big game. I've got 3 sons that have been putting in for tags. They're to the point where they're putting in for party tags with each other. They're looking forward to it. I have a vested interest in this, just like everybody else. I want to see them have those opportunities and do things. This isn't about Dave trying to do away with coyote killing contests or advocating for that. I've made sure that those people know that have been contacting me, hey, if you're looking for anti-hunting or a ban on coyote killing, I'm not your guy. That's not what I'm going to do. That's not what this is about. They've heard that. They know that. That's why I'm saying it on the record. So that's kind of the approach. Your minds are going where mine has gone for the last 3-4 weeks since our last meeting. You're just at the beginning phases. It's going to get worse. And it goes all over the place. I sat and I've typed notes and notes and notes and things people have said, those conversations I had with people on the phone, you know, talked with them for 4 or 5 minutes. My experience has been real different than a couple of you guys, it sounds like. With, like I said, with the exception of one rancher and one sportsman, that the one that told me he hoped I lose, that I lost, and the one that the rancher that thought I, you know, was hoping that I wasn't making a big mistake, or that he thought I was making. All the others, the other 7, 8, 9, 10, I think it was 10 or 12, somewhere around in that area, we're all like, oh yeah, I just want to make sure that I have the opportunity to hunt coyotes. I don't really care about these contests. So I didn't know any of those people. So I'm wondering, how much support is there really for these killing contests out there on a broad scale? Those are all sportsmen that I talked to. So I throw that out. I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarification there. I've got notes on economics, tradition, culture, all those things that you guys are running through: disease control, predator control, conservation. That was another thing that was thrown out. The right to do it. Don't listen to the anti-hunting groups. You know, there's certainly some anti-hunting mentality out there. There's no doubt about it. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what people, that's what some people, that's what their interest is. But then there's folks that are just anti how we do certain things. They're not anti anything else. They just are against how we allow things to be done. And there's a component of that out there. So I'll shut up again for a minute.
Okay, Commissioner Hubbs.
Yeah, what was interesting about this, all the comments here, usually they go in 2 sections, right? You're like, okay, these people are really concerned their hunting rights are going to be like impacted. And then, whoa, here's some people that are like, we don't want any harm to wildlife. We think this is horrendous or whatever. But I thought there was a little bit of, like, you call it a mezcla in Spanish, like a mix, because there's people that are urban dwellers that are like for the contest too here, which I find interesting because they killed their dogs and they killed their little pets. And like I brought up before, they literally are scared to death if they see a coyote. Like, they believe they could potentially be attacked, which I was just researching anecdotally online because I brought that up to my sister. I'm like, I'm never scared of coyotes. I don't understand. And she's like, there was a coyote that attacked somebody in San Francisco just recently. Like, it was just an aggressive coyote, you know? So I think that's why I was interested in education. I think education's huge for folks out in the communities. But, you know, and I already kind of got on yesterday, so I don't really want to do it again, but it's just kind of the blight aspect of this. You know, it's just like when you've got the rogue family member you wish would be quiet, you know, and they're not going to be quiet and they're going to do something that kind of embarrasses you. That's kind of sometimes probably how, if I was a sportsman, would feel when my friend pulls up with 50 coyotes in the back of their truck and they're all, you know, and everyone's high-fiving. I saw something too, like about that social media. You know, I have a really good friend and he went and they were doing their, I guess, snow geese hunt where you lay down and you look white, I guess, in a white coat. And his little boys were doing these videos and they're goggling the heads of the geese, you know, and I was like, oh, you know, it just seemed like not the proper thing to do on a video that you post online, because it seemed like you weren't respecting the wildlife you killed. But I think, like, for a lot of people, the whole idea of the mental image of just bodies upon bodies in the back of a truck of any wildlife is distasteful. I just think it's distasteful. And they immediately think these people go around and do that. It's not the majority of the people that do that. And there's a negative consequence to that. That's all. And I don't really believe that it helps. And I think we got that helps manage ungulate populations or prey populations all that much. If anything, from a biological perspective, having my master's in biological science, I believe it's harmful. I believe it's harmful to interfere with the regular predation cycle. And I'll say that. That's just my personal opinion. So anyways, I think there's a lot to go on, and I don't want to go, I could probably talk about something like this all day. And I know really it comes down to what our sportsmen think, but I'm really hoping we make good choices today.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. Any other comments? If not, I think we'll go out for some public comment and then we'll bring it back for some other discussion. Again, if you're on YouTube and you want to comment, you need to be on Zoom with us. And that link can be found on our website, NDOW.org, or you can send an email to wildlifecommission@ndow.org and they'll send you the link. So we'll start with public comment. I've been told that the organization that requested the 6 minutes is not requesting their 6 minutes. So we'll just go forward, starting with Stephanie Myers. And everyone has 3 minutes to speak. If you speak beyond your 3 minutes, the department will, there's someone timing and they will put you on mute and we'll go to the next person. So keep your comments within 3 minutes, please. Wow, lots of comment. Stephanie, can you unmute yourself? There you go.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, I am Stephanie Myers, MYERS from Clark County. We need to have predators on the landscape for healthy ecosystems. We know that now through science. I mean, no disrespect to Director Wasley, but I would certainly like to hear from a coyote biologist, because it is my understanding that when a bunch of coyotes are killed, that the females then double their efforts to produce more litters, meaning more coyotes. Killing contests are not part of any wildlife management strategy. There's no data showing there's any benefit. There's no data showing that they actually protect people or livestock or anything. New Mexico, California, Vermont, Washington, Massachusetts, Arizona, Colorado, all have banned wildlife killing contests. It's about leadership. It takes leaders who are willing to stand up and do the right thing, like the unanimous vote of the Clark County Commission, where 75% of the population of Nevada resides. 75%. We know that Washoe and the rural counties will say, what about us? On the other hand, should 75% of the Nevada population be ignored? Please be wise and do the right thing for Nevada's wildlife. Let's get the process started. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers. We'll go next to Joe. Joe, will you please give us your last name and spell it if it's difficult to understand?
It's Joe Olive. Good afternoon, everybody. Olive.
Thank you, Joe.
For one thing, I do enter the contest, and I heard reference to a lie detector test. Not one of them that I went to had a lie detector test, and they're saying that there's also no evidence that it helps the ecosystem to limit the coyotes, but there's no numbers of how many coyotes are actually taken from these contests. I've been to 3 of them, and you just don't go out and shoot a whole bunch of coyotes. That's not how it happens. You have to actually call them in. I've been to 3 of them and taken 1. And I think before anybody can make a decision, more research on both sides needs to be done. And coyotes are very aggressive. They are dangerous to humans. They will snatch young children. And if they're overpopulated, that means that there's not enough food out where they live. So they're going to come into town and into cities. And the only reason why they're doing that is for easy prey, which is people's house pets, their dogs, young children. Heaven forbid it happens, but it could. And if they're overpopulated, that's what's going to happen, because there's not enough in their natural habitat to eat because there's too many of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Olive. Next up, we have Cheyenne. Cheyenne, please provide your last name and spell it for us.
Hi, my name is Cheyenne Neuffer, Neuffer.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'm from rural Nevada, north of Reno, and I'm just, urging the commission to keep this issue, at the top of the list. This is huge. Not only are these contests horrific, unethical, and disrespectful, but they paint traditional hunters in a very, very negative way that I think will overall hurt the hunting community, and I think it has been. So banning these contests would be huge for our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neuffer. Next, we'll go to Jana. Oh, Jana, I'm sorry, Hofeditz?
I just had to unmute. Yes,
Okay.
it's Hofeditz. Yeah, it's
Hofeditz.
Hofeditz.
Okay.
Yeah, Jana, Jana, and then Hofeditz is Hofeditz. Yeah, I live out here by Pyramid Lake. Not quite at Pyramid Lake, but I'm surrounded by BLM. And I've been a long time Nevada resident who would like to see the issue of wildlife killing contests move forward. I am hoping within a reasonable amount of time, these events will be banned. Today, though, I would like to quickly talk about the public land issue, because I go out there every contest that happens from a particular bar in Lemon Valley, and I monitor it. I take photos. I know what goes on. I've talked to the owner of the bar who holds it, and I know quite a lot about it. So if you could just hear me out for a minute, these contests are held primarily on our public lands. Not all the time, sometimes they go on private, but it's illegal. It is not legal to have these contests on our public lands without a special recreation permit. Fact. And I have been in touch with the BLM over the past 3 years, and is quoted by Miles Gertler, who does run the BLM's travel management and trails coordinator. He emailed me this. He said this, quote, "I will contact the officers for them to remind the representatives of the contests of our SRP rules and their lack of permit on BLM lands. Our BLM staff will also do their best to monitor for illegal commercial use on our public lands." And Miles Gertler. So the reason I wanted to say that quote is this is a serious issue that goes on in Nevada because a lot of our land is public lands. And when I'm out there doing my work, when I know they're having this one particular Washoe County contest, I see ATV families out there, people riding horses, etc. And I don't think this is a thing that mixes well. And when I let them know there's a contest going on at that moment, they're just, they don't like it. It's very scary for them. And so anyway, I also have to thank Mr. McNinch. Mr. McNinch sounds like he has studied this a lot and learned about it. He's gotten wise about it. And I appreciate him not being afraid or bullied and sharing this with everybody involved, because this is not a one-sided issue. Banning these events is not a slippery slope, because I've heard that a lot in the past few years. This will not lead to a rancher not being able to legally protect his or her animals, nor will it make someone who just wants to go out and kill a coyote for fun, that they can still do that legally. I think it's time we do what's right. and keep this on the front burner. And I appreciate you all hearing me out. And please, let's do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffeditz. I've just been asked by the department if you have a specific presentation or you're using information research, if you wouldn't mind sending that to the department, Wildlife Commission at NDOW.org, so they can appropriately reflect those comments in our minutes. That would be helpful. Okay, moving on. Shelby Swartz.
Yes, hi. So it's Shelby, SHELBIE, and then SWARTZ. I am a resident of Las Vegas, Nevada, and I frequently visit our beautiful lands, our mountain ranges, and I appreciate our wildlife. And I'm deeply concerned that our state still allows for these wildlife killing contests. I've done research and discovered that they're cruel. They're not representative of ethical hunting, as others have noted. They're not practical conservation methods. And as far as I can tell, they benefit absolutely nobody. The participants in these contests indiscriminately kill animals, generally coyotes, to win nominal prizes and bragging rights on social media. And Nevada is one of the last states in the Southwest where these contests are allowed to occur. Surrounding states have banned these contests in recent years, which has driven contestants, participants, and organizers to flock to our state. Now they come here, they slaughter our animals, they slaughter our wildlife, and they leave carnage and waste in their wake, which is different from fishing derbies and other competitions that the department interacts with. In the past year, there's been more than 24 wildlife killing contests in Nevada, including around my community in Clark County. There have been 4 that we have been able to find that have their weigh-ins and celebrations in Las Vegas and Henderson, putting the families that live here and the people who visit here in danger whenever these contests occur, as folks go and indiscriminately shoot on our lands. And they're aware that the public does not support their contests, and as such, they try to evade public notice as much as possible. And I've even moved to a virtual check-in system that allows anybody with a smartphone to compete, which means that this reckless killing can and does occur absolutely everywhere in our state. Nevadans depend on the Wildlife Commission to protect our families, our public lands, and our recreational areas that bring so much joy to residents. And by introducing a ban on wildlife killing contests, all of you can galvanize the movement to provide a place for our wildlife to thrive, ensure the public's safety from stray bullets that may injure or kill Nevadans that are enjoying the outdoor recreational areas we treasure, advance scientifically based wildlife management programs, and state that contest killing, which rewards participants for killing the most, the heaviest, and the smallest of a given species, is not sportsmanship. Residents and visitors to Nevada use our extensive public lands for hiking, rock climbing, and other outdoor activities that require a healthy environment. And the activities of these killing contests pose a threat to their safety and well-being. Taking a neutral position towards wildlife killing contests threatens the families of Nevada, our ecotourism and tourism at large, and the future of ethical hunting. I sincerely hope that the Wildlife Commission will take a stance for wildlife conservation based on science by prohibiting these grotesque events, and I look forward to hearing the next steps that y'all take with this proposed rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schwartz. If you wouldn't mind sending your comments, if they're written to the department, that would be helpful.
Yes, will do.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Dixon.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. A quick question for you as chair of the commission. County advisory boards used to not have a 3-minute limit for testifying or giving testimony of their cabs. Is that a new rule that we've come up with, that we go to 3 minutes like the general public? Just as a thought.
Not that I am aware of. But maybe if you'll just give me 30 seconds, I can get Dag Burkett to weigh in on that.
I'm not exactly sure what the question is.
The question is,
oh, go on.
The question is, are the cabs under the same rule as the public to the 3-minute limit? They have not been in the past.
Yeah, I don't know what the practice of the commission has been in the past before I was involved, but I think there is a specific agenda item for the cabs to comment, which would imply that during that time frame there would be no 3-limit area or time frame, but during public comment it would occur to me that they probably would fall under that 3-minute time frame. I wonder if Deputy Director Rob has some past experience with this.
He's on. Go ahead, Deputy Director Rob.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jack Robb for the record. Historically, the Wildlife Commission has never viewed the cabs under the 3-minute because the cabs are an integral part of the public scoping process, and they take input from multiple people within their county to provide input to the Wildlife Commission. So we have never, in my memory, and I've been around this since 1997, limited the cabs to the 3 minutes. And we usually, in the past, we've asked for cab input and then public input. We've never limited it in the past.
That's satisfactory to me.
Okay, and I understand it would be easier to go through cab first, but we've got 23 people right now with their hands raised, and I don't know always who's cab and who's not. So, okay, go ahead, Mr. Dixon.
Yeah, anyway, thanks for the clarification, everybody. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't doing things. Just to know that this was as everywhere, a fairly controversial discussion at the Clark Cab. In a split vote, the CAB recommended the Board of Wildlife Commissioners take no action on this resolution by the Clark County Commission. And one of the interesting things I wanted to point out is that in correspondence that I received written, the CAB did, all the CAB members did, and in testimony at the Clark Cab, there was an implied threat basically to say that our dismissal of the Clark County Commission was disrespectful to those who appointed us, and since we report to them, we should have followed their lead. And I want to make it clear to everybody that the advisory board as a group exists to take in all public comment. We're not there to be political appointees of the people who appointed us and follow their lead. And I think the more disturbing thing to me is that the people who forwarded this bill to the Clark County Commission did so and got it on the CCB agenda down here in Clark County. There was never a mention to me as a chair of the Clark County Cab that this was going to be put on there, or to any of the sportsmen was this announced that this was actually going to be on the thing, so we could have commented during the open comment period. And so I feel that it was a little bit underhanded to get this in and have and basically say there was no public comment against this, when in fact it wasn't really agendized in such a way that the sportsmen in Southern Nevada even knew that it was coming. We get the reverse complaint with our CAB agenda sometimes with people. So I think if they may say that turnabout's for fair pay. I did have a dissenting opinion on my CAB on the 6-1 vote, and that dissenting opinion felt very strongly that we should follow the county commission's recommendation and we should not go against that. I'll kind of leave this with listening to things today, and I think this really comes down to less of and a personal opinion here. And I said this in front of my cabinet, it's not captured in my thing. I think this really has little to do with the killing of coyotes or having a contest. This really comes down to I think the true misunderstanding and the questions that were asked, because people have this vision that when there's a coyote calling contest where coyotes are killed, and that there are hundreds or thousands killed. And to my knowledge, and the ones that I've monitored and people I've talked to who have participated in these, even when you have a group of 20 or 30 people out there, the fact of the matter is that if you get the same number of coyotes killed as you have participants, it's rare. It is very rare. So, I mean, we're not killing mass amounts of these things. So it comes back, in my viewpoint, to, is this something that has become politically or socially unacceptable now and is going to be a detriment to us? Or is it with a small group of people that it's politically and socially unacceptable at this point? And I'll kind of leave it there to say that I'm not convinced when we say the general public doesn't accept this, because I don't think we've had a true poll of the general public. If you ask them if they support coyote calling contests, the public would say, we don't care. But if you ask them if they support coyote killing contests, I can guarantee you the public will tell you, we don't want to have a killing contest because that has negative connotations. So how you ask the question and how it's being asked in the public out there really does drive what the public opinion is going to be on this. So I think if people believe, and I think Commissioner Hubbs said it well, there are people that live in neighborhoods right now that are terrified of coyotes because they have pets and small children. And to be honest with you, both of those, as pointed out by Director Wasley, as we have consumed a lot of the small wildlife on our golf courses, pets become the next thing. And when I say pets, I'm not talking small pets. I mean, there are basically large dogs, I mean, that get killed. I mean, not small dogs, but large dogs because coyotes hunt in packs. And it's a matter of time before we have somebody's child hurt unless we take care of urban coyote problems. I'm not saying these contests do that, but I'm saying is once you start acquiescing to a contest here, you're going to end up somewhere else that you probably don't want to end up, which is people are going to be less willing to remove problem coyotes out of an urban environment. And I think if ultimately they will cause a problem, and they're not limited in numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. We'll go to next to Bobby McCollum.
Thank you. Just had a trouble unmuting.
Okay.
Just a few comments. I'll try not to repeat what you've already heard. Yesterday, I heard a lot of comments from commissioners about having the right tools. This wildlife killing contests are not considered tools to control predator numbers. There are programs in place to do that. And it'd be really good if we could focus on the issue of these contests. No one is saying we're not going to be taking care of predators or problems. It's about the contest. Nevada allows residents from other states to conduct these contests. They cross state lines where it's illegal. They come into Nevada, they sponsor the contest, they collect money, they dispense money, all without any oversight. These aren't charitable organizations. These are events that are held, often they say they're helping someone with something, but these are not certified charitable organizations that are conducting these. I echo the comments made about the activity occurring on federal land. Permits are required. Who monitors that? I don't think these equate with fishing derbies, so many of which are catch and release. I can't think of coyote killing contests where coyotes were caught and released. So I think it's a different issue. And if you want to know how this has been going in the states where they've banned, perhaps contacting California, Arizona, New Mexico wildlife authorities would be a good avenue to pursue to see if there's any problem with depredation. So thank you. I hope that you will consider this on a scientific thinking and not on your personal opinions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCollum. Next is Joel Blakesley.
Okay, Madam Chairman, members of the committee, I'll be brief. I just thought I'd describe what a coyote contest actually is, because after yesterday, you know, there was a lot of discussion about traps and hounding, and it was obvious that a lot of people, in fact, most people, have never participated in that. So let me just give you a quick rundown. I've been to 2 contests in my life. We started out, we went to Elko. We met the organizers and the other hunters at the Red Lion Inn and Casino. We attended a banquet that was identical to the dozens of other wildlife banquets that I've attended in my life. We had a nice social hour. We had a few drinks. We had a dinner. We raffled off some merchandise. I could have been at Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Ducks Unlimited, NBU, any of the other dozens of banquets that I've attended in my life. Later that night, everybody took off to wherever they wanted to go hunting. My partner and I had to battle 100-mile-an-hour winds all weekend. We got 2 coyotes, and we didn't even go to the check-in because obviously we weren't in the running. So I ask you, is there anything there that I've described that constitutes quote unquote improper behavior? Dave McNinch said that term a little while ago. Is there anything there that was improper? Most of these hunts have many of the same components with a bunch of other organized events. I won't go into that. We've talked about fishing and all that stuff. But the last thing I'd like to say is the biggest contest of the year is coming up, and that's the big game draw. We're going to be competing for tags. You know, we've got the Silver State tag, the PIW, we got the heritage tags. You know, we compete all across the board. There's money involved all around. And to discriminate against one group of people is just exactly that. I would ask you not to go along with the cancel culture that has infected our country lately. And last thing I'd like to say is the Nevada legislature had this in front of them last session and chose not to go anywhere with it. And I would ask you to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blakesley. Brian Burris.
Good morning to the members of the commission. You know, I heard a lot of testimony from people that claim that these contests are one thing or another. I heard from a commissioner that says people are coming with their trucks with 50 coyotes in the back of their trucks, which certainly is not the case on these coyote calling contests. I think you've heard from some other people talking about if you're lucky to get a coyote in regards to the public lands hunting. So these competitions do not have a check-in or anything on a public lands. A hunter is allowed to hunt on public land legally. They're allowed to go on any public land they want to, as long as it's not a closed area, and go hunt whatever species they want to hunt. Second off, I will discuss the fishing derby versus a coyote calling contest issue. So the difference between a fishing derby and a coyote calling contest, or a quail derby, or however you want to do it, is pretty simple. A fishing derby, a chucker tournament, those are regulated animals in the state of Nevada. Coyotes are not regulated animals in the state of Nevada. So you're asking us to take an unregulated animal and put regulations on it. It just physically does not make sense. They're unregulated for a reason. It's estimated between 250,000 and 700,000 coyotes in the state of Nevada. Nobody knows the actual true number because there haven't been any studies. So we're going to make a decision based on something we really don't know anything about. The science is not settled science. 100% is not settled science. We have an excellent scientific community within the NDOW organization. And I would ask you, before you make any decisions, that we actually go through and try to get some of the science to make an actually scientifically informed decision. Words matter. And from the beginning of this conversation, I've heard over and over again, and from several members of this board, wildlife killing contests. Wildlife killing contest has two specific connotations. Number one is you're killing wildlife. Wildlife in the state of Nevada is any game species, non-game species that occurs naturally or unnaturally in the state of Nevada. So that includes fish, deer, any animal, skunks, chipmunks, whatever that you'd be replacing restrictions on as a county that actually pushes this agenda forward. Number two, killing. Killing is denoted for one particular reason, is to elicit an emotional response. So our politics nowadays are driven by emotional response. We as a wildlife commission, as a sportsman, we need to be ruled by science and not emotion. I asked this board to actually go through, find the science, follow the science, and don't let Clark County, one small urban area, rule the state of Nevada and tell this commission what they should be doing. I ask that you go to NDOW and ask NDOW to provide the science on the best path forward. I encourage you to table this item and take no action on this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burris. I see Joel Blakesley still has his hand up. Joel, you've already spoken. Can you, unless that's a different Joel Blakesley? I don't think so. All right, thank you. Next up is Jeff Dixon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go
Okay.
ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. For the record, I am Jeff Dixon. The ad is DIXON, Delta Indigo X-Ray Oscar November. I'm a resident of Reno and the Nevada State Director for the Humane Society of the United States. On behalf of our Nevada supporters, I would like to thank you for having this conversation on coyote killing contests and urge you to initiate rulemaking. A ban on killing contests is narrowly tailored to games that offer cash and prizes for an animal's life. It would not reduce opportunities to hunt any wildlife species, nor would it prevent ranchers from using lethal control to protect livestock. If contests are banned, coyotes would remain unprotected species that can be killed with no limits on seasons or quantity. Contest participants and organizers often claim that they're performing a service, reducing coyote numbers, saving livestock, or boosting populations of game animals like deer for hunters. But scientific studies do not support any of these claims, and in fact, show that randomly killing carnivores has the opposite effect. They cause coyotes to proliferate, and they create conflicts where there were none. When it comes to livestock, those who raise animals for food already pay a fee that goes to USDA Wildlife Services, which employs people whose sole year-round task is to kill coyotes and other native carnivores on behalf of ranchers. And NDOW on its website states that the removal of coyotes should be limited to chronic problem animals. Simply put, these are false pretexts given to make this blood sport appear necessary and even respectable. There's nothing respectable about games where violence is the point. When they're finished, the bodies are usually thrown into a dumpster, the very definition of wanton waste. I'll also refer to Nevadans' orientation toward wildlife as reported in the American Wildlife Values Survey, Nevada State Report. 44% of us, a plurality, are mutualists who believe that we should coexist with wildlife. 22% are traditionalists who believe wildlife should be used and managed for human benefit, and 19% are pluralists who may hold either view depending on the context. I'll ask you to consider what a pluralist, perhaps yourself or someone you would know, would determine when considering wildlife killing contests, coyote killing contests. We know that wildlife management professionals and commissioners in other states, including Arizona, Colorado, Washington, have determined these killing contests cross the line. I hope this commission recognizes it too and will initiate rulemaking today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Kaylee Deerstein?
Hi, my name is Kaylee Deerstein. That's Dearstyne, and I work as a naturalist educator teaching environmental modules to kids predominantly in Tier 1 schools in Reno. I'm grateful for your consideration of a rule to ban wildlife killing contests in Nevada, and I urge you to support such a rule. As a lover of wildlife and an avid hiker, I was disturbed and disappointed to learn that wildlife killing contests take place and are legal in Nevada. I can't understand how this blood sport is allowed to continue or why anyone would want to participate in one. Wildlife in Nevada is managed for the benefit of all Nevadans because under the public trust doctrine on which the North American model is based, wildlife belongs to all Nevadans, including my students. I hate to think of a child being socialized in a culture that doesn't even pretend to have reverence for wildlife. I can't see any ethical defense for it, and I know some of your counterparts in other states have agreed. I'll share some quotes from a couple of them. In 2017, a year prior to Vermont banning contests, the Vermont Fish and Wildlife Department said, quote, coyote hunting contests are not only ineffective at controlling coyote populations, but these kinds of competitive coyote hunts are raising concerns on the part of the public and could possibly jeopardize the future of hunting and affect access to private lands for all hunters, unquote. They continued saying, quote, although these activities follow laws and regulations, we do not believe such short-term hunts will have any measurable impact on regulating coyote populations, nor will they bolster populations of deer or other game species, unquote. When New Mexico Land Commissioner Stephanie Garcia Richard banned contests on 9 million acres of public land trusts in 2019, she said, quote, these are not hunting contests, they're animal cruelty contests. It is an inexcusable practice, unquote. The Massachusetts Division of Fisheries and Wildlife outlawed contests in 2019, saying it was doing so after reviewing the best available science and consulting with wildlife agency professionals from other states. They said of a killing contest ban that they do not reduce opportunity for hunting coyotes or other fur bears or fulfill one of Massachusetts Wildlife's core functions to develop and maintain hunting, fishing, and other trapping opportunities. They further said that the ban would, 1, address public concern that certain contests contribute to the waste of animals, 2, recognize and address that public controversy over the issue has the potential to threaten predator hunting, 3, discourage the waste of wildlife and reinforce a core principle and expectation that all animals taken during the regulated season are utilized to the greatest extent possible, as taught in hunter education, and 4, recognize that coyotes and other fur bearers are managed as a valuable natural resource. Finally, please consider this quote from the late Jim Poswitz, author of Beyond Fair Chase, The Ethic and Tradition of Hunting, who said, quote, competitive killing seems to lack the appreciation of and respect of wildlife fundamental to any current definition of an ethical hunter, unquote. Hunters and non-hunters agree that we should respect wildlife in their habitats. Wildlife killing contests are barbaric and a stain on our state. As more and more Western states prohibit these events, I fear Nevada will become a haven for contest participants. For these reasons, I urge you to ban wildlife killing tests.
Thank you, Ms. Deerstein. If you wouldn't mind sending your comments to the department, that would be helpful.
Yes, thank you.
Next up is Patrick Donnelly.
This is Patrick Donnelly. I'm Nevada State Director with the Center for Biological Diversity. The center has been fighting for wildlife and public lands in Nevada for almost 30 years. We've conducted a nationwide campaign against wildlife killing contests. The center is not an anti-hunting organization. Many of our members and staff are hunters and anglers. Coyote killing contests are not legitimate hunting. They are blood sport. Each year, hundreds of coyotes are killed in gruesome contests across Nevada, where cash or prizes like assault rifles are awarded to participants who kill the most or the largest animals. Not only are these contests unsporting and wasteful, but they are also ecologically harmful and deeply at odds with the principles of the North American wildlife conservation model, which requires that wildlife only be killed for a legitimate purpose. We may have our own objections to that particular model, but if it is the credo that legitimate hunters wrap themselves in, it's clear that this is not a legitimate hunting activity. Most animals killed in these contests are not used for meat or fur, but rather dumped and discarded. But we heard earlier that there is not evidence of population level impacts. That's what NDOW is saying. And that may be true. There are definitely localized impacts from systematic killing of coyotes, which will affect family structures and may result in increased conflicts with livestock, pets, and people. That's at a micro level. But ultimately, this is not primarily a question of coyote management. There are much broader questions about our relationship with and management of predators in Nevada. Valid critiques have been raised in the past about the way the state and USDA Wildlife Services manage predators, but that's not what this is. This is a question of whether, as a society, we will move forward from a barbaric and anachronistic practice, which many states have banned. Coyote killing contests have no place here, and most Nevadans find them repellent. Not all decisions made by this commission are 100% based strictly on scientific evidence. You make choices about the ethics of hunting and the ethics of our relationship with wildlife all the time. This is a moral issue. Also, you now have a chance to be proactive, and I think Commissioner McNinch expressed this quite well. You can deal with this issue right now, or we can continue to fight over this for years and years and years. We can take out billboards on the Las Vegas Strip with piles of dead coyotes. This issue is already a black eye on the hunting community. I heard you got 600 emails. Well, we can make it 600,000 if you want. This issue is only going to get worse the longer it continues to fester. Again, this isn't anti-hunting, it's anti-wildlife killing contests. And you can take proactive action on an issue that already has incredibly widespread consensus among all but a tiny fraction of the populace. We urge you to move.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly, for your comments. If you'll send them off to the department, they'll make sure that your comments get into the record. Okay, next up is Dakota. And Dakota, if you could give us a first or last name, that would be helpful.
Yeah, my name's Dakota Neufer, and that's Neuffer.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah. So Hello, commissioners. My name is Dakota Newfer, and I'll make this brief. I am here to encourage you to listen to what has been said today. I believe these killing contests need to be banned. These events go against any kind of ethical hunting practices. Thank you, and I encourage you to take action on this agenda.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Newfer. Next up is Michelle Lute.
Thank you, Chair East and Commissioners. My name is Michelle Lute, L-U-T-E. I am the National Carnivore Conservation Manager for Project Coyote, speaking to you on behalf of over 800 Nevada members who support science-based modern wildlife management, including and especially a prohibition on wildlife killing contests. Excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat. As a PhD wildlife scientist and former state biologist in New Mexico, where killing contests were banned without negative repercussions, I state confidently, wildlife killing contests offer no management benefits whatsoever. They beget chaos across the landscape with unregulated killing of predators that do not need such control. Predators self-regulate and have done so based on compensatory mechanisms, competitors, and native prey availability for millennia. The draft 2016 commission policy from the board agreed with this by explaining the wildlife management profession does not generally recognize the use of contests as a tool with substantial wildlife management effect. As both a wildlife scientist and daughter of 3 generations of farmers, I can also state confidently, killing contests do nothing to address conflict because they do not target the offending predator, site where depredation occurred, or time when it occurred. If anything, they serve to increase conflict with disruption of social structures and foraging ecology. The number of surviving pups that must be fed by alpha parents and transient individuals may increase. Contests take out adults before they teach their young to properly hunt. If you're not taught how to get healthy food, you end up at the easiest fast food joint eating a burger. Native carnivores take few livestock, less than 0.5% according to the US Department of Ag. The best available science points to non-lethal methods to prevent conflict. They are effective, targeted, and address the root causes of conflicts. Additionally, no credible evidence exists to support the notion that indiscriminate killing of predators effectively helps manage their prey species. Coyote diets are omnivorous and rely on rodents and rabbits more than deer. Rodent control is just one of the many ecosystem benefits of predators. And let me be clear, we are not anti-hunting. You may hear concerns about the slippery slope. That is actually a logical fallacy where a course of action is rejected because with little or no evidence, one insists that it will lead to a chain reaction resulting in an undesirable end. I invite you to look at the evidence. My body of work is published and available online. Project Coyote's work is on our website. You will not find anti-hunting rhetoric or action. You will find evidence of why killing contests are unjustified. The only slippery slope that ending killing contests leads us to is further refined policies supported by scientific and value-based justifications upon which the majority of Nevadans agree. I would venture we all agree that that's a desirable end. Modern conservation understands that biodiversity and ecosystem health and function is better.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lute. Please send your comments to the department. Next up is Chris Garnett.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. I'd like to start off with saying I would like the commissioners to recognize a name change from to wildlife or coyote calling or hunting contest. The use of the name wildlife killing contest only leads to biased feelings and pushes one agenda. It does not allow the commission to remain neutral in its decision making. Having the word killing in the title applies animals are standing around for slaughter, which is just not the reality. Coyotes must be hunted before they can be taken. It takes extreme skill by the hunter to accomplish this. The word killing or blood sport is being used. It's selected specifically to trigger an emotional response in others. We refer to big game hunts as just that, hunts, but we don't hear big game killing season. This proves the word killing in this topic is being used to push the agenda. Also, there's no proof that indiscriminate shooting or stray bullets are happening. Clearly, anyone making these comments have little knowledge of coyote hunting. There is no evidence or proof has been presented of public endangerment, yet these statements are being made in hopes to persuade others to agree with them. The Nevada state biologist has set coyote hunting laws to require no license and no limit, with a season lasting all year. To suggest a change in this management with no qualifying justification is saying that the biologist for the state of Nevada, their data is less valuable than the emotions of a few. I would like to ask the commission to rely on this biologist that they have appointed, and let's go with their data. Also, the US government kills more predators in Nevada than any contest ever does. Simply by paying your taxes, you fund predator killing. According to APHIS, the Department of Agriculture kills over 27,000 coyotes per year. That equates to approximately 64 coyotes per day. Yet I hear no complaints being made about this. This is generally done with poisoning, trapping, but mostly from helicopter shooting. And nothing about public complaints are being talked about that. So also, I would like to note that the Wildlife Commission, I would like to see them send a letter back to the Clark County Commission to remind the Clark County Commission of their duty of urban planning and let the wildlife management be done by those who are elected. In fact, the CAB, the Clark County CAB, does not suggest the commission take any further action regarding these contests. And also, the Clark County CAB has also considered suggesting to the Wildlife Commission to pay a bounty to go coyotes, similar to Utah. I just like all those facts stated, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Garnett. Bye-bye. Corey Cole.
Yes, hi, thank you, Madam Chair. Actually on my wife's Zoom here, so for the record, my name is Colton, C-O-L-T-O-N, C-O-L-E. I thank you, members of the commission, for taking time to listen to this issue today. As we sat and listened to prior comments, I think we can agree that this is a passionate issue for both sides. The base arguments in support of this bill is been based solely on emotion. We're not hearing any scientific data that backs this. It comes down to personal opinion. I think we, as a people of this great state and country, often forget one of the keys that make it so great, and it's diversity. I understand that, a lot of the supporters of this agenda don't feel that it's right. They talk ethics. We each grew up in, rural, city, different backgrounds, different beliefs. And I'm a person that lives kind of live and let live. So, I just ask the commission, as they really ponder this issue, that they support the sportsmen that put the time in, put the dollars in, put the effort in to sustain the land. I would love, some of the antis to come out and help us build guzzler projects and help us rehabilitate fire lands and actually do something that, benefits wildlife. So, ask you guys, please support the sportsmen here in protecting our right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Janice Medema.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Janice Medema, and I'm a resident of Henderson, Nevada. As a wildlife advocate, I've been following killing contests for many years. And I supported the group in Arizona who was instrumental in curtailing these events. I believe that the only reason that there's not more public outrage around these events is that people do not even realize they're happening. But over the years, I have followed some of these events on social media and seen the horrific posts that these people post publicly. And I would encourage all of you to check that out. See, several of the people at this meeting have said they've gotten 1 or 2 coyotes. That's not what people are posting on social media. There are pictures of piles and piles of dead animals laying either in the bed of a truck or just out on the dirt. It's grotesque. Some people post pictures with their children after they've done this. I would encourage you to see what kind of people are coming into our state and participating in these events, and come to the conclusion, is this the kind of activity that we want to attract into our beautiful state? I also would just like I would like to address, someone has said that coyotes are these vicious animals that will attack you. I lived for many years in California where this is illegal. And I used to run at night and train for marathons. And I would come across coyotes all the time in my ventures and hiking. I never once felt threatened by one of them, and they could care less about me. I understand we have to protect our small animals. That's our job as pet owners, to protect our animals from the wildlife that live around us. But I do believe that coexistence should be the norm. I would encourage you to end these wildlife contests for good. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maidema. I'm going to take one more public comment, and then we're going to break for a few minutes, stretch our legs, and then we'll come back and finish up because we still have more than a dozen lined up. So we'll hear now from Rex Flowers.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
For the record, I've been listening to this, and this really is a matter of people's ethics and their moral standing on things. This has no biological basis. And I understand, Commissioner McNinch, you have an issue with it, and you're entitled to your viewpoint on that. And I commend you for coming forward. I would like to say, though, that why do we continue? I mean, this is these predator contests are like-minded people gathering together to do something that they enjoy. I don't participate in these things. I would not get any enjoyment out of it. But I don't think it's up to me to pass judgment on the next individual for doing it. And I believe a lot of the people out there who have made comments today, they're making their comments. It's based on the fact that it's a coyote. Yesterday, people based their comments on the fact it was a bear. I think we need to visualize. As small children, we're raised with teddy bears, and through life, we grow up with cats and dogs as being our family pets, being our brothers and sisters, and being our children. That's why we associate so well with coyotes and with bobcats and with the black bears. We don't ever hear anything about the fishing. We don't hear anything about the birds. And how is it any different? I mean, think of the cruelty when you have a fishing contest and a fish hits that line and you rip the lips right off the face of that fish. Is that not as intense? And I just, you see where I'm trying to get to? I think we need to justify, is there a biological reason for it? Or is it because these animals have furs and paws, and that's the end of the conversation? Thank you, and hope you'll give consideration to that.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. It's 2:43. Let's come back at 2:55, and we'll move forward with public comment, starting with Mr. Stoker. Thank you. Okay, everybody, it's 2:55. If we're ready, we can proceed with Mr. Ron Stoker. We're in public comment on agenda item number 17, wildlife killing contests. If you'd like to provide comment, please join us on the Zoom. We can't take public comment from the YouTube, so you'll have to be on the Zoom. Mr. Stoker, go ahead.
I'm here. Thank you, Clark County, or thank you, commissioners, for listening to me today. It was brought up earlier in the meeting by a commissioner that we are the crazy uncle in the room, and it is time for us to sit down and be quiet. I don't feel like that is fair. As a conservationist, a sportsman that has never participated in a coyote contest, I will not refer to them as coyote killing contests. That is not a fair statement. I still believe as a sportsman that you should maintain the right to hunt in a manner which is fit and which you enjoy. It's a right to assemble. It's a right where family and friends get together and go out and remove a prey species that negatively affects the herds in Nevada. Now, we've heard several things about it not being biologically sound, and that may be true, but it is beneficial to those communities in which it happens. And it might not benefit the whole state, but it does benefit those communities. Along with that, with regards to the wanton waste or coyote slaughters, which has been referred to, there is more waste done by predator management programs than there is ever done by a coyote contest. A lot of these sportsmen do take and use these animals. They will tie on the pelts and they'll bring them to the hide and fur trades, places and do things like that. Now, also it says that coyotes aren't dangerous in public areas. I don't know of a fact, but I know that there has been recently in the last 6 months, 2 coyote incidents, which people enjoying nature have got bit while they're sleeping. And so there are certain coyote escalations that will happen if the coyotes aren't managed. I really hope that the commissioners will take into effect that this is a way of sportsmen and that we don't remove these coyote contests and that we don't call them coyote killing contests, or else we're going to have to call them deer killing contests, bass fishing killing contests, and several other things. And I appreciate your time and thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Stoker. Let's see, Larry Staley? Where did Mr. Volz go? He was,
Can you hear me, commissioners?
yes, okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, commissioners, I appreciate the time I have to talk to you today. I would advise you to oppose this proposed thing from the Clark County Commission. The one thing I want to touch on is stop referring to them as killing contests. It's called a calling contest for a reason. My dad used to say it's not called killing, it's called hunting. Hunting takes technique and hones skills. If it was called killing, there would be more people doing it, and that's a fact. The same goes for coyote calling. If that's it takes extreme skill and technique to call in a coyote. Many of the statements made were using the word killing to play on the emotions of others. It's not a bass killing tournament, a chucker killing contest, or a big buck killing contest. So stop referring to it as a killing contest. It's not. It's strictly a calling contest where you go out and you try to prove that you can call in a coyote. It's not easy. People that think it is, they're 100% wrong. 100%. And if they think it is easy, I dare you to go to a sporting store, pick up a hand call, and go try to call a coyote, because you won't do it. Fact. So also, hunters on here have been portrayed as just wild savages going out shooting bullets all over the place and willy-nilly. Well, the type of people that are hunters are people that aren't felons. They're allowed to have their Second Amendment rights. They go out, they participate in the outdoors, and they're law-abiding citizens. That's who comes out to our state to come out and go out and hunt. It doesn't matter if it's coyotes, ducks, it doesn't matter if it's fishing, doesn't matter if it's coyote hunting, it doesn't matter if it's big game hunting. People that come out and hunt are people that are law-abiding citizens. That's a fact. So One thing I'd like to also consider is how is it fair to solely go after one group of like-minded individuals for something that we like to enjoy? If you're going to ban coyote calling contests that are an unprotected species in our state, then you'll have to stop the multi-million-dollar industry of bass fishing tournaments, where there's multi-million dollars brought in for bass that are brought in that die in the live well. There's big buck contests held in almost every small town in the state of Nevada, where you bring your biggest buck in and you might win some cash. The same goes for a coyote calling contest. You're also going to have to stop doing the Nevada Wildlife Record Book. You're going to have to stop doing that because there's belt buckles given to the top 3 species in our state, which is a fact. Don't believe me? Go look up. There's a Nevada Wildlife Record Book that gives you the top 3 animals killed in the state of every species. So you're going to have to stop doing that. You're going to have to stop the chucker contest. You're going to have to stop these banquets because these banquets are earning money, and these banquets are using that money to go out there and put more animals on there for people to go kill. Why would we do that? So take this into consideration when you're going to sit there and target one group of individuals that like to go hunt coyotes, that try to do a little bit of predator control in the areas that I like to go big game hunt.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Staley. Next up is Randall Massaro.
Hello.
Hi there.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity to speak to you. I'm Randall Massaro. I'm national president of Union Members for the Preservation of Wildlife, an animal rights and activist organization that's been around since 1970. We advocate, and we, for myself, I'm retired law enforcement, worked in federal law enforcement as well, and became an actor in Hollywood and big advocate for animal rights. Obviously, we were involved with your first ever bear hunt, and we also sit on Native American boards where we include Native Americans, animal rights organizations, and concerned citizens. We'd like to ask you to vote no on coyote killing contests, and if science doesn't prove it, then obviously the ethics of being a hunter should. While most people consider hunters the guy that goes out and shoots an animal and eats it, quite often here in California and now Arizona and many other states are going along with voting against coyote killing contests. 17 states right now, and we're working on others. Our Teamsters Union that I represent is supporting the no hunt policy for the fact that the biggest buyers of pelts, hides, and furs is communist China and Russia. And while we're pushing for the boycott of states that do support the purchase of furs, we have gotten to our union members in Europe as well as other countries to dissuade people from buying and traveling to many of the states that support the coyote killing contests and hound dog hunting of bears and other animals. In California, we won the fight to ban hound dog hunting on bears and bobcats. We banned bobcat trapping. We won protection for the wolves in California. And again, we're an international animal rights organization, and we bring in the Native American side of it as well. While Native Americans hunt for survival, there's a big difference between hunting for fun, sport, and profit. We encourage your board not to vote for hound dog hunting of bears and coyote killing contests. We are, again, actors from Hollywood are watching you. As myself, I am an actor, retired federal law enforcement officer, worked investigations for the state of California. And we use this also as evidence where we bring in the videos and other testimonials from the hunting industry. And we'd like to encourage you, please look at all the facts and listen to Project Coyote, Humane Society, and many of the other allies and friends out there. And if I'm going to extend an olive branch and ask you if you'd like to visit the Wolf Rescue in Lucerne Valley, California, we'd love to have you be our guest and come on out and get hands-on experience with live wolves and see why we're so adamant about protecting wildlife. We have a wolf rescue with 20 wolves out there. Many of the actors come out and support the wolf protection for the wolves and other wildlife, like Sons of Anarchy, Cast and Crew of Twilight. We were in a lawsuit. We joined up with actor Robert Redford, New Mexico. So we'd like to invite you to come on out, extend the olive branch of friendship for all of you, and look up Wolf Mountain Sanctuary, look up Union Members for the Preservation of Wildlife. My name is Randall Massaro. Feel free to give me a call. I sent you an email.
Thank you, Mr. Massaro. Next up is Fred Volz.
Thank you. For the record, Fred Volz. When the elected representatives of over 70% of the state's population unanimously oppose wildlife killing contests because of the detrimental impacts on wildlife, plus public health, safety, and liability factors, the Wildlife Commission needs to take action. Contest participants are killing wildlife. Don't sugarcoat reality. Some, including 6 of the appointed Clark CAB, dismissed the elected county commission's message as ill-informed and emotional, while twice failing to show up at public meetings and make an alternative case. They failed to track the county commission's wildlife-related agenda items, one of their responsibilities. Mass slaughter of any species for amusement, sport, or fundraising cannot be rationally perpetuated, regardless of whether the targets are categorized as protected. Fishing contests do not involve the high-volume killing of wildlife or dangers to public health and safety. They deserve exemptions from WKC prohibitions. Fearmongers claiming wildlife pose a threat to be addressed through WKCs or unlimited bounty hunting would be well advised to spend their time, money, and energy educating people in the actions they can take to diminish unwanted wildlife-human interactions. Such alternatives include adequately protecting their pets or livestock, containing and securing human garbage, removing exterior water and food sources, and arranging television public service announcements, along with social media and HOA dissemination. Nevada needs to ban wildlife killing contests, much as it needs to ban commercial trapping on public lands, as New Mexico enacted yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volz. Next up is Brian Cox.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay, I listened to the county commissioner meeting, and you know, I've heard a number of people say, well, this isn't anti-hunting, it's anti-killing and cruelty. Well, when I listened to everybody that came forward before the county commissioners, the majority of comments were either anti-shooting, anti-hunting, and everything about the coyote killing contest was emotional. You know, I've heard several people say this is cruel. It's a blood sport. Well, as a young boy growing up in Nevada, I was in the desert and I witnessed 2 coyotes go after a rabbit. And I'd never seen a rabbit run so fast in my life. And so I went to investigate. The first thing I found was a pile of the rabbit's entrails. And this is the way predators go after animals throughout the world, not just here, but in Africa as well. The predator immobilizes the animal and they disembowel the animal through the stomach, because that's where the skin is the thinnest. Animals die in the wild really only 2 ways. That's starving to death or being ripped to pieces by another animal. And so when I hear that you know, this is cruel and this is, you know, this is it's inhumane. Well, that's what nature is. And to all those people that believe that they're supportive of seeing animals in the wild, well, you can thank a hunter for that. You can thank a hunter for paying not only themselves, but their fathers and their grandfathers for participating in the conservation since Teddy Roosevelt, and then FDR enacted it through the Pittman-Robertson Act. So to anybody that wants to say they're for conservation, but use the rhetoric of anti-hunting, I'm sorry, but it's very disingenuous, and you're ignoring history. And anybody that thinks that urban Las Vegas should determine the policy for the entire state, I'm sorry, that's not the way our democracy is set up. I'm hearing way too much anti-hunting rhetoric, and you say it's not, but you are using that rhetoric, but you say you're not anti-hunting. It's disingenuous, and I'd appreciate it if you looked at history and look at and appreciate the conservation efforts of hunters, not only today, but our fathers and our grandfathers that participate in this, going back to FDR. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Next up is Jim Cooney from Elko CAB.
Madam Chairman, members of the commission, for the record, Jim Cooney, Elko CAB. It's been I really appreciate all of you listening to all these different points of view. But it's my responsibility as a CAB to let you know exactly where Elko County comes down on this. With regards to the Clark County resolution, I too would like to have everybody consider these to be coyote call-in contests, not killing. The Elko CAB does not support the resolution from Clark County. A number of the items that were brought up during our CAB meeting have been touched on. I'll try to fill in a few of the areas that I haven't heard so far in the discussion. These contests help to maintain a healthy population, to keep the coyotes from getting mange and possibly rabies, and reducing the conflict with pets and human interaction. In Elko County, these coyote calling contests do have an economic value to the local economy. Gas, rooms, restaurants, and the likes do have a considerable economic impact. We also, Elko County CAB, as well as most of the residents of Elko County, support the livestock industry and this and to reduce the predation that happens. You know, the first thought that I had as I looked at this, if Clark County is putting forth a resolution, why don't they first consider the county commission? One of their primary responsibilities is to develop ordinances. If Clark County would like to have an ordinance that outlaws that, that's fine, but let's not push that off on the other 16 counties. I'd also draw your attention to an email that you should have received from the Elko County Manager's Office, that the Elko County has come up with a resolution to support the coyote call-in contest as it is right now. A final question that I have, and I thought that it was interesting, I don't know if Commissioner McNinch addressed this or not. I didn't hear him earlier. Typically, my understanding is that the commission goes through and we
shoot, Missy, Mr. Cooney is with a cab, so he gets up to 6 minutes.
Am I back?
You're back. Thank you, Mr. Cooney. My apologies.
Okay. Why was this brought forward to the commission in the form of just a resolution and not in the form of a petition? My understanding is that the petition is the correct procedure to bring forth one of these questions. So with that, those are the primary things. Most everything else has been touched on previously, so I don't want to prolong this hearing. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooney, and my apologies for that. Okay, moving on. Fauna, can you give us your last name, Fauna, please?
Fauna Tomlinson. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I had this prepared statement, but almost all my points have already been talked about. I'll try to keep this brief and come up with new ones. Not only does killing contests hurt the reputation of hunters, but also Nevada residents. I do not want to be one of the last states standing that allows this. Speaking of, as each Western state bans killing contests, we are seeing an uptick in killing contests. They're underground, so it's hard to find them. Right now, we have about 3 dozen, which is up from 2 dozen the beginning of this year. Contestants are growing in size also the World Coyote Calling Contest brought in 157 participants. The really bad part about this is the prize money is growing. So we've documented $20,000 in prize money. Now, remind you that none of this goes to NDOW. None of this goes to research. None of this goes to science. There's no data. There's no numbers. This is just calling or killing. You call to kill. And even NDOW shows that there's no science that says this helps. So when somebody, just like Hub said, that there's so much misinformation with coyotes, the last person said that this slows mange. No, it doesn't. There's no science that shows that. It slows disease. No, there's no science that shows that. Or it slows pet taking, and there's no science to show that either. So I think it's really important that we keep with science and not the feely touchy stuff, because science does not show that killing contests help in any way for livestock, pet protection. Somebody else said that you have to watch to make sure your children aren't snatched. I wanted you to know that's also false, and that in Nevada, there's never been any coyote that has been documented to kill a person. So there, as far as being safe, it's hard to think of something in Nevada that has never killed somebody. We have thought long and hard about it, but we can't seem to find anything. But the difference between a fishing derby, a deer derby, and a chucker derby, easy. There's limits, and you eat them. There's no limits in coyote killing contests. And I think that's the reason why it gives the ethical hunters a bad name. It's just like Hub said, bodies on top of bodies.
Thank you, Ms. Tomlinson. Next up is Daniel Davis.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you guys for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm calling in as a Clark County resident. Personally, I've had pets while on a leash in a Clark County park, had coyotes come up within 10 feet of me and try taking them. Walking through my neighborhood, I've watched other people walking their dogs, have packs of coyotes stalking them. So quite frankly, as a taxpayer in Clark County, I'd love to see the Clark County officials do something about that rather than worry about these contests, which seem to be more of an emotional based attack than anything. I'm an outdoor enthusiast. I spend a lot of time out hiking, mountain biking. I've come across predator hunters, and never once have I had anyone make me feel unsafe. I've never heard of anyone or anyone's pets being injured by anyone in these contests or predator hunting in general. So I feel like there's a lot of misinformation and misspread fear in that regard. I've never come across any of them who don't seem to be very respectful and, quite frankly, pretty well trained and informed on how to handle weapons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Trish Swain.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go
Very
ahead.
good. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, members of the commission, and really thank you, Commissioner McNinch, for bringing this forward. We are very grateful. When I say we, all of us who keep talking about this stuff for years and years. And I tried to collect some comments real quick here that are not repetitious, because I certainly feel strongly that we do not need, but I do call them killing contests for anything at all. One thing I want to say is I think it is the height of absurdity to say that you hate an animal. An animal is an animal. It's doing what it's born to do. So the coyote has gotten so much bad press, so much persecution, so much hatred that it's really shocking. It's really disturbing, and I cannot understand. Well, I understand because it's traditional or whatever, but to blame an animal for being what it is, or being a predator or eating prey, It's absurd. How can an adult take a position like that? So that's the first thing I would like to say. I would also like to say that in our neighborhood, there's a lot of folks who have just moved in. And I live pretty much on the outskirts of town. You only have to go a quarter mile to where you're out in the hills. And that's why I live here, because I hiked out there with my dogs all the time. And I ran into coyotes very frequently. Never had any problem with me or my dogs or the coyotes. As a matter of fact, I consider them some of the most wonderful and absolutely magical events that ever happened in my life, because they're amazing animals. You never know exactly what they're going to do. They communicate to you. They're making noises at you and their body language. And I'm very grateful that I've had those experiences. And they certainly left me with a respect and an affection for coyotes as the beings that they are. Now, in our neighborhood, as I say, a lot of folks have moved in, and we have that neighborhood chat room, I guess you'd call it, the next door. And people, oh, I saw a coyote. What am I going to do? Oh my gosh, there's a coyote. Am I going to have to lock my children up? What's going to happen? So I contacted the Department of Wildlife, the urban wildlife, I'm not getting the urban wildlife division, and Jessica Hyatt came out here. And she gave a wonderful presentation to our neighborhood. And there is none of this, oh, the coyote's such a danger, oh, you have to worry about it if you see one. None of that. She gave us some very solid pointers. I mean, face it, they've been here first. It was their territory before we moved in here. And she gave us some very solid pointers about keeping your yard clean, clean up your fruit, don't leave garbage, don't leave pet food out there. So,
Oh, thank you, Ms. Swain. If you've got further comments, you can send them along to the department and they'll include them in our packet, our minutes. Again, you've got 3 minutes. If someone's already said much of what you're going to say, can you be briefer so we get through everyone? We've still got a number of folks to get through, a dozen at least. Carol Garlington.
Hi, thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner McNinch, for bringing this up. My prepared statements will be redundant. The letter that I wrote to the Reno Gazette Journal that was published basically says the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners has the opportunity to make the proper ethical decision to ban killing contests in Nevada, as several other Western states have done. That is my position. I am appalled that we continue to talk about this, especially in a year of COVID when we are all the survivors. To murder other creatures at this time is unthinkable. Thank you very much for discussing this. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Garlington. Next up, Catherine Smith.
Hi, good afternoon. Hey, thank you for hearing our comments today. I would like to thank Commissioner McNinch for his courage to raise this topic. I happen to agree with his alternative theory of the tipping point over the slippery slope. Tipping points are tricky. You don't really know what the cause will be, and it can surprise you. As Commissioner Hubbs said yesterday, it is the lack of widespread knowledge by the public regarding the activities this commission has condoned in the past that protects the status quo. If this commission retains its course of inaction, I wonder what Nevada's tipping point will be. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Next up is Mel Belding.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you for recognizing my hand. There's a couple things that I'd like to address. Number one is I've never went to the World Championship calling contest, but a brief check of their website, Commissioner McNinch said that they bring in a lie detector test, a polygraph, to see if there's any antis in there to do the hunt. I spoke with a couple guys here earlier, and I'm told that's not the case. They're brought in for making sure that the coyotes were taken within the time frame of the contest. So I would really like to know where Commissioner McNinch got that. Also, the WCCC is by invitation only, so it's not open to the public. So I wouldn't know why they would have to scrutinize someone that's trying to get in the contest when they've already invited them. Rex Flowers used the term rip the lips and out of a fish, and I'm going to take that a little further. We have these fishing derbies, you call them, of course, wildlife killing contests. I wish this would have been more specific so that we could have had some conversation at the cab. If we're talking about a coyote killing contest, a coyote calling contest, let's address it. But here's the question, and you guys know who I am. You've seen me at that podium a lot of times. You want to talk ethics and morals. Is this ethical? Is this moral? My biggest thing, 8 of the 9 commissioners at that time voted. First, I'm going to say this. Money was being mentioned. Would it be okay if these contests gave the Department of Wildlife money? Would it make it more ethical, more moral? Because the most unethical thing that I see done, and 8 of the 9 at that time voted for it, is to kill a desert bighorn sheep 365 days a year, point of sale. Now that's changed July. I ask you, Mr. McNinch, Miss Hubbs, you guys approve this. Is it ethical? Is it moral? Let's talk about.
Oh, okay, Mr. Belding, if you've got further comment, please go ahead and send it to the department. Thank you. Next, we've got David Von Segern. I hope I said that correctly.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, commissioners, and we're getting late in the day. And thank you for sticking with this public here. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the nearly 6,000 members of the Sierra Club in Nevada, in Toyabe chapter. And we followed this issue back in 2015, 2016, when Mr. McNinch talked about it. At that time, we passed a resolution in the chapter against coyote killing contests, and that's on the record, and we presented it then. So I'll try to be a little more brief today. The Sierra Club does oppose hunting events that promote the killing of any animal in an excessive and unmanaged manner, such as in coyote killing contests. Sierra Club understands, however, that some exceptions in formal regulations may be warranted to continue to allow more acceptable public events, fishing derbies, for example. We also recognize that there will be a need for predator control at various times and places, but killing contests and similar events are not the appropriate tool to address these management needs. I'm just going to give you a kind of a personal note here. I live in Northwest Reno, and I go out and hike in the hills and a lot. And it's not uncommon for me to see a coyote, and them along with deer and rabbits and badger. That gives me my wildlife experience. But particular, the coyote, quick, cunning, alert, adept. They deserve our respect for persevering as a species when so much has been thrown at them in a quest to eliminate them in the past. I feel we should allow them to live their lives with the minimum amount of interference that's necessary. So returning now to speaking for the Sierra Club, you have before you a resolution that will start the process for banning coyote killing contests in Nevada. We, along with the whole body of Nevada citizens, own the wildlife in this state. We ask that you vote in favor of this resolution in order to prevent indiscriminate killing of one ecologically important species for the enjoyment of a few. Now, I heard a lot about science today, and I appreciate the comments by the director, Wesley, and others on this, but I think this is an issue that's not going to be decided on science. Why should the sensitivities of a few people limit the activities of others? Well, the sensitivities of few people are now the sensitivities, I think, of the majority.
Thank you, Mr. Von Segern. If you'll send the comments to the department, they'll be reflected in our minutes. Next up is Mike Reese.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman East and Commissioners. I'd like to compliment Commissioner Keel on bringing up this morning the topics we need to discuss. I'm going to talk about a doe's recruitment versus the coyote's recruitment. In a perfect world, a doe will have 2 fawns. In a perfect world, most coyotes are going to have 6 to 8. Right there, you're probably 4 to 1, 4 coyotes to every 1 fawn that's born. This discussion is leading toward how do we put a protection on the coyote, and I'm scratching my head going, at what point are we going to talk about putting a protection on our fawns so that we can have a higher recruitment rate? I'm going to leave that where that's at. I've heard talks about ethics in this. You have a coyote predator hunter that leaves the house, probably has the same gun, same ammo, same vehicle, same calls, and he goes coyote calling. Takes the exact same equipment and goes to a calling contest. He has dinner with some friends he probably hasn't seen a whole lot, and then he will break up with the rest of them, go out onto the public lands by himself or with his partner on it if it's a 2-man team. What is unethical about any step in that equation? Is it unethical because he decided to go have dinner with some friends he hadn't seen? Because nothing else changes. He's still going hunting for coyotes, whether it's just him and his partner or whether he's doing it as a coyote. Let's talk public lands. They talk about you got to have a permit. When these coyote calling contests go on, they disperse. You can't go into an office and say, we're going to have 20 guys, we're going to go coyote hunting. Okay, where are you going to go? Well, I don't know exactly where all these people are going to go, but they're not going to be around us. They might be 100 miles away. Well, how do we give you a permit for that? And it's kind of ludicrous to think that because, okay, we all know that you're going to have a couple thousand deer hunters hit our public lands at the same time. No permits required for that. It's a multi-use land, and this is being used for a multi-use. I will not bore you with any more of the details. You guys have pretty much heard the stuff. I'm going to ask you guys to deny the resolution as presented. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Reese. Joe Crawford is next up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Joe Crawford with the Lyon County Cab. We voted unanimously.
Mr. Crawford, are you speaking on behalf of the cab?
Yes.
Okay, then you can take up to 6 minutes.
I'm only going to keep it brief because most of the points that were discussed in the cab have already been presented by other speakers. I do have a portion of that I do want to speak as myself, though.
Okay.
So the Lyon Cab unanimously voted to not move forward with this proposed regulation change. It was basically everybody felt that it was emotionally charged regulation change and it was unnecessary. Here's the portion where I'm going to speak for myself. I feel that the wildlife killing contest, the name alone, was meant to trigger some type of emotion. I know that the coyote calling contests are, in fact, that they're calling contests. I hear the word blood sport killing, that is also associated with the negative connotation. I've heard multiple people speak. I've heard a commissioner state that sportsmen take their hunting rights for granted. I've heard a commissioner say, compare us to an embarrassing family member that should just be quiet. And then I've also heard a California actor use my Native American heritage to try to promote and further an anti-hunting agenda, which is absolutely disgusting. Do not use my Native American heritage to further your anti-hunting agenda. And do not compare me to an embarrassing family member. That is despicable. Thank you.
Mr. Crawford. Let's see. Jason Graham. Jason, have you already spoken today?
I have not.
Okay. I've got some people that I think may have. So, all right, go ahead, please.
Thank you, commissioners. I guess I just wanted to touch base on this. I've heard several testimonies. I have to agree with Joe Crawford on some of his thoughts as well. I've got some embarrassing family members, but I can't get rid of them. And I'm not going to. The other things, I just did a quick Google search and brought up 4 or 5 different coyote attacks in 2020. Children strangling a dog that was attacking a child. People say they're not dangerous. They can be. It's not common, but they can be. I guess the next thing is we have taken populations of wolves down to almost extinct, grizzly bears, several different things. Coyotes have been on the hit list from day one, and they have expanded their territories clear back to Maryland. I mean, there was an attack in Chicago. So coyote contest, coyote trapping, all of it, it's not doing anything. We can't manage these animals. They're unstoppable, plain and simple. Man has tried, they can't do it. We spend tons of money every year to try and knock down the population, and it doesn't work. I guess, and then the term wildlife killing competitions. We have wildlife competitions, hunting competitions, there's buckles, there's certificates across the board. So the name of this, the way you're calling it, is just incorrect. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Next up, Maggie Yu.
Hi, this is Joseph Terry again. Thanks for hearing me. Firstly, I want to speak about the title of the wildlife killing contest. I know it's been discussed. I don't agree with the title. I believe it's biased and has an agenda. I personally have hunted coyotes, not in what you guys call coyote killing contests, but I've hunted by myself before. Even though I don't participate in the contest, I do believe someone else should be allowed to. The impacts of coyotes on the landscape is huge. Coyotes have continued to demonstrate their wits, outsmarting hunters by not being called in or by getting comfortable around city limits and moving closer to the population. I've seen multiple coyotes here in Las Vegas. I do report it, but that's about all that happens until something bad happens, and then that coyote gets removed. Commissioner McNinch said there's no money coming in from coyote killing contests, which I agree. The NDOW is not making money off the contest, but I believe the most important thing is that the coyote numbers are attempted to be controlled. If this is passed, the pressure that is already placed on coyotes would greatly be reduced. Someone mentioned that residents enjoying Nevada outdoors would be at risk if calling contests would go on. When someone hunts coyotes, they don't go to Red Rock, they don't go to Lake Mead, they go in the middle of nowhere where no one is. That's the whole point. Because if you do, then coyotes simply won't come in. And thank you, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Terry. Jason Graham, you just spoke. Are you speaking? Are you trying to speak again? Okay, we're gonna go, okay. I think maybe sometimes the hands don't come down as quickly as they should. Next up is Clint McGar.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, for the record, Clint McGar, Elko County. Like many people have said, quit calling it coyote killing contests. It's coyote calling contests. Just playing for people's emotion. We talk about predator control. Who pays for the predator control in the state? As far as I know, there was over $1 million last year that came from the hunters in Nevada that applied for their big game tags, $3 per application. So over $1 million comes out of our pockets to pay for predator control, but you're saying that we can't help out by doing these coyote calling contests? There's no reason for that. If you're going to take away us being able to at least chip in, I know you're not trying to ban coyote hunting, but there's no reason we can't get together. And if we make some money, we make some money, but we're all getting together and having a good time. We're not putting the public at risk at all. I heard one lady talk about USDA reports. I've emailed you guys all my statement. It's a 2-page statement that I put out. In a study in 2015 from the USDA, coyotes accounted for 40.5% of predator-caused calf deaths. They also accounted for 54.3% of the total predator-caused sheep deaths, with 63.7% of that being the lamb deaths. And then it goes on to goat and kid deaths, and coyotes accounted for 43.1% were from coyotes. So we as hunters and predator callers are doing our part, whatever we can, as a free service to the public. So banning these tournaments is just taking our rights away from us one step at a time. That's all it is. Thank you for your time. And again, vote against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGar. Preston Acuff. Sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, thank you. My name is Preston Acuff. That's A-C-U-F-F. I'm a Las Vegas resident. And I would kind of like to start off by just touching base on a comment that I heard a little bit ago, where someone referred to coyote contests as mass slaughter, and also made the comment that in fishing derbies or fishing in general, that it doesn't mean unlimited take. It's really frustrating to hear stuff like that. And I do hear a lot of that type of narrative today. To say mass slaughter at these contests, it's not a mass slaughter. Callers are lucky if they can get even one coyote in, let alone a larger number than that in an evening. Excuse me. In Clark County down in Lake Mead, when you're going to talk about fishing doesn't mean unlimited take. In the game book for Lake Mead, it actually describes that any striper bass under 20 inches, there's no limit. So you can go, you can catch fish with no limit. And we're talking about an unprotected species when we're talking about coyotes. And they're unprotected for a reason. I heard a comment from a commissioner earlier in regards to chucker or fishing derbies being different because of their interaction and regulation by the state. Coyotes are unprotected for a reason, again. So when the NDOW representative earlier stated that it's unlikely that these contests or predator hunting in general would alter the populations of coyotes or their prey, in my opinion, that kind of says right there that that this isn't a science science-backed argument, really in either way, at least yet. I know somebody earlier also mentioned that we should give the time for NDOW to come up with scientific stats to back this argument one way or another. And I definitely agree with that. Right now, it seems this is just a matter of opinion, scope, perspective, however you want to word it. I also know a lot of people today are saying that we need to, that other states have set a precedent that we need to follow. And I think this is really an opportunity for Nevada to stand up and set a different precedent, that we're not just going to be followers, but rather acknowledge that there is no scientific basis to banning these contests, and will allow sportsmen to partake in to legally partake in these contests of unprotected species. I really don't see any reason why we would put these laws and regulations and possibly legal consequences in place for hunters and sportsmen that are taking place in an event that otherwise.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Acuff. If you'd like to send in your comments, they can be included in our minutes. Next up is Callie Lynn.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thanks for taking the time to discuss the possible end of these wildlife killing or culling contests. I think such contests are giving ethical hunters a bad reputation. The practice is not hunting, and the majority of regular hunters agree killing the most of a certain species for a prize ignores and demoralizes the hunter's creed. Wasting wildlife is a crime, and we should stop this practice. Thanks for listening. I'm Callie Lynn of South Reno, Nevada.
Thank you, Ms. Lynn. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak on this topic today? Larry Allen.
Yes, good afternoon, commissioners. Sorry for kind of coming in here at the end. Larry Allen, for the record, Humboldt County Wildlife Advisory Board. I'll make this pretty short because all of the relevant points that supported the Humboldt County's recommendation have already been stated. I would like to address just a couple items that I've heard during testimony in relation to the statement that money spent while participating in these calling contests doesn't go back to wildlife or to the Department of Wildlife. I believe, and I could be a little bit off base here, but the Pittman-Robertson Act, the tax that we pay when purchasing firearms, which these coyote hunters spend a lot of money on firearms and ammunition, that goes directly back to the state a portion of it. So I would like to counter that is not a correct statement. Outside of that, like I said, all the other statements that were brought up about it, the naming of the wildlife killing contest is too far-reaching, too broad. It is a polarizing thing, and it's an emotional issue that is being brought to the forefront. My fear, if I post a picture of me and my kids with 20 fish on a stringer, how is that any different than somebody with 20 coyotes stacked up? When is it going to stop, and when eventually that's going to be turned around to me? And so with that being said, you have the motion from the Humboldt County Commission, and we oppose this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Okay, I don't see any other, whoops, there goes another hand. Elaine Carrick. Ms. Carrick, can you take yourself off mute, or is the department taking her off mute?
Sorry.
There you go.
Thank you, commissioners, for hearing this. A lot of the comments against the contest, they weren't necessarily anti-hunting. It's just, to put it very simply, that the killing of animals simply for the fun of killing them is not acceptable in today's society. This isn't the 19th century. Whether the animal is unprotected or not, it's simply killing them for the sake of killing and fun. And I don't think changing the name of killing contest to calling contest is going to make it more acceptable to the public. This has been happening for years in Nevada. It's been under the radar, and now it's come out in public, and the people do not want their wildlife slaughtered for fun and prizes. I know a lot of the sportsmen are ethical hunters. They respect the animals that they kill, but it's difficult for me to see if there's any respect for people who participate in these contests when they simply kill them for the fun of it, let them pile up, weigh them to see which is the biggest or smallest. They have a few drinks, they get prizes, and then they dump the bodies in the desert or the trash. I think this is what the public sees, and changing names are not going to have any effect. Someone mentioned in the comments that the animals in the wild kill other animals and it's kind of gory. Well, yes, but they kill them for a reason. They kill them for food or protection of their territories. These contests are none of these items. I would please like you to consider banning these contests. It is simply the wanton killing of the public's wildlife, and it's not acceptable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Carrick. Next up is Don Moldy.
Madam Chairman, Commissioners, thanks. I was part of the original petition in 2015, and my view has not changed. And I have coyotes coming through my yard and have for 40 years without any trouble. But I want to give you 3 bits of information that you haven't heard today about coyotes. There's been a lot of misinformation. First of all, the only credible estimate of the coyote population in Nevada was done by Wildlife Services recently, a couple of years ago, as part of their NEPA documentation to justify their activities. Their estimate, which I think is reasonable, is 0.5 to 1 coyote per square mile in Nevada. Nevada has 110,000 square miles. So Wildlife Services estimates a population of coyotes of somewhere around 55,000 to 110,000 for the state. And I think that's reasonable. Nobody else has come up with a credible population estimate that I've ever seen. With respect to what happens when coyotes are intensely killed, the department has a paper, Projects 14 and 15, which it produced. I have a copy of it. You can get it from Director Wasley, or if he doesn't have it, I can send it to you. And it was a 5-year Wildlife Services project down by Caliente and Pioche, killing coyotes to benefit deer. Over 5 years, they killed about 1,200 coyotes. In the 5th year of the project, the last year, Wildlife Services killed 3 times as many coyotes in the last year as they did in the first year. A litter size tripled in the area at about the 3rd year. The average age of coyotes killed by the 5th year dropped by half, and there was a male predominance. So basically what happened is Wildlife Services in 5 years got more coyotes than they started with, and they were juveniles with a male predominance, just what you don't want. With respect to your own predator fee information, the commission has spent over $4 million, $4.4 million since 2000, killing coyotes. And you've killed over 10,000 coyotes, 10,300 and some odd coyotes. Deer numbers in the same time have declined from 133,000 in 2000 to the present level of 93,000. So you've lost about 35,000 deer while spending over $4 million to kill over 10,000 coyotes. So I think those numbers at some point should ring a bell and suggest that we need a management plan for coyotes in Nevada that doesn't include the crazy stuff that's going on for the last 20 years. You have all this information in your hands. If the department won't present it to you, I'll be happy to send it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moldy. Excuse me, John Tarantino.
Oh. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I am a native Nevada resident. I support the ban of coyote killing contests. There has been a lot of opinion today, but I encourage you to do your own unbiased research on the impacts of mass killing any native species to any area. Coyotes are not a varmint. Coyotes are an important part of Nevada's ecosystem, and they should not be killed in mass for prize money and the entertainment of those who participate. Nevada needs to be progressive, just as the other Western states have banned these coyote killing contests, 5 of which are within the last 2 years. I hope that you guys will ban coyote killing contests. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tarantino. And Jonathan Lesperance.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I would just like to applaud Joe Crawford for standing up and speaking out on his personal comments. And I've appreciated the conversation today. We can and should talk about culture, but well, we have to do that without cultural appropriation. And quite frankly, in 2021, if that's not offensive, then nothing is, including wildlife killing contests. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to bring it back to the commission. We've heard from 43 people. I don't have the numbers of if it's split or not, but I feel like there's probably some further conversation the commission should have before we make a decision. So does anyone want to, Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not worried about how it's split out. To be quite frank, if we kept track of who's in favor and we made it some kind of a democratic process, ultimately, I'll tell you this, I suspect that there'd be the sportsmen would probably come out on the short end of that. So I'm not, that's not an issue for me. I'm really trying to focus on the merits. I want to make some clarifications. There were some things brought up. I did try to make my point clear of what I was trying to accomplish. I want to reiterate on a few issues. I will start with the concept of the killing contest versus calling contest versus wildlife contest, however you want to make it. It was not my intent to stir emotion by using the term killing contest. I am not going to buy into the notion that me using the killing contest exacerbated or emphasized the issue more than it already was. Trust me, I don't believe that that's the case, but in the name of being respectful, I will refrain from using the term killing contest with one caveat. Every time I turn around, people are trying to tie in this concept that I'm going after all the contests, the derbies, the big bucks, the chucker stuff. I'll ask everybody to please don't tie the two together. I think that I've made it clear what my intent is. I'm asking the commission, if I use the term contest or wildlife contest, I'm not going to use calling contest. That's deceiving to me. And I'm not going to do that because we all know what the end result of those are. So if you guys are okay with the, I'll refrain from using the term killing contest out of respect for everybody. But in return, I'm looking for for the understanding that that my goal here is very focused, and that's what that I have a very specific focus here. It doesn't have anything to do with taking away all these other things. So with that in mind, I've got a lot of notes here. I'm going to try to sift through them. I wish I had a better order to them. The Elko Cab, Jim had asked kind of a rhetorical question perhaps, but I'll answer it anyway. Regarding the petition versus other ways to initiate rulemaking. My intent here was to initiate rulemaking through us. As a commission, we have the ability to do that. That's what we do. We set broad policy relevant to management of wildlife and how we conduct our business. So it was my intent to initiate rulemaking and not go through and not wait for a member of the public to submit a petition. And the primary reason for that was I was trying to be thoughtful, at least take some credit. At least take credit. I hate that I have to say it, and try to be proactive. And I guess we could have waited for a petition. I have it on pretty good order that it's sitting on the table ready to go. So I thought I was trying to be a little proactive, number one, and try to give us something that we could hang on our hat if we ended up in a place where we felt we could do that. So as commissioners, that's what we do, and we have a process for doing that. So that's what I was doing. It's no different than anything else or any other idea that people have brought forward. It's just a really contentious issue. So I'll make that note. Let me see here. I'm going to go through them here one at a time. There was a comment regarding the PR money, Pittman Robertson, and I'll clarify that real quick. I appreciate the fact that people are paying into the Pittman Robertson excise tax, that they pay excise taxes on stuff that they do. But I will make the clarification that the money that comes from those, that comes to the department, requires a match. And if we are going to take advantage of those PR monies in the state of Nevada, and I believe that this is just nationally, you are not eligible to draw from the PR dollars if it's for lethal management of wildlife. It's not acceptable. So I think it's important to make that comment. I'll make a clarification on the polygraph test. There was a comment early on, and I do, out of all fairness, I did not intend for that polygraph test to imply that all contests have polygraph tests. I don't know that that's the case. My comment was specific to the World Championship Coyote Calling Contest, that they have a polygraph person on site. I did not talk to anybody. It is listed on their website. That's the information I received. And maybe I drew a conclusion. I could have sworn I read it somewhere, but the only thing that I can find in my pile is a reference to it, that there is a polygraph person on site, and it is mixed in. It is associated with the link to the application. So maybe I jumped to a conclusion there, but I wanted to, out of fairness, and make that statement. There was some mention of statements from other commissioners in other states. I do know commissioners from other states. They are sportsmen. They are pro hunting. They are in states where killing contests. Excuse me. I apologize. Bad habit. I'm trying to break it. Where the contests. I'm trying to be respectful. I really am. I don't mean to infuriate people. That's not what I'm trying to do. But I know that they are in states that banned these contests, and I know that they are willing to talk to people. If any of you commissioners, my fellow commissioners, are wanting to talk to somebody, I can make sure that you get that information, and I know that they would appreciate hearing from you and having those conversations. You don't have to outside of me or anything else. They can share their thoughts with you, maybe on a similar thought process level, more of a level where there's more relatability. I don't know, but that opportunity exists, and I'll be glad to offer that help out in making that jump. I want to address the concept of unprotected. Unprotected species doesn't imply by statute that it's not a value. It's not a value statement in the regulation. Unprotected simply means that we don't have seasons on them, we don't have quotas, we don't have limits. And Craig, I would ask for your help on this one if I'm out of line. It just simply means that they do have 24/7 and the ability to go out and shoot them or hunt them at all times is available. That it's not like a deer season or something like that. But it doesn't imply a value through statutory language. I got a couple more things. If another survey would help, I would love to have a conversation about setting up a survey that can go out to just sportsmen. I would support it. I don't need to be part of it, of course. We'll keep it as statistically valid as possible to go out and specifically gauge the views of sportsmen on these contests. That's certainly something that can do, and I would help facilitate that process, or whatever I can do to support it. I'd be glad to do it. And the reason why I say that is we've kind of already got some of that, but if it's stuff that we need to update or renew, we can certainly do it. The wildlife value surveys that have been done, including the stuff specific to Nevada, number one, they could have told you what our comment today would be like. It is a really polarized issue, and Nevada is an extremely polarized state when it comes to attitudes towards wildlife. It's the nature of our state. We're very urbanized, and we have a very wide range of opinions. The gap is big, and that was reflected in our public comment today. It's not bad. It's just what it is. It's just how it is. I would encourage everybody to read in there. It's interesting if you're into that kind of stuff. Try to understand the thoughts and the values of other people that you may or may not agree with. It doesn't have to be like it doesn't have to be a hard read, but I would suggest pick it up and just take a look at it. And you may not exactly understand why people think the way they do, but at least you can understand. You may not agree or appreciate how they think, but maybe it'll explain why people are thinking the way they are in Nevada. To me, it's really interesting. I read it again last night to see what I might be missing. It's interesting to me. Now to get back to to the real main issue here. The bottom line is this for me: wildlife in the state of Nevada belongs to everyone. It belongs to everyone. Right, wrong, biological or not, the reality is the activity is unacceptable to a lot of people in the state. We realize broad support for what we do currently. That support will erode over time if we don't manage that, if we don't take these things into consideration. I'm not suggesting that the Wildlife Attitude Survey dictates what we do and how we do it. It's a tool that tells us where the sore spots are, where the tender points are. And I guess what I'm trying to do is bring up, that this is one of those spots. It's not fishing. It's not hunting. It's how we're conducting. It's some of the things that we're allowing, and that are causing some of the consternation. I wanted to, as a commission, I felt it was really important for us to take a look at that, evaluate it, and I certainly have an opinion on which way I'd like to see it go. I'm not unbiased by any means, and so I have that. I just hope it's not an unwillingness or an ability to go there that gets us. I have a couple more things. I wanted to, there's another document out there, and it's called A Hunter's Heart. And in it, there are a number of essays. And one of those essays is called Failure of the Spirit. And I'm going to ask the department to post this or put it. I think you guys would enjoy the read. I think it explains kind of where we're at today. It was written by a sportsman, and it was written by a very well-respected bear biologist out of Colorado. It was written in the mid-1980s, I believe. I would really encourage all of us to read that. I read it over and over. I get more out of it every time I read it. And it's just a real interesting challenge to our thoughts and how we look at things. I'd really recommend that we look at it, because it kind of goes to the heart of what I'm talking about, and the whys and the wherefores and the whats. And it really questions the motives and, what are we thinking? So I would recommend that. Now I'll kind of end with a couple of quick thoughts, a couple of quick examples. This concept of adaptability or ability to change. Back in the late 1800s, there was a tradition, a culture, where people went out and did a Christmas bird hunt. Excuse me, not a bird hunt, but just a Christmas hunt. It was just tradition. It's what people did. That's back in the late 1800s. That was should come to no surprise that that's what people found enjoyable. Social, people got together, fun, shot birds, shot whatever. This isn't to my point here is not that it was just this all-out onslaught of wildlife. That's not the issue. The point is that there's this event that was traditional. People looked forward to it. They went and did it, and they did it as a family and friends, and as a form of enjoyment and camaraderie. Somewhere along the way, somebody decided that they didn't quite buy into the concept of a Christmas hunt. So what they did instead was they challenged a few of the people that they knew to go out and do basically a count. And it was with birds. Go out and count birds. Didn't mean anything at the time. It was just kind of a challenge to find their way of having their own tradition that didn't involve hunting. So they just wanted to go out and do something. 120 years later, that particular activity, that particular event, that one small event where you had a couple people that just chose to go do something else, has evolved into the world's arguably most acceptable, wide-ranging citizen science project in the world. We refer to it today as the Christmas bird count. And I have yet to hear any concerns or any regret or any looking back that the tradition of a Christmas hunt is gone, that we don't have that in our society anymore, that it doesn't exist. So what I'm saying is things change. They change for a lot of reasons. And they changed with regards to a Christmas hunt. Whether a Christmas hunt was bad or good wasn't the point. It's just that people found other ways of doing things, that have resulted in some good things. And to date, there's not been a push to get a Christmas hunt back. So I'll leave with this. I've taken up a lot of time. I appreciate you guys listening. If we had a deer herd, if we had a sheep herd that needed to be reduced due to a disease event, if we had an antelope herd that was struggling with winter conditions camping out on railroad tracks, and we needed to remove them for some reason. Would we support the concept of a contest to go out and have them removed outside of the confines of a controlled hunt of some kind? Would we support that? Because that's kind of what this boils down to for me.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. I'm going to take a minute because I haven't spoken yet, and then we'll take other comments and decide what we're going to do with this. But I want to thank Commissioner McNinch for a couple of things. He brought this forward. It's obviously gotten a lot of our attention today. We've spent a significant amount of time on this, and I think we have a duty to look at all aspects of this. I think we heard from a number of people today, and I did go through and I would agree with, this is not a popularity contest, but they were about evenly split, honestly. So I think the sportsmen feel just as strongly about this as our public. And so I think we owe it to ourselves and to those that we represent to look at all aspects of this. I agree with Commissioner Keel that I wish we were focusing on things that would help our habitat and would grow our numbers, especially when we're in such decline and we're moving sheep and we're moving antelope and we've spent the last 2 days on some pretty contentious issues, and that worries me because we've got such bigger, broader jobs and duties to do to manage our wildlife. But I think this is important. I do think that we need to look at the impacts that this is going to have on NDOW and what this means to law enforcement if we decide to ban these contests. So I, for one, feel like we should probably move forward with something and just take a bigger, broader look at it. I would ask Commissioner McNinch if we can do that maybe over the summer months rather than at the next meeting, because our next meeting is so focused on quotas. And it's such a long meeting to begin with, but if we could commit to looking at something at a future date, I would be open to that. I do want to make reference to the Clark County Commission's resolution, and I don't know how many of you have had a chance to look at it if you have it, but the very end says, "Be it therefore resolved that Clark County recommends that the Nevada Division of Wildlife take immediate action to ban all wildlife killing contests in the state of Nevada." And I have a real problem with that because we're very focused on some very specific contests that we're looking at. And so I don't appreciate that particular sentence, but I do, I guess, understand the essence of the resolution. And so therefore I would, I open it up to further conversation today, but that's where I stand. And I do think that we should, when I said we have a duty and a responsibility, I do think there's further petitions coming. I do feel like we've just opened the door to this. So I think we can own this if we really truly want to. And I'll leave it there. Okay. Commissioner Hubbs.
I'm going to be very brief because I know the makeup of our commission and I know who's going to make these decisions today. And when they're really important, I try not to, I mean, I've never had my name brought up or the comment that I made like that, affect somebody. So if I made anyone feel horrible today by any comment I said, I really genuinely am sorry. I mean, out in the public, that's not what I want to say. I'm just saying that we have different degrees of everything, right? People who do whatever they like to do in different manners. So, and when I brought up family members, it was not to disregard anybody. It's just kind of a running joke in my personal group of friends, like the uncle that kind of gets a little crazy. That's all I meant. So there was nothing said in that to make anyone or demean anyone for their pastimes. As long as you're doing something lawful and not harming anybody, I really don't care. But that being stated, I just really look to our sportsmen and women. I hope that you can see this complex situation put before you and why it was put before you, which it was not easy for Commissioner McNinch to do this, but it was very bold of him to do it in a bigger picture. And I urge you to try to see the bigger picture as to why he would do that. You know him personally. He would not bring something unless it was the time to bring it to our state. We can either be at the forefront of making, decisions in a progressive manner of who we want to be, how we want to be known in our own state, across the nation. I've always considered hunters conservationists at heart. They pick up trash. They enjoy wildlife. They like quiet solitude. They love to be with their families, right? These are all the wonderful things that we think of when we think of hunters. I just hate to see reputations sullied by certain things. We are here, as Commissioner McNinch stated, to take care of our wildlife. And I don't know if there is something amiss on the internet, but if you would look at, I don't care if you call it coyote killing, coyote calling, the images online are not lovely. They are very dank. They look quite horrid. And whether you're killing just one species or if you in fact have 60 in the back of your pickup truck, unfortunately, I'm like, if that's not the truth, then somebody's really going after this online because it's all over the place. And I find that hard to believe that there's not some truth to what you see. If we all do research, right, we come to our own conclusions. So I support you, Chairwoman East. I think that that's a good thing for you to do if you're willing to move forward, obviously. And I just hope everyone else can see that the decisions we make today speak for our children, how we want our children to be raised in the state of Nevada, what our morals and ethics and values are when we go out and hunt. We should be very proud. You should hold your head high when you're a Nevada hunter, right? We do good things for our environment. We help our wildlife. These are all things that we need to pass on to the next generation. So that being said, I'm going to step back because you already probably know where I stand. And I hope so badly that we make good decisions today. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hubbs. Commissioner Rogers.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of items in terms of the makeup of the commission. I think it goes without saying that everybody on this commission is here for the right reasons, for the betterment of Nevada's wildlife, for all of our citizens, sportsmen and women or not. And I'm glad that we as a commission are able to engage in some of these very difficult conversations with varying degrees of opinion. And I have certainly sat back and been very quiet and kind of taken everything in today from the various commissioners as well as the public comment. I really enjoyed the public comment and hearing and understanding both sides, again, towards this very polarizing topic for all the reasons that we've discussed today. So anyway, a couple of quick questions. I'm just curious. I had looked at the various cabs, and I know there was a couple of cab representatives that spoke today in opposition of this. I was just curious if, and I looked at a number of them, but just curious if there was any cabs that were in support banning of these contests. And then secondly, I was just curious if there were any other county commissions throughout the state that were either in support or opposition of this banning, much like Clark County.
So my recollection is that all of our cabs that weighed in, I only saw, I think 7, maybe 8 action reports. All were opposed to banning the contests. And I believe that we only heard from the Elko County Cab or the Elko County Commission in support of keeping them. But that, if I'm incorrect, please someone let me know. So that's my recollection, Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you.
That. Anyone else? Commissioner Olberg?
Yes, I mean, it's a super polarizing topics here. And for me, when we talk about moral issues, it is super tough because imposing my morals or someone else's morals on myself is super difficult. It's just is super tough for me to do. But based on the discussions here today and Commissioner McNinch's focus on a very, I think he answered a lot of questions to a lot of concerns, that it was a much broader topic. I have no issues with pursuing down there and seeing exactly how narrow we were discussing it. From my understanding, it would be very much very narrow, and I'm good with those continuing these discussions.
Thank you. Commissioner Cavilla?
I guess this is an extremely difficult one, and I give Dave a lot of credit for stepping into the firestorm, so to speak. But I guess the one thing for both sides that it's not a ban against coyote hunting, right? And I would fair to say that more coyotes are killed every year outside of these contests by just people out in the field than are killed at the contest. I mean, we don't have any data to prove that, but I'd be willing to bet that is the case. But yeah, I mean, it's a tough one, and myself personally, and I'll probably end up hearing about it, but I would entertain looking at it myself. So.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment? Vice Chair Barnes?
Thank you. Yeah, this is a tough one for me too. Because like I said earlier, in my mind, it's more of a perception thing than the actual reality. Where I am, I mean, I'm not opposed to hunting coyotes. I'm not opposed to people getting together to do a hunting activity. Those are good times spent with good friends and how a lot of relationships are made. So I guess when I look at this, I don't, like I say, we call them contests, whatever, but I look at it as people with like-minded ideas, going out to do something that they all enjoy, and they get together before and they get together after, and tell stories, and I guess that's what I see. And so it's hard for me to get my head wrapped around. I don't do Facebook or anything. It's hard for me to get my head wrapped around, this perception of it being so horrible, when I guess I don't see it that way. I know that's how it's perceived, but that's where I am. I'm having trouble getting my head wrapped around this. I know Dave is, he's not opposed to hunting coyotes. He's not opposed to people getting together. So, I guess I wouldn't be opposed either to take a look and see where this goes either. I don't want to be disingenuous to Dave or anything, but I don't know if I'm opposed to getting rid of these contests at this point for sure. Like I say, I'm not opposed to taking a look at this thing and see kind of what we come up with. But at this point, yeah, I guess at this point, I would not be opposed to. I guess I would not be supportive of getting rid of these contests right now.
Okay, thanks, Vice Chair Barnes. Commissioner Keel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner McNinch, as far as I'm concerned, you can continue calling them wildlife killing contest. I think ultimately, that's the goal. If you're going to win the contest that day, you're going to have to kill the animal to get it there. The other part of that is I can't concede with your other part. I can't not distinguish between, a coyote calling contest and a fishing derby or any of those other things. And I really tend to think that, we're singling out one group for conducting, legal and 100% necessary activity. The other thing that I'm really struggling with is, this is a valid and very important conversation, but I just think we have so many other things that can benefit a much larger degree of species habitat that we should be focused on. But I do commend you for bringing this topic up. But at this point, I'm not willing to support moving forward with these discussions.
Thank you, Commissioner Keel. Commissioner Perini?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I've been thinking a lot about what we've talked this today, and McNish did a really good job on that. But one of the things I have a problem with, and that is the fact is that I always think about ranchers. I really do. And I knew old John Esquaga from Sparks. He's been there ever since 1955. And he finally, when I went and saw him the other day, at 95 years old, I asked him about the sheep that he used to have. That was one of his big ranch. And that was a big deal at that time. And he says, you know what? The coyotes came in, they killed almost everything there. He said, I had to give up on it. And there's been other ranches that done it. And that's where I'm kind of going on. I hate to see there that, one of the questions I've always thought about is the fact that I don't see making a real problem for those people that are going out there for a contest or whatever, or stopping that. Maybe the best chance is if we try to take care of as many coyotes as we can in that particular time. I just feel about that. I just think that, that's been in all we've had here in Nevada. I think a lot of people like to do it. Some of them don't. And even myself, I only shot 2 of them my whole life, and I was about 14 years old, and I never shot one after that. I don't plan on doing that, but there's some people that want to, and I think there's some real problems. Going back along with that ranch, though, one of the things he had, so many things that were so bad about some of the sheep and also some of the cows and all that stuff, and the problems that he lost so much. The problem is that he had to have some people from the federal government sometimes to come in and grab some of them, or some of the state ones. They had to get rid of all that stuff, and it's still been bad all the time. So I'm really just sitting there telling you, I think we ought to just leave it, in my opinion right now. I'm going to think about it. I'm going to think it more than what I just did. And I appreciate that. And I think it's been really good. And I'm just going to have to figure out which way I should go. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Perini. So at this point, I would entertain a motion to Commissioner McNinch. Are you more discussion?
Well, if I can make a suggestion. So look, this, I appreciate you guys having the open mind. Maybe you're demonstrating a better ability to set your biases aside than I have. I don't know. Kind of in the same boat as Commissioner Hubbs, except I've been called out in meetings many more times over the years. But I certainly hate to feel like I've disrespected anybody. So I apologize if people are feeling that way too. So this is a very narrowly focused concept in my mind. It really is. So where I'm headed is, Madam Chair, this is all about trust, and I trusted you to put this on the agenda, and you did it, and I very much appreciate that. I know what happened. I know how these things go. I get it. So I know that you've probably taken a lot of heat, and I trust that if you're willing to put this on the agenda in the next, May is a very difficult time, especially doing it by Zoom. the conversations that I've had with people, I've made it loud and clear. I'll put it loud and clear on the mic right now. Nothing gets done before the legislature's over with anyway. So this is not a time, something that has to be done May and then June, we've got to be to a certain point. That's not what this is about. This is about continuing to process and evaluate where we're at with things. So if you're willing to put this on the agenda, maybe June is a good time. I don't know. It's usually not horribly loaded up. Then I think that that's very reasonable time frame. I trust that you will do that, and I don't know that an action is necessary to call that out and all that other stuff. I appreciate all the comments already, and if you guys are willing to go down that path and take a look at something that's very specific and have a conversation on that, I think we can go down that. If it's better that we do a motion, we can do that. But I think I'm trying to throw out and show the people that are watching that people can be trusted and things can be, we can trust each other to do those things. So.
Okay. Wow. Well, thank you for your,
if that doesn't help, then I'm willing to do it by emotion. So,
I think I would rather have a motion, Commissioner McNinch, because I appreciate your honesty and the trust factor, but I think that we've spent a lot of time on this today, and I think I'd prefer to have it set for us. So if you don't mind, if you'd like someone else to make the motion, that's fine too.
I'll do it. No, I'll do it. Thank you.
Okay.
So with that, then I will make a motion to bring back some draft language for consideration relative to the to wildlife contests, with the specific goal of evaluating those that are involving coyotes and possibly other unprotected or fur-bearing mammals, similar to the language that I read earlier today.
Okay, and I'll second that. Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner McNinch and a second by myself to bring back wildlife content. Oh, Vice Chair Barnes? Or was that delayed or in advance?
No, I was just wanting to make a comment here. Kind of, I've been putting some thought into it since I spoke last and listened to some other ones, and kind of where I'm landing right now is that we spent a lot of time on this today, and I kind of know where I am, and to be perfectly honest, I think if I voted away, I would be very disingenuous. I don't know if I'm going to change much between now and if we meet again, and right now, I guess I'm not in support of looking at doing away with these contests, and so I just wanted to mention that before we take the vote, and a lot of it is I wanted to do that for Dave, just to be upfront with him and let him know where I'm coming from, and that if we were to wait, I'm still probably not going to change my mind, or just the way it's going. So that's where I am right now.
Okay, thank you.
I can appreciate that.
Okay, all right. So we have a motion and a second on the table. All those in favor to bring this topic back at a future date, please raise your hand. 5. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Motion carries 5-4. Do I need to, I think we're okay with knowing who opposed and who was in support. So thank you very much, everyone, for that hearty conversation. We're moving on now to agenda item number 18, future commission meetings and committee assignments, Secretary Wasley and Chairwoman East for possible action. The next commission meeting is scheduled for May 7 and 8, 2021 in Reno. Is it? Sorry. And the commission will review and discuss potential agenda items for that meeting. The location of the meeting is subject to change due to direction of the governor. During the COVID-19 pandemic, review and approve the schedule for the 22-23 commission meetings. The commission may change the time and meeting location at this time. The chairwoman may designate and adjust committee assignments and add or dissolve committees as necessary at this time. Any anticipated committee meetings that may occur prior to the next commission meeting may be discussed. Secretary Wosley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You are correct in picking up that description for that agenda item did not include the April meeting that typically contains legislative matters. So that is typically a single day meeting, and that date still needs to be determined as far as our schedule reflects. Before we get into setting that date, there are a couple things that I just want to mention. So I know we talked at this meeting about some potential future items. One of those items we've already discovered that we don't need to have in April, and that is the predator plan. The approval of the predator plan would come before the commission at the May meeting. That would be May 7, 8. So, oh, I'm sorry, it's April 16th is the legislative item. So we've got that scheduled for April 16th. We can add to that if it's your desire, but then we have the May 7 and 8 meeting. And at that May meeting, we've got the draft predation management plan. The primary order of business will be to approve the big game quotas. We will have the big game status report. We'll also have a wildlife heritage committee in association with that, and a wildlife heritage committee report. Some of the items that I jotted down for potential future items included the sagebrush biome status and efforts, presentation, possibly wildlife health issues. I also had jotted down the possibility of hearing more about the wildlife management area program. There was a request, I believe, from Lyon County to know more about the Fernley wildlife management area, as well as Carson Lake and Pasture has come up. So those are three potential future items. And then also in this agenda item today, Madam Chair, we have the approval for the meeting schedule of the 2022 and 2023 meeting schedule for the Board of Wildlife Commissioners. So I'll stop there and be ready to answer any questions.
Okay. The only other thing I wrote down was the living with wildlife. I think we had and that if we need to hold off until June for that, I think that's fine, because May is a big month, as a big meeting for us. So if we wanted to hold off on living with wildlife, but I do think that's important. We're just hearing so much about it. So that would be the only other thing that I wrote down. For that particular. Okay. I think that's it for agenda item number 18. It is for possible action, so we probably do we need to take that out for public comment?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Do any commissioners have any comments before we go out to public about the May? Yes, WD Director Rob.
Madam Chair, that is not it for that agenda item. We do want to set the next 2 calendar years during this meeting so we can get those posted going forward.
Right now?
Yeah, we usually do that at this meeting and set have a discussion on where we're going to be the next couple of years, so we can start getting everybody prepared going forward.
Oh, okay. There wasn't anything in our packet, so I was unaware that we were doing that.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
If you don't mind, I will share.
Oh, sure. Your screen?
My screen. I'm going to try.
Okay. I'm going to grab my dates off the bulletin board.
Okay. Here's 22 and 23, but before I go to 22 and 23, I want to show where we're going to end up in 21, which could determine some of the discussion today.
Okay.
We have Reno, May 7th and 8th. Depending on how vaccines roll out, I don't think that we're going to be ready for in-person meetings in May. June, we're scheduled to be in Winnemucca, and August 13th, 14th, Tonopah, September 24th, 25th, Las Vegas, and then Reno, November 5th and 6th. So that's how this year ends up. Depending on how vaccines roll out and how the governor allows us to open the state, hopefully we can get some in-person meetings in before the end of the year. That takes us to the 22 schedule. Reno, January 28th and 29th is what we have scheduled. Las Vegas meeting, March 18th, 19th, Reno, May 6th and 7th. Elko, 24th, 25th of June. For some reason, we put Tonopah on back-to-back years. I would like to suggest that we look at those summer meetings and do some adjusting. We usually try to do one rural meeting north, one rural meeting south in a year to not have people from Vegas driving north twice, people from Northern Nevada driving south twice for those rural meetings. I know in the past there's been some questions why we conduct those rural meetings. And I want to remind the commission of the past 3 years rural meetings. We did meet in Laughlin, Dyer, and Caliente in 2018. Laughlin, you got to see one of the more busier waterways we have on the Colorado River, and that is where a ton of our fatalities occur. And that is something that is a big concern to the Department of Wildlife. And so we wanted to bring attention to that. We went to Dyer, Nevada. We looked at guzzlers. We looked at where the team's buckwheat is. We looked at where the Silver Peak lithium mine is that does have wildlife concerns also. So those are things that you get to know while you're out there. We went to Caliente. We looked at guzzler projects and pin and juniper removal in that area. 2019, we did Hawthorne and Ely. We went to Walker Lake, and Glenn Bunch gave us a tour of where the water levels receded over years at Walker Lake, and that compounded issues with salinity, and we lost that fishery. And then right after we showed where the fishery was lost, we went up Cottonwood Canyon and, working with our biologists, shocked out some of the native Walker Basin cutthroat. That was a long, hard-fought project to get those reestablished back into that basin. So, and then last year, and then we went to Ely and we looked at the Cave Lake Dam issue that we have going on. That's a $10 million project. We're currently working with state parks and the CIP money through the state. And then we went to Yerington and looked at the Walker River properties recently acquired by the state. And it's a state park, but it's a place that our fishermen and outdoor recreationists can access 27 miles of open river. So those are the type of things we try to focus these rural events on. It's not to hinder public participation, it's to draw attention to things that are occurring on the landscape. And we can talk about it in meetings. There's no substitute for seeing it on the landscape. So that's why we really strive to have these local meetings in rural areas. So with that being said, looking at Tonopah 2 years in a row, Mr. Janae just brought up the fact that we are going to get a huge portion of land, 23,000 acres in Fallon. If we did Elko and Fallon, that would be 2 trips north that year. The next year we have Winnemucca and Ely as our summer meetings, our rural meetings. Those are up for discussion on where the commission would like to see those. The meetings we have in Reno and Vegas, we would appreciate leaving those pretty much intact, because we try to get in Reno during the big game regulations and the seasons and quotas, because that affords us the ability to have more staff present. And those are 2 of our biggest meetings. So with that being said, if you guys want to have some discussion on what you'd like to see in 22 and 23 for those rural meetings. And please consider Tonopah schedule in 21 already. As much as I would like to go there 2 years in a row, that's probably not right. So if you want to throw a Fallon into one of those locations, we would very much appreciate that.
Madam Chair, if I might just add some clarification to Deputy Director Rob's observation that Tonopah was in there twice. You'll see Winnemucca is also present in 23. Those are placeholders in the event that we were unable to meet in person in 21, where both Winnemucca and Tonopah are present. So if we're not able to visit those areas, we wanted to ensure that we would be able to in 22 and 23. So if this schedule is approved in this manner, but we are able to have in-person meetings that take us to those geographies in 21, then we can substitute those locations in the future. Certainly it's your prerogative if you want to do that now as well.
I don't see a problem leaving it as long as we can be a little bit flexible. I agree that there's some areas probably should visit, and I think the commission enjoys visiting those, and I think it helps our rural cabs too, to have us come into their communities. So I appreciate going out and seeing what we are doing and having some field trips. So does anybody else have thoughts or suggestions on this, on the schedule? Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can't see everybody, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So the two March meetings, if we could move those up a week each, that would be great. Very selfish reasons, similar to why we have no meetings in October, I suppose. But if we could do the 2022 on the 11th and the 12th, and the 2023 on the 10th and 11th, I'm being a little presumptive on some issues, but I'm doing a little preemptive for myself.
I don't know that there's,
Jack?
Go ahead, Deputy Director Rob.
I am concerned about the quick turnaround between the January meeting and then that March meeting. That can be problematic, but I don't know if we'll have all the information back from the Pacific Flyway Council to make those decisions that we need to make. I think that would push it into a time frame that we wouldn't have all the data that we would need to make those decisions on for the March meeting, what's set to be discussed at that time.
Does it move the other way?
Move them down a week?
Or does that cause equal problems?
That's not a decision for the Department of Wildlife. That's why we have this on the agenda to talk about. When we stack meetings, it is problematic, but
okay, that's okay.
I don't think we can go earlier, but we may be able to go later.
Okay. I won't. It's self-serving. It's all fine. So we'll just go with what we've got.
Okay. The 2023 schedule looks good. In terms of legislative, I know that you've got the April meeting on there, which we always try to do. Okay. Anybody else have suggestions or questions? And because I can't see everyone, just speak up. Nope. Okay. Anyone else? Nope. Yes.
Jack Robb for the record. As Director Walsley said, I do believe that we're trying to get this out, but not knowing what the rest of the year holds, I'm sure we're going to be visiting this again. So if we have something wrong today, we will bring it back at another time to address it.
Okay. All right. So going out to public comment on agenda item number 18. Maggie, you? That's Mr. Terry.
Thank you. You remembered. I just wanted to comment. I know Jack Robb with NDOW mentioned that they're wanting to keep Reno and Las Vegas dates the same in locations. I'm still going to request that the big game season and regulations would be held in Las Vegas one of those years, because the last 3 years it's been the same. And I'm from Vegas, and it's hard to drive all the way out there, so I have to watch it online. I know they have staff there, and I know there's some issues, but I just wanted to voice my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Mr. Dixon. Paul Dixon.
Thanks, Stephanie. I just wanted to quickly ask if in future agendas, if we could go back to the way that it used to be. After you had an agenda item, you had cab comment and then you had public comment. So there's not confusion with the public when you're asking, when you see somebody talking more than 3 minutes, or you kind of understand. And we only have 7 cabs. And generally, we don't go over our 3-minute schedule because we give you an action report. But if there ever was a need to on a discussion point, I'd like to have that option the way that we used to. Just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flowers?
Yes, I'm inquiring, are you taking comments on future agenda items or on this calendar that's being presented?
Well, the agenda item is future commission meetings and commission meeting assignments, but in the description, we do talk about potential agenda items. So I believe you could offer a suggestion.
Okay, suggestion is, again, Chairwoman East has twice before asked for elk management plans to come forward, as has former Chairman Brad Johnston, as have many of the sportsmen asked that there be an openness to elk management plans and why we can't start the process to review population levels. And it seems that is brought up. I know it was brought up at the last meeting as a future agenda item, and it still is not being recognized and coming forward. After all, we are supposed to be discussing management of wildlife at some point on the commission's part. So I would ask that we get that going. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Okay, coming back. I don't think we need to take a vote on this, but we're good on agenda item number 18, unless you have anything to add, Director Wasley.
Madam Chair, if we
Yes.
needed to approve those schedules, I'll make a motion to approve the 2022 and 2023 meeting schedules as they were presented.
Okay, I'll second that. So we have a motion to approve and a second by Commissioner McNinch and myself to approve the 2022 and 23 meeting schedules. All in favor, raise your hand. And denied. Okay, motion carries 9-0. Thank you very much. It's been a long day. I appreciate the help, all the help I can get right now. Okay, agenda item number 19, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Persons wishing to comment are invited to raise your hand in the virtual meeting forum and will be individually called upon until all wishing to comment have had the chance to do so. Okay, Ms. Taylor.
I know you've been asked this 100 times this weekend. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. This is Karen Taylor, a Washoe County resident and a non-hunting Pittman Robertson contributor. And I wanted to thank you, Chairwoman East, for your amazing work this weekend. You did an excellent job. I can't even imagine how you keep it all together, but you did, and I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm also really thrilled that so many people, including sportsmen, are concerned about other Nevada species besides the mule deer that we hear about every single meeting. I would love to see a bobcat enhancement program because I keep telling everybody the bobcat's in trouble. And I would love to see a bobcat enhancement program go along with the mule deer enhancement program. I wanted to say thank you to Commissioner McNinch. You're one of the bravest people I know. And a special shout out to Kathy Smith. Dr. Kathy Smith, I wanted to publicly do this. All the work that you do for wildlife in Nevada is absolutely amazing. The wildlife work that you do internationally is fantastic. And I'm so proud to know you and thank you for your petition. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Mr. Ricker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for taking my public comment. Chairwoman East and members of the commission. Hi, my name is David Ricker. I'm the policy chair of the Nevada chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. And we are responsible for AB 299, the roadkill salvage bill. I'd like to urge this commission to potentially reconsider its opposition to AB 299. The freedom to salvage accidentally road-killed wildlife is afforded to the citizens of every single surrounding state, including California. And the public health and safety concerns mentioned yesterday by the commission haven't materialized in these other states. And in any case, this particular bill waives all liability to the state and the Department of Wildlife. Those who would utilize this system already know what they're doing. They butcher their own meat and they understand what's tainted and what isn't. While there has been no PR campaign to fill your inboxes with letters of support on this, this bill is in fact broadly supported by sportsmen's groups, especially with the included provision which requires a salvage permit holder to surrender the trophy to an NDOW office. The provision also, this provision also provides an opportunity for increased testing not only for CWD, but also other wildlife diseases endemic to the state of Nevada. Additionally, there are other provisions within this bill to reduce administrative overhead through an electronic permitting system and the ability of other law enforcement agencies to issue these tags. I'll leave you with this. The wasting of thousands of pounds of meat along the roadway should be the criminal act, not utilizing it to feed your family. I would implore you all to please take a closer look at the particulars of this bill, and thank you for consideration of my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Ricker. If you wouldn't mind sending those into the office, that would be fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Flowers.
Yes, Rex Flowers for the record. Commissioners, over the past year, I have noticed on every meeting we have gone through this regulation simplification meetings. We've updated all of our NACs. We spent over 50% of this weekend trying to figure out whether or not to further regulate hounding for bears and whether or not coyote contests are proper. It seems to me that we're on a mission to continue to try to manage the people who recreate and not manage the wildlife of this state. I was sure there was a duty of the commission to give broad oversight to the department, and there's a duty of the department to manage wildlife, not recreationists. So I am asking, how about we spend as much time trying to grow critters as we are trying to manipulate the way people recreate on our public lands? All you have to do is look at the facts. We have deer herds that are down throughout the state. Antelope herds have diminished in some areas. We augmented a sheep herd up on the granites. Ask the department, where are those sheep now? Because I've been told we've lost them to predation. We've lost a hunt out in Unit 041, out in Commissioner Keel's area. We've lost that sheep hunt. Why? Predation. What are we doing about this to correct it and move forward? Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. Mr. Volz. Where'd he go? There he is. Mr. Volz, there
Thank
you
you.
go.
Yes. For the record again, Fred Volz. Worth noting is the addition of Zoom connection for public participation in this weekend's commission meeting. I want to thank you for adding this capability. For years, NDOW has struggled with video conferencing, never arriving at a permanent solution. Zoom plus still needed telephone call-in capacity bridge the distance gap cost effectively for everyone. Even when the commission reverts to in-person meetings at some point, continuing to offer this capability, regardless of the meeting location, becomes important so that interested people do not need to spend money out of their own pockets to travel to distant and remote meeting locations that the commission chooses. And one final response concerning the petition that was presented today. Ensuring the completeness of a petition cannot be equated with acting as judge and jury, only that all the elements necessary for successful submission are present. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volz. Mr. Lesbrance.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I just wanted to say that I was quite sorry not to be able to be present yesterday for the petition. Had a work obligation that I couldn't get out of, but I went back and listened to the 2.5 hours of discourse this morning and was really impressed with the quality of the conversation, in particular Commissioners McNinch and Hubbs for their thoughtful comments. I appreciate that. And even the petitioner, Ms. Smith, she's always challenged me to think about my own biases and convictions, and I appreciate the level of thought that went into it. I would like to just briefly speak about some of the other public comments and the repetition of barbaric practice, and remind this commission that about 3 years ago, I brought forth some of the threats against me and my family. And when we talk about bear cubs being orphaned, I would just like to juxtapose that with comments that called for my death so that my children can see what it's like to have to be an orphan. And so let's keep those things in context when we talk about barbarianism. And again, a standing offer to anyone on the commission to come and join me on a hunt so you can see for yourself what goes into a hound hunt, and decide for yourself whether it's barbaric or not. So I again appreciate the discourse, and thank you for this comment.
Thank you, Mr. Lesbrance. So that concludes our public comment. I don't see any other hands raised. I want to thank everyone for great dialogue, long meeting, but I think we accomplished some good stuff this weekend. So go forth, and I will see you in April for our legislative update.